will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, oh, I killed a cow out back, baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat.
Hello, everyone. Oh shit, I think my mic might be, hold on. There we go. There we go. Yep, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you gotta unplug it and plug it back in. I assume you guys were only hearing me out of one ear if you were using headphones. Hello, everybody. Yeah, left ear Xander. That's because I'm a leftist. You see? Hello, everybody. Hello, Maka. Hello, Invader Blue. Hello, Daffy. Ahoy, it's Christian. Lonnie, Scout. Sitaranks, Jessica Metal, Coin Dog, Critical Prole, Painful Possum, hello, Hawk Arthur, how are you? Amazing JD, Kiki Lesbian, Vermin, how you doing? Kiki Lesbian, hello, IMO, Winston C, Grunkle Chubs, how are you all doing today? I see a bunch of people over there in YouTube chat, good to see all of you today, congrats on 64K, thank you so much, Megamania, hey, a pillow, yeah. Oh my god, the growth on the channel these last few days has been nuts lately, huh? Also, 180 viewers already, love to see it. Crazy amount of growth in the channel lately. I think it has to do with the fact that I uploaded a few consecutive very, very good videos for the algorithm, along with, you know, getting a little bit more consistent. And the Omegle stuff. The Omegle stuff's been doing really, really well. You guys have really been enjoying that. Ah, Thea13
asterisk has donated asterisk $5 asterisk.
Thank you for the $5 there, 13. If anybody wants to help support the stream, keep me from having to stream to you guys on my phone inside of a cardboard box in the middle of the desert, consider donating. It does help me out a lot. You can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to somebody else if you're feeling particularly generous on my website, Xanderhal.com/live. In fact, if you're watching right now on YouTube and you, for some reason, haven't already, you should come on over to the website, Xanderhal.com/live. Nightbot occasionally posts a link to it in YouTube chat. You should come over to the website, make an account here. It's a custom chat with custom emotes, and it's just overall really, really cool. It's also the chat that appears on screen, so if you ever want your messages to be immortalized on screen in the VOD or whatever video gets uploaded, you want to be in this chat right here. So come check it out, make an account. Takes 5 seconds, it's super duper quick, and you know, it makes you a real Xanderhal fan. Damn, 200 viewers already, well hello. Thank you so much, Thea13, for the $5. I really, really do appreciate it. It's extremely nice of you. I do want to give it just a moment for more people to arrive before I get into the ThoughtSlime drama and the sex cult stuff. You better believe that I think I know the one you're talking about. Is this it? Oh, wait, what is this? Okay, this is interesting. Over all the tweets. This is great. Hold on. Let's go over all the tweets. Wait, no, it might be DMCA. Okay, no music. No music. No music. No music then. Okay, I'm gonna fight these. It's Xanderhal. Okay, I'm gonna fight these. I think this is me personally. Sex cult. Xanderhal. Pig Puncher has a sex cult. Damn, this false accusation got hands.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
It's a good meme. Fuck this. He deserves to be hit hard. I'm not beating around the bush here, and I'm not going to be polite and restrained in calling out abuse like this. We don't need to treat this guy with kid gloves, and trust me, he won't return the favor. Wait, is this referring to me, or is this referring to Vosh? I feel like this isn't referring to me. Is this a tweet referring to... I guess Corvidae is there, so that actually does... That probably means it is referring to me, huh? What an asshole. What a little pussy. I think, and this is me personally speaking here, you should not have a sex cult. Xanderhal/Pigpuncher has a sex cult. I want to point out, ThoughtSlime said on many different platforms several times quite definitively that I have a sex cult. Because they've been trying to weasel out of it. I will not accept equivocation of my poor phrasing when calling out abuse and the abuse itself. There is a massive gap in severity between our respective poor judgments. Oh man, this drama is going to be really good. I just cannot wait for us to get into this. I'm not going to go over this just yet because this is stuff that we want to cover later. But this meme, it's going to be on the list. Yes, flirting with friends in a small server, a sex cult. Frankly, Vermin, I'm starting to border on the opinion that frankly, you know what? Fuck it. I should just have a sex cult. I totally could. All right? Frank, I don't even need a sex cult, okay? I get plenty of pussy anyway. I don't need a sex cult to do that, all right? You can just, no, not what I meant. I know, Vermin, I'm just messing with you. I know that you were making fun of ThoughtSlime. You're making fun of ThoughtSlime, I know. I'm memeing. Where did the sex cult shit even come from? Was it just made up by TS, or was there something taken out of context? Grunkle Chubbs, ThoughtSlime literally took... So this was the accusation. This was the original accusation being made by, and I'm going to put this in heavy, heavy quotes, the victim. These were. I'm going to reiterate the accusations. The victim levied that ThoughtSlime turned into Xanderhal has a sex cult. She said that me and her were in a relationship, and that I promised her a place to live and food. But then I broke up with her because she had a mental breakdown, and now she isn't going to have food or a place to live. That was the original accusation, and that was the original breakdown on Twitter. That's what ThoughtSlime took and turned into Xanderhal has a sex cult. Obviously, when he heard about the harem Discord. Only one of that happened, none. The only part of that happened is that I guess she did attempt suicide. Wasn't about Star Wars shipping Xanderhal, the good old days. It was about Star Wars shipping. You were here in chat, Vermin, during that whole drama, I remember. 314 viewers. God damn. Holy shit. I guess at 3:15 we'll get right into the we'll get right into the drama. Give people a little while longer to hop in. It was so stressful at the time, but hysterical now. Yeah, it was type 2 fun. For those of you guys that know, there's 3 types of fun. Type 1 fun, I might be getting the order wrong here, but this is the 3 types of fun. Type 1 fun is fun in the moment. It's a thing what you do that's fun in the moment, and then when you look back at it, you're like, oh yeah, that was pretty fun. Type 2 fun is stuff that sucks when you're doing it in the moment, but then you look back at the experience, you're like, oh, that was pretty fun. And then type 3 fun is when something's fun in the moment, but then you look back at it and you're like, oh, I really shouldn't have done that. That was a mistake. I regret it. Those are the 3 types of fun, and that was type 2 fun, that drama. I just started actively watching your streams when that whole sex cult drama happened. Well, I'm glad it didn't push you away from my content, Megamania. Or maybe it did. Is the cult a co-op, not living your principles otherwise? Well, there wasn't one, but if there was, then it would be. V-Raptor, thanks for the $5, as I'm on your side, Zan, as I'm 97.63% confident that you are a good person. Well, thank you. I'm about that confident about everything. Adorable Sapling, thanks to the tier 1 sub, says, Butter Dog, the dog with the butter on him. Butter Dog, the dog with the butter. Butter Dog. Thank you. Thank you for the $5. An Amazing JD, thank you for the tier 1 sub, says, dude, I couldn't get through that James Hake debate. He is so brain-numbingly stupid. Yeah, he was a nice guy in real life, though. So, there's that. But thank you for the tier 1 sub, and I'm glad that you at least partially enjoyed the debate that I did in real life with James Hake and T-Jump. God, that shit really was so fucking shit on our mental healths, though. Yeah, it was, Bouth. Holy crap. That was a really bad time. I was seriously worried that my channel was going to be, like, destroyed by that. Also, listen, I'm just gonna say this right now. Is it not, like, a little fucking weird? Wasn't I, like, 18 or 19 when this all happened? I feel like I was, like, 18 or 19. No, I might have been 20. I think it was 20. No, I was 20. I was, like, 20. And, like, ThoughtSlime's at least, like, 36 or something, right? Somewhere in the 30s, right? Kind of. You were still 19. Shut up. I was 18, I think, when I started doing political YouTube, wasn't I? You were 20? No, I was 19. I was 19 when I started. Because I started in 2019, in early 2019. So, like, in July 2019, I turned 20, and then I turned 21 in July 2020, which was when Lonnie and I were out here, coming out to California. Yeah, they're 36, lol. Really? Did I actually completely guess their age, like, accurately? ThoughtSlime's age? You're still 19? What are you talking about? You know what? I'll take it, okay? I'd like to be 19 forever. Sasha Star, thank you so much for the $50. Holy fuck, that's nice of you. Says, wish I had enough to blow out the dono goal. I guess 20% will do. Well, hey, it helps, okay? $50 is enough to buy a good amount of groceries. So thank you, Sasha Star. I really appreciate it. It's really kind of you. I might as well set the dono amount that has been reached so far to 70, so it's accurate. Thank you. All right. What the fuck? You're younger than me? Yeah, I'm 22.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Can't believe I was ever a fan of ThoughtSlime. From what I've seen, there's like a good amount of ThoughtSlime content that's good. I really liked ThoughtSlime's video on Minecraft, and I really like ThoughtSlime's video on psychedelics. But like, just because someone makes good videos sometimes doesn't mean they're not a piece of shit. Simple as that, really. Heliktmal. I think that's how it's pronounced. Thank you for the €5 Is ThoughtSlime more like poop slime? True. True. Hey, actually, I was gonna ask, anybody who has tweets dunking on ThoughtSlime that are getting a lot of likes and whatnot, go ahead and drop them in the chat and ping me, because I want to have a few queued up in order to show, especially ones from today. Counterpoint says that he wants to talk about it, even though he's seen the video on it already. Yeah, I might go on. I want to go on other streamers' streams. Okay, it's not often that you get content in which you are like the victim of something that's just inarguably an absolute piece of shit move on the part of a much larger figure than you, and basically everybody with more than 2 brain cells is on your side because there's just so much evidence going for you. That doesn't exactly happen every day, so you better believe I'm enjoying it. I really, really am. The Xanderhal Renaissance is upon us. True. Apparently YouTube notified people of my stream today with yesterday's stream title. It's really weird. Oh, here's Lonnie's, yeah. Here's Sean Heads. Shoe out here, Duncan. Oh yeah, we already got that one. Finally on my main computer? Hell yeah. 420 viewers. This thing's almost empty anyway. I almost want to take a hit from that thing because I have 420 viewers, but I'm not going to because I probably shouldn't get high for such an exciting stream. I'll get too quiet, okay? Weed makes me sleepy and quiet, and it doesn't make me funny, okay? No weed till later, okay? Maybe later on, okay? Maybe later in the stream, I'll get a little bit stoned for you guys. We'll pass the blunt around, but for now, I need to remain sober. My mind must remain clear. Whew. All right. Any other tweets? Oh my God. How could my actions have consequences? True. All right. We're almost at 500 viewers. Good Lord. Good Lord. I think we'll hit 500 today. Maybe even 600. Maybe even 1,000. Definitely 1,000 even. We'll hit 1,000, frankly. Hey, if you're watching right now and you don't actually have the money for to donate, it's actually fine. You can support the stream for free and very, very easily just by hitting that like button on the stream. For those of you guys that don't know, apparently as YouTube streams go on, YouTube stops recommending them to my subscribers the longer the stream's been going. But as long as people keep liking the stream, that tells YouTube to keep recommending it to people so that the viewer count can keep going up. So if you don't have the money to support the stream, but you still want to help me out anyway, and you want to do it in a way that's for free and very fast, go ahead and just hit that like button. And if you haven't already, subscribe and ring the bell icon too. Stokes Theorem, thank you so much for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs. Really kind of you. Says, we must secure the existence of our people in a future for blue names. I was about to say, what are you trying to get me to say on my stream, Stokes Theorem? What were you going to try to get me to say? Thank you for the $10, though. That was a little sussy in the beginning there. I'm glad you took it to the blue names area, but that was looking a little sus. A little sussy McGussy, okay? A little bit too sussy for my taste, okay? All right. I think now's the time to start it. We've got, well, my viewer count somehow dropped to 1 according to the Restream chat. I highly doubt that's accurate. Well, my viewer count is glitched. I'll just have to I'll have to rest assured it's a high number, okay? I'll just have to rest assured it's a high number.
Asterisk
11 penis 11 Xander, thank you for
Xander has donated asterisk $5 asterisk.
Indeed they have. Is ThoughtSlime a tanky? I feel like he made up the sex cult rumors because he's jealous of how much poon you slay. Do not think that ThoughtSlime is a tanky as far as I'm aware. I've got no reason to suspect that. ThoughtSlime's never really given me the impression. I really doubt that. ThoughtSlime's a woke scold, not a tanky. They, them? Yeah, I'm really confused about that. I thought, doesn't ThoughtSlime go by they, he, / any
Welcome
pronouns?
to capitalism, my dude.
Or is that different? Oh, there it is. 468. God damn, you guys. Ian Kinzel, thanks for the $5 super chat, says the count is accurate. You only have 1 viewer, and the viewer is me. True. True. I only have 1 viewer, and actually I have 1 million viewers, and they're all your moms. And that's my separate stream. I've actually got 2 streams going on all at the same time, okay? I've got 1 camera and 1 computer under my desk that's constantly just doing a live stream of my cock and balls, and that's what all your moms are watching on a daily basis. And then there's the live stream I do up here, and that's for you guys. Yeah, so there you go. I love y'all so much. Thank you all for coming out today. It's been amazing. 500 viewers. There it is. Hell yeah. Let's get into it. I woke up today to my girlfriend shaking me awake to let me know that I am going to love what I see when I open up Twitter today. Sure enough, without any poking or prodding or any instigation by me, frankly, I come to find out that basically half of lefty Twitter seems to be absolutely fucking roasting ThoughtSlime on my behalf for I think ThoughtSlime, I don't know exactly what pronouns ThoughtSlime goes by exactly, so we're just going to go with they, them, that they spread about me involving claiming that I had a sex cult, which I don't and didn't. And, this drama happened way back. This drama happened back in early 2020. So we're digging back 2 years right now to get to this drama. But apparently it's been brought back up again, and frankly, I'm actually kind of happy about it, because when all of this happened, I feel like ThoughtSlime just sort of totally got away with it, and now all of a sudden I see so many people standing up for me, people with larger platforms than me, Shuanhead, Vosh even, seeing much larger Twitter accounts even and whatnot stand up for me in this respect has been really nice to see.
Has donated $5 asterisk.
Thank you. It really has been heartwarming to see, and I appreciate it a lot. I legitimately do. Anyway, so I wake up, I come to my computer, And you know, I see there's quite a few posts going around. Here's a here's the first one. It goes over some of the drama that happened, or at least some of the things ThoughtSlime said about me. So we'll go ahead and read some of these tweets. Some of these ThoughtSlime tweets. This is just a meme. Unrelated. Yeah, Pillow made this one. I'm playing it without sound because the music is copyrighted. Actually, for this much, well, we'll just do this. Fuck this, he deserves to be hit hard. I'm not beating around the bush here, and I'm not going to be polite and restrained in calling out abuse like this. We don't need to treat this guy with kid gloves, and trust me, he won't return the favor. You're damn right, ThoughtSlime. I'm not returning the favor, okay? I'm not treating you or any of your friends or the people who think it's okay to lie about other figures on the internet because your panties are all up in a fucking twist, okay? Yeah, you better fucking believe I'm not treating you with kid gloves, okay? So yeah. Not like you've been treating me with kid gloves to begin with, okay? I think, and this is me personally speaking here, you should not have a sex cult. Xanderhal / Pig Puncher has a sex cult. This is from October 2020. This is from well after I'd released the debunk. Wait, this is actually like indefensible. This is well after ThoughtSlime claimed that this is well after ThoughtSlime said that I had that they'd just been using hyperbole and that they were wrong to call it a sex cult. This is like a long time after. Maybe it's May 10th, 2020. It could be May 10th, 2020, but Discord usually does month, day, year. So this would be October 5th, 2020. Yeah, so this is literally ThoughtSlime. Yeah, by default, Discord does month, day, year. So this is literally ThoughtSlime, like 4, 5, maybe 6 months after admitting on Twitter the slimy backpedal. Okay, maybe sex cult was dishonest hyperbole or whatever. Or no, maybe I was hyperbolic about to call it a sex cult. Here they are calling it a sex cult and doubling down again on what I can only assume is October 5th. If it's actually May 10th, then maybe it's not backpedaling, but I'm pretty sure that it's probably October 5th. I will not accept equivocation of my poor phrasing, so admitting that sex cult was poor phrasing when calling out abuse and the abuse itself. There is a massive gap in severity between our respective poor judgments. I'm really curious. No one has been able... I've brought people on to debate this with me. Nobody has been able to successfully convince me or my audience, or frankly any like neutral viewer, that what I did was a abusive lack of judgment on my part. It just hasn't happened. Hey, by the way, if you guys are confused about this drama and don't know what's up, I imagine I'll be getting to it in a little bit and reiterating it, but if you want to get like the full lowdown and everything, I did a video on it a while ago, and I might even like re-upload it with like a better thumbnail, just because now it's particularly relevant. Yeah, maybe I'll do that, since it didn't really get that many views to begin with, and now there's more eyes on it, so maybe getting the evidence out there in a more compressed, non-live format could be better. But yeah, in that video, I tell the whole story. I show screenshots and everything to back everything up. And I imagine, obviously, a lot of the people we'll be showing here are obviously bringing up screenshots that I've publicized in order to prove my innocence. You should start from the beginning. You think so? Should I just start from the beginning and explain the whole story? You know what? Sure. That's what we'll do. Almost 600 viewers, by the way. Love to see it. How about this? We'll put on some lo-fi to listen to while we do it. Let's put on some nice lo-fi. Get it nice and low. There it is. That's good. How's that? There we go. You love to see it. Hey, by the way, I want to say this, all right? Somebody who I won't say exactly because I don't want to leak DMs with anybody, but I will say somebody very closely involved with the development of Hightail said that they're a fan of my content today. And gotta say, put me in a great mood. Feeling great. Love to hear that. It's actually really cool to hear that somebody who is who is involved in the process of making something I'm a massive fan of, being like very interested in or in a fan of something that I'm creating as well. Really just wild to like if it.
Welcome to
2018 me would shit if he'd heard
I
that.
am being called a San Stan for criticizing ThoughtSlime, so I figured I should go ahead and become a San Stan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Based, you should be a Zan Stan. I don't know why it reads it as San. It's a little cringe. You guys should start calling me San now as a meme, because that's how it pronounces it. Kind of like Azan, but for me. Rutch Dutter, thank you for the $5. His ThoughtSlime's problem is that their front teeth couldn't fit in their mouth anymore, so they grew backwards into their brain instead. True story. Yeah, just like a what's that type of pig whose like tusks grow into their head and it kills them? Like there's a type of like boar whose horns like grow into their head and it kills them or something, like a babaroos or something. Yeah, Babarusa. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I knew it had Babaroos in it. I was missing the last syllable there, but I was close. We don't have Pogo anymore? Yeah, Cherry axed it. You guys weren't using it enough. The Salmonella pig? We all learned about it from Salmonella, I know. All right, I guess it's time to start the story from the beginning. So. A long time ago, and by that, I mean early 2020. I would probably peg it to be around April. If you're really looking for a much more accurate and much more like refreshed version of the story, I recommend the video I made a while back, but I'm going to retell the story as accurately as I can from memory right now. And of course, I'll also be bringing up the screenshots that make things relevant, you know. Here, might as well bring up the original video, by the way. Actually, what if instead I just show the original video and we just rewatch the story, huh? God damn, 617 viewers. You guys are popping off. Hey, by the way, if you're watching right now, make sure to like the stream. It helps out a lot, and every single like counts. Don't be that one person who's watching that could totally just reach over to that mouse and click the like button, but decides not to do it. Like that goddamn stream. Anyway, really quickly, Xanderhal, sex cult. Since I imagine a lot of you guys actually haven't seen the original video, why don't we go ahead and rewatch it now? Oh, by the way,
Xanderhal,
oh,
really quick before we get into this.
Wait, chill. You should just retell it in a concise way. Okay, yeah, we can do that anyway. Yeah, we'll just retell it in a concise way. Sounds good to me. All right. So, if you're looking for a much more in-depth and accurate and like just more refreshed version of the storytelling, I recommend this video, Debunking False Allegations Against Me. Do I have a sex cult and abuse fans? That's the name of the video. It's only got 23k views. Frankly, not as many views as it should have for how many people were lied to by ThoughtSlime. But, you know, if you want to get a more like in-depth version of the story, you can get it there. But if you just want to be caught up on the drama that's happening now, then I'll go ahead and give you a brief summary. So back in early 2020, my channel was quite a bit smaller. I believe I was around somewhere between 50 to 25k subs. I don't remember exactly. You can go on Social Blade and look for my channel on there and see what my sub count was back in like April or March, or it was either March or April of 2020, and you'll be able to tell. Really not that many. It wasn't that many subscribers. And well, all I'm going to say is I was getting pretty burnt out on streaming and making content, and the stress from doing that had resulted in me kind of in my sleep biting a hole in my lip. This is something that I've done basically my entire life, and it's, whenever I bite a hole in my lip, it's not like a tiny little bite. It's like I wake up and there's like a big chunk missing, and it takes days for it to heal. And, you know, when you're talking, when your job is to talk and the inside of your lip is basically like fucked up, and it's like sliding over your teeth because you're talking, it hurts really bad. And so I had to take a couple weeks off of streaming. And in that time, I spent a lot of time in my Discord server just hanging out in the VC and playing video games, notably Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. That's what I was playing mostly at the time. And I spent a lot of time in the VCs of not only my own Discord, but the Discords that I hung out in. And there was a few friends that I ended up making while I was hanging out in those VCs. Most of them I actually became friends with in my own Discord server. Now, this has actually led to a very unfortunate misconception on the part of many people that the people involved in this drama were fans of my content that I reached out to, and that I'd leveraged my popularity, or I'd leverage their being a fan of me in order to get sexual favors from them. That's sort of a misconception that everyone's gotten. Just kind of pulled that from the fact they were in my fan Discord. But I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a little bit of a behind-the-scenes bit of knowledge here. When you're a political YouTuber who has a Discord server, once you reach a certain size, your Discord server basically stops being a Discord server dedicated to that figure and basically just becomes another lefty politics server. None of them watched my content. They were all just hanging out in there because they were left-wing people who wanted a left-wing community to hang out in. But I became friends with a few of them that were hanging out in my server. And, well, let's just say we were all consensual and very horny adults. So we made a separate chat in the Discord server, in the Xanderhal Discord server, and jokingly called it the harem, which is a reference to Destiny. For those of you guys that don't know, I got a hair in my mouth and I just can't get it out. For those of you guys that don't know, Destiny allegedly gets a lot of pussy. And so people like to meme about him having a harem, or being like the protagonist of a harem anime where it's one dude pursued by a bunch of women who are all sycophantically dedicated to the guy. And so as a joke referencing that, because it was me and a friend group of a bunch of women, we ended up making, it was 3 people at that time. One of them was Spooky, who was the alleger of these allegations. They've changed their name on the internet a million times now. They don't go by Spooky anymore. I think they go by they went by Droidcore for a while. They went by a few different names. They've changed their name several times because this drama when I had my response video come out, everybody that was on their side of things kind of turned on them, and they just changed their entire identity online. I don't know what name they go by anymore, but I have been told that they still have a fairly sizable audience of people who are deranged about me that believe the allegations. So that's pretty funny. Anyway, at this point, there were only 3 people involved, and we were all consenting adults, so we decided to horny post a little bit. But for the most part, we just kind of chatted in the voice chat and talked about video games, politics, current events, and stuff like that. And occasionally, we would horny post a little bit because, why not? Is that a bad thing? Can anybody explain to me how that is a bad thing? Are we good so far? Are we in agreement so far that nothing problematic on my part has occurred? Okay, good. All right, good. So, eventually, we end up also bringing in a friend of mine who I'm not going to name. I'm just going to call them A. We end up bringing a friend of mine called A. Now, all I'm going to tell you about this friend of mine is that she is a trans woman, and she's a lesbian. She's got no interest in men. And she was also in that friend group. And the reason why I bring that up is because, well, a few of the accusations made by the victim, in very heavy quotation marks. Oh man, if that's a bad thing, then I'm screwed because I definitely have a sex cult. Oh, hell yeah, Wannabe Twitch. Anyway, yeah, so long as we're all in agreement so far that nothing I've done so far in the story is problematic, then we should be able to skate along just fine. Anyway, the reason why I bring up that that particular person who was in the friend group was a trans woman and a lesbian is because one of the allegations made was that all of the girls in this friend group were all interested in me, and that it was some sort of polyamorous relationship type deal. And I think you can imagine, having somebody in there that I'm not interested in and isn't interested in me kind of throws a wrench in that entire theory. Eventually, because of like, we didn't want it to end up becoming drama because we were worried that could happen. One of our friends that was in this friend group ended up making a completely separate Discord server and calling it Harem Uwu to continue on the joke, and then invited all of us to go into that server, and that's where all the drama happened. Things went fine for like a couple months, I think, like maybe a few weeks, like things were just completely fine. And then eventually, I woke up one morning to find out everything had fucking fallen apart. Everything had fucking fallen apart. The only people dating there were Xanderhal and I. Yeah, Lonnie was there as well, but me and her were dating. You know, of course she was in the friend group. Anyway, so really fucking... So Xan consents, the women consent, ThoughtSlime doesn't. Yes, this is quite literally a like me and these women like consent, but then ThoughtSlime saying, "Isn't there somebody you forgot to ask?" It's literally that meme. It really, really is. I'm so confused. I'm sorry, but if you've just joined, like, midway into the stream, you're gonna have to use context clues to piece the story together, as far as what you missed. 700 viewers, by the way. Good lord, welcome. One day I wake up. You know, things went fine for a couple weeks, and then I wake up one day to everything having just fucking fallen apart. The world is fucking melting. Things are on fire. Everyone's losing their shit. It's like 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and I've just woken up. I come to fucking find out that Spooky, the girl who was the cause of all of the drama, had apparently left my Discord, the Harem Uwu friend group Discord, and all the other related Discords, banned me from her Discord, and had also attempted suicide and was Baker acted. That is what I woke up to hear about when I got onto my computer and opened up Discord. And all I could think was just, oh god, what the fuck happened? Oh no. Why? This is why we can't have nice things, okay? This is why we can't have nice things, alright? There's a Discord server where I got a friend group and I just click on a button and there's Booby there. Can't last forever because, of course, bad things have to happen. We can't have nice things. So, what is Baker Act? Okay, basically here in the US, I don't know if it applies like in other countries. If you are a danger to yourself or others, then you can be basically institutionalized in like a health facility if you're like suicidal or something like that, and they keep you there for like 3 days until they're pretty sure that you're not like suicidal or dangerous anymore. It's a Florida thing? Is that only a Florida thing? I'm pretty sure they do it in the place where she was, but I don't know. Spooky also claimed you made the housing promises in a public VC or something, so of course it wasn't traceable. Yeah, of course. So, like, I just want to say, by the way, every accusation that Spooky levied at me is literally, like, source, just trust me, bro. Not even, like, no screenshots, no nothing. And all the evidence that I have is contained in, I shit you not, this folder. This folder is where I put all the screenshots proving my innocence. It's quite substantial, as you can see. It's quite substantial. The fact that this has all been available for ThoughtSlime to look at, and yet they still propagates this false narrative, goes to show how dishonest of an actor they are. Yeah, literally, I remember trying to look for evidence, and there was nothing other than, oh, he told me privately. Yeah, the closest thing to... So basically what Spooky did was claim that I promised Spooky, because Spooky had a very, very bad... She had a really bad home life, like a really bad financial situation. Now, to be clear, so did I at the time, okay? It's not like I was raking in the big... It's not even like I'm raking in the big bucks now, okay? But I made a joke about wanting to get a mansion and a harem to live in it. That was the closest thing that could have been interpreted as, like, me providing her a place to live. Anyway, So why had Spooky had this mental breakdown, this absolute fucking freak out, and what happened? What caused this? I come to find out that she and some friends of mine, as well as a friend of mine, as well as another friend from that friend group, were talking about Star Wars because the three of them happen to be pretty big Star Wars fans. And Spooky happens to be a huge Reylo shipper, a huge Reylo stan. And apparently some drama that had happened in the Star Wars community a long time ago had been, kind of brought up. Basically, John Boyega had made like a sexist comment or a sexist joke about the character Rey in Star Wars. John Boyega plays Finn, the Black Stormtrooper guy in the new Star Wars movies, who frankly should have been the main character. Like when I saw the fucking, that's what I was hoping for. I was hoping those movies would be like about a Stormtrooper becoming a Jedi and whatever, but I that's what I thought it was going to be when I saw the promotion, but then it ended up not being that. But that's a different alternate reality than ours, where they actually had a good sequel trilogy. Anyway,
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Hey, thank you, Labor Youth. That's really kind of you. Anyway, come to find out that. Hey Hunter, how you doing? How do we join the sex cult, Zan? The joke that I would make back in the day was send your submissions to Lonnie, is always what I would say as a joke. Anyway, so with all that said, she basically had a mental breakdown over this drama being brought up because apparently when all of that happened, she'd attempted to kill herself over it. When all of that stuff with John Boyega and everything initially happened, she apparently attempted suicide because of it, which is just something and a half, okay? And I come to find out that after blocking me from everything and then like kicking me from her Discord and then like leaving my Discord and blocking everybody else and banning everyone else from her Discord, this is what she posted, apparently. At everyone. Anti-Reylo, the Last Jedi speak will get an instant ban, even if you are joking. I don't care anymore. I don't get upset at very many things. I'd honestly rather you mock me for my disabilities, me being a girl, and the fact I got sexually assaulted and raped before I let you mock me and make fun of the two things I mentioned. Thank you and good night. It's so fucking easy. It's such easy fucking rules, but half of you can't fucking follow them. At everyone, that also includes outside of the server as well, so if I see you say shit, you get kicked. As soon as I saw this, I understood. Yeah, I feel like I just need to show that one screenshot to like 90% of people, and that gets the message across pretty well. What are your thoughts on that? Holy shit, the viewer count just won't stop going up. Hey guys, can I just stop for a moment and say, god damn, thank you all for coming out today. 750 viewers right now. Holy shit. Feel free to like the stream right now if you're watching and you're enjoying. It really helps out. Anyway, so that is what she proceeded to post in her Discord. And then she apparently threatened suicide. And so one of the friends in our friend group ended up having to call her local police and have her picked up and Baker acted. And so all of those events are what had occurred while I was asleep. Now I'd woken up, had this story sort of told to me and everything because I wasn't awake for it. And I'm just like, well, fuck. So basically, Spooky's gone for like 3 or 4 days, maybe even 5 days. I don't remember exactly. And she comes back and it almost immediately goes to shit, okay? She ends up making... So first she goes on Twitter. Here, can I... Oh, shit, I need to bring back up the photo app so I can show you guys the tweets. It was like 3 weeks. No, she wasn't gone for 3 weeks before it all went off. No, Balth, it wasn't that long, was it? Was it really that long, Balth? Well, anyway, so the drama continues to escalate to an insane degree, as you can see. she proceeds to, because I block her on Twitter because she starts freaking out at me on Twitter and accusing me of like wilder and wilder shit progressively, though nothing even bordering that of a sex cult. After I block her, she ends up making an account called at fuck you 735-1861 and and you know, starts spamming me. This is far from the only comment, the only like tweet that she spams me with on this account. There are a ton of Discord messages here and stuff like that. Am I muted right now? Why are you typing the muted button? Oh, here's where one like a really good meme comes from. Where's the meme? Hold on. Where's the meme? You guys know the one. Where's the meme? There it is, dude. There it is. 800 viewers, shit. Hell yeah. We hitting 1,000 today? If we had 1,000 viewers today, that would be Pog, frankly. Voosh raid. Oh, shit. Oh, it's a Vosh raid. Okay, we're definitely hitting 1,000 viewers then. Well, if thank you for that then. Wait, was it from his stream or was it from his Discord? Ah, the Discord, I see. Vosh sleepy today. Go watch Xanderhal cover old sex cult and TS drama. It's really funny. It really is funny. By the way, I want to say this right now. Is it maybe like a little bit indicative of how cool I am that like the best gotcha that my enemies have against me is Xanderhal gets pussy from a lot of women. Is it maybe a little indicative of how cool I am that that's the best gotcha they have? Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. I mean, you got me. I do get a lot of pussy. Xan has a harem, that grifter. True. Anyway, yeah, so the accusations, like, slowly start to escalate until the point of relevance now where ThoughtSlime, our lovely friend, our slimy friend ThoughtSlime, decides to step out of the shadows. Do I have the ThoughtSlime screenshots attached in this document? Oh, I don't. I didn't attach the ThoughtSlime screenshots, just the accusation ones. Okay, well, that's interesting. Well, thankfully, we've got plenty of screenshots already here on Twitter, so let's take a look. Let's go ahead and see some more of the shitty things that ThoughtSlime had to say about me, huh? Obviously, we have the, I will not accept equivocation in my poor phrasing. Okay, let's start from the beginning, though, because obviously a lot of people just got here, and also we should probably read all these tweets. I have a fuck ton in my edit. Yeah, I think a Pillow's edit of ThoughtSlime's tweets should just be enough in and of themselves. So, yeah, a Pillow being goated and having the everything we need just right here in a little slideshow video on Twitter. Just absolutely perfect. The fact that Xan doesn't actually have a sex cult, you know, if I had one, I wouldn't have been ashamed of it. Like, I want to be really clear here. If I had, like, an actual, like, polyamorous, like, if I had, like, an actual polycule or, like, an actual, like, sex cult type, well, I mean, a sex cult implies, like, cult implies, like, some sort of, like, devotion beyond that of, like, just being in a relationship with someone of some kind. But, like, if I actually had, like, a harem, would that be, like, a problem? Yeah, doesn't Demon Mama have, like, isn't Demon Mama in a polyamorous relationship? Like, nobody has an issue with it. Like, literally nobody has an issue with it. But then, out of nowhere, of course, ThoughtSlime, notorious woke skull ThoughtSlime, decides to literally, out of nowhere, throw the accusation at me that I have a sex cult. Now I want to remind you, okay? How old is ThoughtSlime? Does anybody have like an age? Because I just want to point out like how childish this is on ThoughtSlime's part. How old is ThoughtSlime? Does anyone know? I guessed 36 earlier, and someone said I was correct. Like early 30s, 36. Is it? Can someone like Google it to confirm? Oh, Pog, 900 viewers. That's what you like to see. God damn, guys. He hates Demon Mama, so maybe he'll accuse her next. Oh, that would be really funny. Anyway, we'll just have to say that 474 likes. Hey, if you're watching right now, like the stream. It helps out a lot, and I really appreciate it. It takes 2 seconds. Don't be that one person who decides not to like the stream because everyone else is doing it, and your like doesn't matter that much, because it does. Your like does matter. It does help. Anyway, I just want to let you all know, ThoughtSlime, by the way, is like a mid-30s or early to mid-30s year old, okay? Maybe late 20s at the youngest, okay? A grown adult who should absolutely know better than to do this kind of thing. And at the time, I was like freshly 20, okay? He's 36? Okay, so at the time, 34. So like mid-30s, okay? So even worse, all right? So this is someone who is in their mid-30s, a grown adult who should know better, falsely accusing, making up allegations of a 20-year-old having a sex cult. Does that sound a little weird to you guys? Like, doesn't that kind of just give you, like, I'm not saying that, I'm not accusing ThoughtSlime being sus, like he's like a pedo or anything. What I'm saying right now is, doesn't that seem like really childish behavior? Like, for an adult to be engaging in something so petty and so childish with a 20-year-old, and for the 20-year-old to be the victim in the situation, really fucking sussed me out. By the way, ThoughtSlime had a much larger sub count than me, and still does have a much larger sub count than me, and I had a very low sub count at the time, like 20k subs, okay? Like, this drama, when it happened, nearly destroyed my channel. It really nearly destroyed my career. It was really, really worrying that I wasn't going to be able to, like, make enough money to move out to California and live with my girlfriend Lonnie and like pursue the life of a streamer I wanted to get, because this much larger and much older figure online than me, who had a much larger audience than me, was attempting to character assassinate me when I have no sufficient platform to defend myself. And when the drama happened for a while, I got nothing but hate. Especially because around the time when the accusations on ThoughtSlime's part happened was right after George Floyd had been killed, and all of the online left was talking about the BLM riots, but I was getting inundated with harassment at the same time because of these accusations. So every time I tried to defend myself against the accusations, I would get people popping up into my like comment section saying, or in the comments of my tweets saying, Zan, why are you focusing on this when there's so much more important stuff happening right now with the BLM protests? And it's like, guys, my mental health is in fucking shambles right now. You want me to talk about the BLM protests while I'm being falsely accused by a much larger YouTuber than me of having a sex cult and being an abuser? Yeah, that shit really fucking sucked. Let's go ahead and look at some of ThoughtSlime's tweets, though, and these are tweets from back. Some of these tweets are recent, some of these tweets are from when the drama happened, but I feel like they do a good job of showing off how frequently ThoughtSlime just back and forth, like, backpedals and, like, slimes and oozes their way back into a different position on me whenever it suits them. Fuck this. He deserves to be hit hard. I'm not beating around the bush here, and I'm not going to be polite and restrained in calling out abuse like this. We don't need to treat this guy with kid gloves, and trust me, he won't return the favor. You're damn right I won't return the favor. Okay, like I said before, this is October. This seems to be October 5th, 2020, well after I put out my video debunking the allegations, like, definitively, and ThoughtSlime backpedaled and said that sex cult was an exaggeration that they shouldn't have done. And now this is them months later after that in a Discord server, in ThoughtSlime's Discord server, saying exactly that. I will not accept equivocation of my poor phrasing when calling out abuse. This is them admitting that it's poor phrasing to call it a sex cult. When calling out, but doubling down on it being abuse, which is just not true. Like, I could literally, I will literally debate you with my fucking eyes closed on whether or not anything I did was abusive. And the abuse itself. There's a massive gap in severity between our respective poor judgments. By the way, damn, they even dead named you? I know, right? How could they do something like that? Okay, so I want to point something out here. Okay, I want to point something very important out here. This is ThoughtSlime defending an abuser. Okay, Spooky was an abuser. Spooky, let's go ahead and bring up the screenshots because I like to, I like to prove everything that I say to be correct. I like backing up what I say with, studies, citations, screenshots, etc. I'm one of those guys. Let's go ahead and see the messages in question. I know they're here somewhere. Here it is. The fact you didn't message me, missing for 5 days, shows how much of snakes you are. This is her to the Discord of friend group that we had. You never cared. Too bad it's all your faults. You can deny it, but it's all your faults that I attempted to kill myself. It's all your faults. So, anyone here who is even like somewhat familiar with like abusive behavior should be able to tell that like saying it's your fault that I tried to kill myself, or I'm going to kill myself and it's your fault, or saying I'm going to do this and it's your fault is like textbook manipulative abuser behavior. Like look at this. How can you type this out and not see how much in the wrong you are? Also, by the way, all these screenshots, all this evidence is all extremely accessible from the very, very top of the description of my video talking about the drama. All of the screenshots and all of the evidence, okay? The only reason names are covered up is because the friends that were part of this drama, who Spooky claims to be victims of my sex cult, all helped me collect all of this evidence. Everybody else involved in the group, in like our friend group, helped me collect all of this evidence, but they wanted their names to be censored, and so that's why some of the names are censored here. Yeah, literally everybody else involved in the drama has also come out to debunk the allegations made by Spooky. Wow, this is beyond one-sided. I know, like this is what's so great about this drama is like I'm so unapologetically innocent, and ThoughtSlime is so unapologetically in the wrong that it's just a cakewalk for me to just absolutely fucking annihilate these allegations. 1,000 viewers, by the way. I really appreciate everybody for coming out today. That is fucking awesome. Thank you guys so much. Holy shit. 1,013 viewers. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, we got a lot more tweets here to go over. Okay, there we go. I just opened up a shit ton of tweets for us to go over in a minute. So, all that drama happened, and, I've been pretty upset about it for a while now. Hey, Jay Feather, good to see you. And I've been pretty upset about it for a while now, you know? It kind of sucks to be inundated with such, bullshit drama, but, it happens, okay? It fucking happens. So, I wake up today, just years after this drama's been relevant, frankly. And out of nowhere, due to, I think, a big pushback in my community against the woke scolds lately, as we've been starting to see more evident, examples of, like, the left starting to get more and more like it was back in the Gamergate days, more like it was back when the right was dominant. We're starting to see the right become more dominant in the political space as well. And obviously, I've been warning about this for a while, and then, it is kind of cool that, well, not cool, it's actually bad, but
$10.
It is kind of vindicating on my part to see my predictions coming true, but been seeing a lot more people pushing back against ThoughtSlime just out of nowhere when I woke up this morning. So let's go ahead and check out some of the tweets that people have been posting to shit talk ThoughtSlime, because it's been just a grand old fucking time. I wonder what side of the bed they'll get up on today. Say sorry or gaslight? Fucking true. The best part is that Xanderhal hardly even brings the ThoughtSlime stuff up to his audience. He isn't even encouraging anyone to hold them accountable. TS is that insufferable. Yeah, I was really surprised when I woke up this morning. I mean, obviously now I'm covering it, and I'm definitely, sort of like you know, pushing people to talk about it now and whatnot. But, you know, pretty fucking cool to see so many people just voluntarily coming out to argue against ThoughtSlime. Turkey Tom, I randomly tweeted the ThoughtSlime meme. I didn't even realize half the internet was mad at him today for saying Xanderhal runs a sex cult or something. That is true. Damn, Xander was based all along, always has been. Thank you for sticking out for me, Lonnie. What is this? This is not beef. You lied and didn't care that the lie you told perpetuated the notion that Xanderhal TV ran a sex cult. To this day, you lie about it, and the only reason you don't apologize is because you don't like Xan. That is so unimaginably gross. This is the tweet we read before. I made a whole video about how I don't care about pissing off toxic people in the community anymore, so get mad. I'm done giving leeway. Anytime one of these fucks is criticized, the critic is accused of manufacturing drama. We've been through this song and dance for so many times. I'm unironically starting to see a massive rise in people on the left saying it's okay to just not acknowledge reality as long as you come to the correct conclusion in the end anyway. Only in this case, just not coming to the correct conclusion anyway. Don't acknowledge reality if it doesn't support your narrative is really what's happening here. Like, no different than what QAnon conservative types do. I hate mentioning past shit I've mentioned before, but this previous sex cult situation with TS and Spooky really reminds me of some shit that happened with my former partner. Threatened to game end themselves and blame me, engaged in really sussy shit with a minor and then lied about my character, was forced to make a Google Doc calling them out. Abusive people are best at making other people seem like abusers. It's what they do. All right. Lying about someone you don't like because of their proximity to someone else you hate being a sex predator is bad enough, but doubling down on it while claiming to be against toxicity in leftist spaces and cry-bullying when confronted with the hypocrisy of your behavior is yikesy. Between this and the pedo-jacketing, I'm finding myself increasingly frustrated with their recent actions. The cognitive dissonance required to make a whole video about how people are toxic on this app and then be toxic on this app for weeks and claim you're being harassed when people try to hold you accountable for it is wild. Mildred should maybe just take a break from Twitter. Indeed. Oh, that's a repeat tweet. Oh, this is a ThoughtSlime tweet. Here, let me see if I can get this ThoughtSlime tweet in an incognito tab, because ThoughtSlime blocked me. By the way, after ThoughtSlime blocked me and then made the sex cult allegation, so I couldn't even, like, reply or quote tweet the tweets to defend myself. Like, absolutely not allowing me to defend myself in any context whatsoever. Every tweet I make gets replied to by sad little hangers-on to do the limpest burns about some beef weird chud streamers have with me. What? Chud streamers? What? Like... You're just absolutely destroying your credibility right now. This is like, do you ever see conservatives, like, incapable of distinguishing between liberals and leftists? Like, you ever see a conservative say the Democrats are socialist and you just become like invigorated in your positions being correct because of how evidently stupid and wrong conservatives are, just on basic political shit? When I see stuff like this, when I see that, like, my political rivals, or not even my political rivals, just my rivals generally, are this dishonest and this stupid and literally just have to pull fan fiction out of their asses in order to find any reason to criticize me, it makes me more and more, like, confident in my in my place, you know? You know, I struggle with a good amount of imposter syndrome, if I'm being honest with you guys. Like, really, I do. I suffer from a good amount of imposter syndrome. And, you know... Seeing that so many of the people that dislike me don't really have all that much, you know, to say about me as far as, like, proving I'm bad goes, just makes me feel like, okay, maybe I do deserve to be where I am. Me, whoa, I love carrot cake. Some stranger I've never spoken to, almost as much as you love saying Xanderhal had a sex cult. Yeah, ThoughtSlime, you said I had a sex cult. Nerd plus I plus ratio. Me trying to avoid eye contact with a crackhead at the gas station. It's a pretty good meme. If honesty isn't a value you hold, that's fine, but you should expect... Damn, ThoughtSlime's getting fucking ratioed! Sadly, they actually do believe that saying the same lie or statement aggressively and repeatedly can browbeat people into agreeing, and that it might convince random people who see it to believe them. It's not even about the person they're responding to, it's about bystanders. What? I really want to know, has this person, like, is either a lying piece of shit, or is just stupid, or is too lazy to seek out the evidence. I want to see if anyone, like, has called them out. But Xanderhal never had a sex cult. The lie is from ThoughtSlime. They'd absolutely be begging for forgiveness if they'd wrongly accused a woman of color of the same thing. This kind of behavior is just abhorrent and reflects badly on the left. Absolutely fucking true. ThoughtSlime would break down crying on stream if they'd done something like this to a woman of color. Holy fuck. Oh my god. An absolute fucking crying breakdown on stream. Having a parasocial relationship with a streamer and compelling them with parasocial relationship with streamers, antagonists, or enemies, brain gone, barely functional. Yeah, this person is just wrong. I think chain blocking likes and retweets can be effective in limiting the network effect of hangers and dogpilers. So what they're actually trying to do here is prevent as many people as possible that have heard ThoughtSlime's lies from being able to hear the truth. So basically what's been happening is people have been responding to ThoughtSlime's tweets with screenshots disproving the like sex cult allegations, and ThoughtSlime has been blocking them and and whatnot to try to keep their replies from showing up in the replies to their tweets, because then their fans, who they want to believe I had a sex cult, and they want their fans to be on their side. They don't want their fans seeing the evidence, so they're trying to cover it up by chain blocking and stuff like that. So none of my fans, and none of Vash's fans, and a Shoe on Head's fans, nobody on the left or who knows about this drama, who's decent, who has more than 2 brain cells, can provide the evidence in the comments.
$5.
1 second, Lonnie. We're just going through all the tweets you already sent. My nose is itching like crazy. Anyone else in Xanderhal's sex cult? You just wait. All right. Okay, we already read that one. How it started, how it's going. Oh yeah. Here's the this is a good one. So this is a good one. This is good. It is not hyperbole to say that having a group of women who are sexually devoted to you while you are not to them, and starting plans to live in a shared space is a sex cult. We never had plans to live in a shared space. This is not me being glib. That's calling a spade a spade. Wait, does ThoughtSlime think that, like, Lonnie was like... Does ThoughtSlime think that me and Lonnie living together was the arranging to share a space? Lonnie and I were dating for months before the whole, like, thing even happened. Cherry's response: when I purposefully spread false information on the internet. I love that fucking ThoughtSlime graper. It's so good. Every tweet I make gets replied by sad little hanger. Yeah. So, like, here you can see, like, ThoughtSlime go from, like, they literally are such a slimy little fuck. Their name is so accurate. Their name is so accurate. I like the profile picture, though. You see, like, the little soft boy ooh-woo, like, profile picture? This is, like the peak lefty abuser feel, you know? Like, the ooh-woo soft boy, like, like, ooh-woo profile picture, but, like, an absolutely, like, massive piece of shit in real life. Just here, let me get rid of the chat for you guys so you can see it. Just, like, absolutely. You can feel, like, the smugness sort of emanating through the profile picture there, you know what I'm saying? Nearly 1,100 viewers? God damn! Holy shit! Hey, if you're watching right now and you're enjoying the stream, consider leaving a like on it. It helps out a lot. YouTube stops recommending the stream to my subscribers and my viewers as it goes on. So just simply leaving a like on the stream tells YouTube to keep on recommending the stream while it's live to more people so the viewer count goes up. So drop a like if you get the chance. It helps out a lot. And, of course, if you want to support me financially so I don't end up streaming to you guys from a phone inside of a cardboard box in the middle of the desert covered in lizards and, of course, naked because I wouldn't be able to afford clothes, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub to me on my website, xanderhal.com/live. Nightbot occasionally posts a link to the website over in YouTube chat. I highly recommend making an account over there and on my website and talking here. Everyone post your favorite emote in website chat so they can see it on screen. The website chat chat is the chat you see on screen right there. If you want to be a part of it, make sure to come on over to the website chat. It's the good one. But yeah. What else we got here? What else we got? ThoughtSlime really falsely accused Xan of being a sexual abuser, only to a year later say, but did you consider I had to deal with his fans asking me to apologize, LMAO? And Vosh replied, I would hate to be in their position. Thankfully, I have never once been wrong on the internet. True. Oh, and then of course Shuonhead coming up to bat for me. That was really nice to see. Yes, I spread a lie about someone being a sexual abuser, but have you thought about how this affects me? As a quote tweet to that other tweet, remember? The TS gives me heavy Mel vibes? Yes, yeah. The Shuonhead's tweet was the first thing I saw when I woke up this morning. Yeah, Lonnie, that was what you woke me up and told me about it. Yeah, we got like a bunch of people in the replies and stuff. Oh yeah, here's more of ThoughtSlime going back and forth. No, I made a flip remark, clarified that I had overstated it, and for years I have dealt with his fans being insufferable about it. Also, it is not hyperbole to say that having a group of women who are sexually devoted to you, while you are not to them, and starting plans to live in a shared space is a sex cult. That is not me being glib, that's calling a spade a spade. God, it's just constant back and forth. Literally, whether like it's like a 50-50 coin flip on whether or not ThoughtSlime's gonna apologize today, or not really. Like apologize but not apologize. Like sorry, not sorry. Like just a statement to get like people off their back, or if they're gonna gaslight their fans into thinking, no, I never did that. And of course, their fans fall for it because you know their fans aren't exactly. Unfortunately, their fans don't seem to be the smartest people. Just judging off of my interactions with them these last few days. I'm opening up some more relevant tweets. And then maybe we'll go on and talk with some streamers. I'm sure there's some streamers that are live right now that could use the views that covering the drama would get. That PFP gives me POV Xanderhal fucked your mom vibes. True. Xanderhal, I usually do not like calling people in this space things like this, but I'm very comfortable saying TS is an actual abuser. True. Xanderhal, check DMs. God damn it. I did check my DMs. Okay, Balth. Okay, this has been like a running joke to everybody who was involved in the drama from the beginning, okay? So basically, somebody in my Discord server posted a GIF of a Club Penguin dancing that said high quality dance, like a few moments before Spooky typed, I'm leaving the server, fuck you. So it looks like she said it in response, and this conjunction of messages has been a meme ever since. And that's why I laughed. Balth just sent me this image and I laughed because that was the inside joke. Xanderhal, the funny thing is that ThoughtSlime's fans have a ton of overlap with VGG, Demon Mama's imps in your community, but TS and their more abusive fans try to deny that. So here's the thing. There are a lot of people in my audience that are never going to bite the bullet on ThoughtSlime being an abusive piece of shit. They like ThoughtSlime's content, and because ThoughtSlime, well, and I'm going to be completely honest with you, some amount of people watching this stream right now that are fans of my content are probably going to take what I have to say a little bit less seriously, unironically, because I am a cis straight white man. Unironically, I'm not kidding. There is some amount of people who are watching this stream right now that'll hear what I have to say and take my side less and give my words less credit because of my identity over ThoughtSlime, because ThoughtSlime has a non-that identity. Also, there's a lot of people who are just biased because, you know, maybe they like ThoughtSlime's videos. I mean, his content is good, but it's irrelevant to this whole thing. Yeah, I mean, you can enjoy someone's content while also thinking they're a piece of shit, you know? ThoughtSlime made a very good video on psychedelics and a pretty good video on Minecraft. Those specifically stick out to me as good videos. Check this, the content group chat's DMs. Yeah, I just opened all those, Lonnie. Don't worry about it. All right, here are the next memes, guys. Regarding this ThoughtSlime drama, I found a clip from a guy who makes good YouTube videos who has some profound advice that ThoughtSlime should probably take.
People took issue with it, and they let me know, gently, that what I had done was hurtful and beneath me. And I did what YouTubers are supposed to do in that situation. I followed protocol. I got really defensive, like a baby that had both pooped and peed itself, that kind of baby, insulted everyone who spoke up, and threw a temper tantrum. I was about halfway through writing an op-ed for Reason.com titled, "Why I'm Leaving the Left, the Hounding of SJW Woke Scolds," when I thought, you know what, I'm gonna ask my fiance what she thinks, and she'll tell me I'm right, because I'm always right, and the only feedback I should be allowed to get is constant praise. So she watched it, and she said to me, well, Matt, you know, one problem with this video is that you did fuck up, and one thing about the criticism you're getting is that they kind of have a point. And suddenly, the cognitive dissonance
Damn,
was
1,100
broken.
viewers.
And it
you,
became
guys.
obvious to me, like it had been obvious to everyone else before me, that I was doing that thing, you know, that thing where you know you're wrong, so you try and just be wrong harder at the people trying to talk sense to you, to double down until you're comfortably beneath the Earth's crust, and nobody can force you back up to the surface to confront the painful reality that you've hurt people. So I swallowed my pride and I said I was sorry. I took down the video, reached out to a few of the people I'd been particularly shitty to, and apologized to them personally. It hurt to do. It was hard. I don't tell you that to make you feel sorry for me. It should be hard. Growth is hard, and this is my job. People pay me
Yeah, by the way, reminder that this is ThoughtSlime's apology for using the words lunacy and nanners in a video, because that's ableist. I just want to remind you that is the context of this
thousands of dollars a month, and that means it doesn't always get to be easy. I'm not entitled to this being easy. I don't know exactly what creators owe an audience, but I know the answer isn't nothing. That's a shitty attitude to have, I think. I owe plenty to my audience. I owe you all.
I'm telling you guys, we're going back to 2016. We're in 2014 too right now, okay? Right now, we're in 2014 too. Next year, we're gonna be in 2014. We're gonna be in 2015 too, and then the year after that, 2016 too, and it's gonna be a great fucking time. I'm so excited for 2016 too. We're literally, this is new game plussing Gamergate, and I'm so goddamn excited. It's gonna be cancel culture, CRT, pronouns, and goddamn feminist cringe compilations, and the narrative around simps and e-girl streamers is gonna be the push to get us back into Gamergate 2. I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited. GG Plus, yeah, Gamergate Plus. That's what we're gonna call it, Gamergate Plus. Sounds like hell. See you in 2023. No, man, I'm so excited. Plus, Hytale's supposed to come out in 2023. I'm gonna be debating Nazis and conservatives while playing Hytale in 2016 too. That is literally my dream. Oh God, please no Gamergate 2.0. Hey, Buddha Cat. What a coincidence I mentioned Hytale and you're in here. By the way, I should probably give you like a special role on the website. Good to see you in chat. All right, guys. I'm gonna have to make sure any Hytale fans in chat are on their best behavior, okay? No harassing Buddha Cat, okay? Be chill. Pretend Buddha Cat is just another switch screen. I didn't show anything that's like important. There's nothing there that's like I can't show. You have to click a very specific set of buttons for anything that could be a problem, like anyone's IP or like anything you don't want anyone to see, to actually be shown, because you're supposed to be able to navigate the website without like showing anything you don't want to show on stream. Hell yeah. Here, let me see if I can give you a special role. Hell yeah. I will give you the notable role. There you go. Pog. There you go. Now I got a special little green name. It's pretty pog. I do think that this drama is going to lead, or not this drama, but I do think we're headed towards like another reactionary, conservative, like right-wing like anti-SJW sort of like wave on the internet, and I've been warning about it for a while. And I think that we as progressives need to make sure that we do everything in our power to make sure that we represent the ideas that we stand for in the most competent way possible, okay? When you're out there and you're arguing with like a transphobe, make sure you're doing it in a way that people who are watching are going to think, hell yeah, they're owning that transphobe. If you're debating a neo-Nazi, make sure people watching are thinking, hell yeah, that lefty is owning that neo-Nazi. You don't want to do things like freak out on people in public or anything like that. For 2069, I would make that my IP, even if it meant that the world knew my IP. I would voluntarily take that IP if I could. Also, chat, here's a meme template for you. Is this like a meme template related? Okay. Okay. That's good. That's a good meme. Okay, here, I'll finish the clip, and then we'll move on to the rest of the
Honesty,
tweets. And then
if I'm going to ask you to listen to what I say each week, the very least I can do to earn that privilege is to mean what I say. I owe you integrity. While nobody can be perfect, I owe it to people who have invested a little bit of their emotions in me over time to respect that and honor that. I'm not always a good person. Nobody's always a good person. But I think it's fair to say that I damn well ought to try. We all ought to try.
I want to say, everything ThoughtSlime says in this clip, by the way, is completely true. And, like, really does hit close to home, unironically. Like, to be completely honest, like, when I say that ThoughtSlime makes good content, they're just kind of a shitty person, I really do mean it. Like, ThoughtSlime does make good content. I'm gonna give, like, take your own advice, Zan. Well, yeah, I mean, ThoughtSlime needs to take their own advice, frankly. But yeah, here, listen to this. This is actually, like, pretty, like, all of this is spot on here. Yeah, obviously this was an apology over saying the word lunacy, which is perhaps a little bit ridiculous, but, you know, maybe a little silly. But really, what ThoughtSlime says here in this clip, ignoring the fact that it's, you know, ThoughtSlime's a hypocrite, because this completely applies to what ThoughtSlime is doing right now to me. What they said here actually does hit pretty close to home as a content creator who has, you know, kind of been canceled before.
Few people took issue with it, and they let me know, gently, that what I had done was hurtful and beneath me. And I did what YouTubers are supposed to do in that situation. I followed protocol. I got really defensive, like a baby that had both pooped and peed itself, that kind of baby, insulted everyone who spoke up, and threw a temper tantrum.
That is unironically what every YouTuber, including myself, has a tendency to do whenever we get into drama, okay? That is unironically pretty damn close. Pretty damn spot on. Although leaving out when, like, people who do just hate you and want to talk shit, you know, jump on the bandwagon. And then, like, the good, actual good faith criticism kind of melds in with the bad faith stuff. And so you close your mind and close up to any of the good faith criticism you're receiving for a mistake that you made. I mean, what ThoughtSlime said in that clip wasn't all that far off. This is a good one. The truth, Zan is in a sex cult, but it's my sex cult. It's always been my sex cult. Good one, Lonnie. Good one, Lonnie. Well, that's the same meme twice. If more people realize ThoughtSlime is a gaslighting toxic dipshit, I'd have more faith in the online left. Oh, obviously we can't see. Oh, it's that tweet from before. It's the tweet we saw earlier. Thank you for the subscriptions, everybody. I'll be reading donations in a moment. Don't worry. ThoughtSlime. Xander has a sex cult because some of my sad little hangers-on said so. Reality. Nope, there's proof that isn't true. TS. Chuds are trying limp burns to convince me I'm wrong. ThoughtSlime is what happens when a spoiled little Canadian kid is told they're a bright and special person, given lots of pats on the back for mediocre takes by teens online, and surrounded by tankies who help to convince them they're better than everyone else. I don't know about tankies. I don't think ThoughtSlime is like a tanky. Like, I've never seen ThoughtSlime defend China or, like, the Soviet Union or anything like that. I mean, I'm sure ThoughtSlime is friends with tankies, because tankies are very good at using idpol, but, like, I don't think ThoughtSlime themselves is a tanky. During the BLM/Floyd protests, TS spent an entire day or two trying to convince everyone that burning buildings isn't violence because that's a pragmatic way to spend time during a pivotal moment. Wonder how far they got with that goal. Literally, all you need to do, if you're a BLM supporter, which most of us in here all are, all you need to do to respond to the BLM is doing riots talking point is just point to the statistics. the vast, 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 vast majority, don't want to understate how vast the majority of BLM protests are completely peaceful. The ones where violence does actually occur, in the vast majority of those cases, it's instigated by the police, and the police using excessive force on both protesters and the press. And in the cases where there are riots, and it is bad, and there are businesses being burned down, then that's not okay. I don't stand by that then. But I stand by the message of BLM and everything else they do. But maybe that 0.0002% of the time, we can bite the bullet and say, okay, those riots aren't good. But Zan, Portland burned to the ground, remember? My favorite thing ever is to ask conservatives, what cities has BLM burned to the ground? What city? What city is gone now that doesn't exist anymore, that existed before summer of 2020? What city did BLM burn to the ground? And then they say something like Portland. I'm like, really? Portland is gone? There's just no more Portland anymore. Really? It's just gone off the face of the earth. Let's go check that. I did that to a guy on Omegle once when I was debating him. It was actually pretty fun. God, it really is nice seeing so many people stick up for me with this drama, especially just out of nowhere and so delayed. Kind of a lesson on delayed satisfaction here, to be honest, Sort of like someone fucks you over a long time ago and, yeah, rep Portlandia. Someone fucks you over a long time ago and you stew on it. You don't really stew on it, but you just kind of live with the consequences of it and are like, this really sucks for a long time. But then a long time later, eventually justice comes about. It's always a nice feeling. It's like whenever, a murder case happens and 10 years later, upgrades in forensic technology allow the cold case to be solved, and the guy who got away with the murder for 10, 12 years actually gets caught and gets locked up. It's like one of those cases. You'll love to see it. A BLM protest did burn down the whole downtown of Aldensville, Kentucky. Yeah, good one. I actually want to use that. What if I used that? If I told somebody, did you hear about the Aldensville protest? And they say yes. Did you hear about Aldensville getting burned down by BLM protesters? Yeah, I heard about that. Pretty fucked up, huh? Yeah, man. Remember hearing about that on the news? Yeah, I did. I bet that would work. It would totally fucking work. It would totally work. Okay. I should do an outro for that segment, though. Hey, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and ring that bell icon next to the subscription button so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because they just won't do it otherwise. Also, be sure, if you want to see more from me online, to follow my social media, all linked down below, including my Twitter, my Instagram, my fan Discord, where I hang out, do watch parties of movies and TV shows, and sometimes even play games with my fans. It's just generally like a cool place to hang out. The real sex cult zone, the place that started it all. Link is down there in the description, so feel free to join. And of course, if you want to support me financially to help out the channel, you can always consider donating, subscribing, or even gifting a sub over on my website, xanderhal.com/live. Donating or super chatting over on YouTube, or even pledging me on Patreon, or donating through Streamlabs. But no matter how you support me, whether it be through a like, a comment, a view, or even a financial donation, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. That will be my segment that goes up on the channel tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, maybe. It depends on how much content Cherry has. We are not stopping my coverage of the drama, though. 1,124 viewers right now, by the way. Probably more than that, because it lags behind. We aren't done with the drama just yet. We're going to be talking more about it, and probably with other YouTubers and streamers and stuff, and just generally having a good time. TS said that people should hold them accountable. It was the end of my edit, if you want that screenshot. I've seen the clip, and I think most people have. You kidding? I'm going to stay up all night editing this if I have to? Hell yeah, Cherry. Counterpoints? Yeah, I think Counterpoints wanted to talk about it. Let me actually check Twitter. Yeah, maybe we could get Shuonhead on. Oh, shit, what if I get Shu in here? If I get Shuonhead in here, it's fucking over. We're hitting 2K tonight. Christy Stevens commented this again. You know, unironically, as sad as it is to say, one of the people who actually gave me a lot of credit and really low-key kind of stood up for me back during this drama when it initially happened, yeah, you can invite Demon Mama Cherry, was actually Riley Grace Rochong. Riley Grace Rochong was one of the first, like, lefty, well-respected by, like, the trans community YouTubers, like the trans kind of, like, lefty-softy part of YouTube community, that actually gave me a platform to, like, show the evidence that I had to debunk these allegations. And honestly, were it not, and also she did a really good job moderating the Horny Police debate, one of my best debates ever. That was when I did the 1v2. It was me versus that couple who were trying to prove that I was actually, like, guilty of all of that, and I blew them out. Riley did a really good job of moderating that. Like, I mean, as much as I disagree with some of Riley's behavior lately, I do have to say that, like, her engagement during that drama really, really helped me out. What do you think of the Shuanhead haters? It depends on why they hate Shuanhead. There's some people who I think hate her for reasons that are maybe a little bit more... I don't think anyone should hate her. I don't hate her, so obviously I don't think it's justified to hate her. But I think there's, like, certain levels of it, right? Like, there are people who hate Shuanhead because they're, like, crazy, like, super establishment, anti, like, Bernie Sanders types, right? Like a super establishment Democrat, anti-progressive types, and they hate her because of that. There are people that hate her because of her, like, super populist isolationist takes, you know, and there's people like, yeah, I disagree with those takes. There's plenty of things I disagree with Shuan, but I do not hate her. Ooh, Shark, we can get Shark on, yeah. Let's just see who's live on Twitch right now, see who we can talk to. Who's live? Dylan's live. Does Dylan know about this drama? I've got more viewers than him right now, so maybe that means he'll let me come onto his stream to talk about it. Who else? Here, where do I see my following channels? Who's live? The Surfs. Why? I do follow the Surfs, I guess. Wait, is that it? Is that all that's live? Don't drop the momentum, though? Yeah, I don't want to drop the momentum of the stream. I just like to see if we could talk to another streamer. Here, let me read Donos really quick. Xerox, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Says purging my whiteness as is tradition. True, based. True and based. Suris, maybe? Yeah, actually, that might be a good idea, because Suris is making a video on it. And it might be worth, like, giving a little background. Koopa Testudo, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Says Gamergate, New Game Plus, the slimening, let's go. No. Bookworm AF, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Says 2016 to the year I finally go completely insane. Yep, we are absolutely going to lose our minds. V-Raptor, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to MPX Asylum. This whole thing of all the different lefty creators dunking on TS feels like a crossover episode, LMAO. Yeah, it feels like that scene in, like, Avengers Endgame when all the Avengers are, like, beating up on Thanos. It's pretty dope. Only ThoughtSlime is nowhere near as impressive a specimen of anything as Thanos. Lady Kelgana thanks the tier 1 sub. Says, hi, Xanderhal. I'm an imp checking out your stream on the advice of my beautiful girlfriend, Jessica Metal. We played Sea of Thieves with Mama once. I do remember you from Sea of Thieves. I actually have you friended on Steam. I taught all of you guys how to tuck in Sea of Thieves. I feel like, is it transphobic to say you guys when you're referring to a group of trans women? I guess maybe it could be, but based on syntax, you should be able to tell I'm saying, like, you guys, like a group. But anyway, I taught a group of trans women while playing Sea of Thieves how to tuck in the game. For those of you guys that don't know, tucking can refer to, like, tucking your genitals, and it can also refer to playing Sea of Thieves and, like, using a certain emote where you tuck up into a ball to hide in certain dark areas of someone's ship so that you can sort of, like, stow away on like other players' ships, so they do, like, missions and, like, stack up loot, and then at the, like, you know, right when they least expect it, you know, blow their ship up from the inside, sink them, and take all of their valuables. So I taught Demon Mama and Lady Kelgana and somebody else I can't remember the name of, unfortunately, how to tuck. Yeah, I do, Aztec Runner. All right. Hey, Suris, do you want to come on to talk about the sex cult drama? I assume since you're making a video on it, maybe you'd have like questions for me to like clarify. I talked to Shu. She's too high to come on. Aw, tell her I'm high as well. Tell her I've got over 1,000 viewers. I'm trying to keep the momentum. Which VC do you want me in? Hop into the Debate Me VC, or in the Q Chat VC in my Discord, and I'll pull you into the Debate Me channel, which is just the locked channel where no one else will be able to get in. Zan, are you going to read Donos later? I am going to finish Donos really quick. Let me just finish up Donos first. Thank you, though, Lady Kalgana. I really appreciate that. It's really kind of you. I think I added your dono. Ilya, thank you for the tier 2 subs. Is denying that queer people can be abusive people as an element of denying our humanity? Yeah, absolutely. The weird fetishization of like being part of a marginalized group that the left does, like this weird, it's infantilization is what it is. It's like literally infantilization to an extent. Like it feels that way at least. Thank you for the tier 2 sub though, Ilya. Very good, very astute observation. Jakey Fakey, thanks for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Says, Ayo Zan, check out your Insta. I don't lie. Your boy got the merch, and I'm feeling comfy and dripping AF, homie. Thank you for the $5. Let's check that out. Let's see this, Jakey Fakey. What do you got going on my Instagram? What do you got? What do you got going on here? Sheesh! You see that? That's the Xanderhal drip. Link in the description if you want to pick up some Xanderhal merch. I highly recommend the I Was Radicalized by Minecraft t-shirt. It's quite good. Hell yeah. Drip. Here, let me finish Donos really quick. Respect the play. You didn't say anything, but I really appreciate the tier 2 sub. Thank you for the $10. Really, really appreciate it, buddy. Have a good one. Where's my muffins? Thanks for the $10. Very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Says 1,000 pennies for 1,000 concurrent viewers. Heck yeah. That is technically 1,000 pennies. Good math, my friend. Labor You, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Says here is €3.68. Wait, really? Holy shit. Is that euros or pounds? I actually don't know, chat. Which currency is it that's shaped like this? That's like an E. But like a 2 shaped E. Pounds? Holy shit. Inflation is fucking nuts right now. I mean, I know it because of like of going to the grocery store. Food is so fucking expensive at the moment here in America. But like $5 is worth 3.68 pounds. I know that like it's always been worth more than the US dollar. At least it has been for the as long as I remember, but still. Yeah, no more weed till after stream. Good thinking, Lenny.
I set little hangers on to do the limpest burns about some beef weird chud streamers had with me. I wouldn't call Xanderhal a chud, but you know, what the fuck ever. And then there's the sex cult discourse stuff there, and then ThoughtSlime goes and says, I just made a flippant remark and I clarified I overstated it, and for years first of all, it hasn't even been years, plural. It's been a year and a half. Learn to count. Secondly, I don't think that counts as a flippant remark. If I call somebody a sexual abuser, would you call that a flippant remark, or would you just call that a lie? I would just call that a fucking lie.
Are you talking to your chat, Suris?
I was talking to my chat. I figured I had just a little bit of time to go ahead and pull up the tweets from the relevant discourse going on.
Oh yeah.
And
I was just. Are you good?
I don't normally like covering stuff like that because if I'm covering a content creator, I want it to be like a conservative whose views I find to be like particularly reprehensible, and I don't mind ThoughtSlime's content, but like this is the kind of stuff where I'm like, dude, y'all two should be on the same side, but instead you're being a bitch. Not you, ThoughtSlime. And it's agitating. Like I had a video that I made months ago called Pragmatic Leftism that showed where I basically had the thesis of if we are going to expand the left, if we are going to have a better version of the left, we have to accept that we have debate bros who do what they do. We have video essayists who do what they do. We have response Andes who do what they do. And while every single one of those types of YouTubers probably believes that they are the best kind of leftist TM, everybody responds to different kinds of content, so we need every one of those kinds of people. And yet, for some reason, we have this weird fixation here on the left about being an Ouroboros and constantly devouring each other, and I just don't fucking get it. But anyways, hi, Zan, how are you doing?
I'm actually having a pretty good day. I woke up, new TS tweet? Ah, shit, opening incognito window. Actually doing pretty well today. Oh shit, doubling down on the lies. Oh no.
Oh, what happened Okay, hold on. So
this is in response to the "Whoa, I love carrot cake almost as much as you love saying Xanderhal is a sex cult" tweet. Someone replied, "What gets me most is that Xanderhal got out of the whole situation completely unscathed, even if it wasn't a sex cult. Having a Discord server wherein your fans, no fans, can post their nudes is crossing a line. Yet these vultures, oh wait, like having an NSFW section in the Discord, that's not an issue.
Weren't you not even running the Discord?
No, the Discord that's being the Discord that is referred to as the Harem Discord was not my Discord. No, it was one of their Discord. They started it. They could have banned me, or they changed my name to all sorts of shit all the time. That wasn't my Discord. I think they're referring to my fan Discord having an NSFW section. As for that, that's just for consenting adults who confirm their age to be 18 or older to be able to post nudes, if they so choose. I don't know why anyone has an issue with that. I didn't realize we're so sex negative on the left now.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's I'm looking to see if they're like, where is it in response to? Because I see that I love carrot cake part.
Yeah, it's that tweet that says, "What gets me most is that Xanderhal got out of the whole situation completely unscathed. Did not, lost tons of subscribers, and it ruined my reputation online. Even if it wasn't a sex cult, having a Discord server wherein your fans can post their nudes is crossing the line, yet these vultures are still pissy about it. Well, wait, was that a thing he did? The fuck?" And then ThoughtSlime says, "No, it was not. I worded a criticism very poorly and corrected myself within a few hours." Okay, well, there we go. As long as ThoughtSlime is willing to stick to it now, maybe we'll be okay. Literally all I'd like to see, is for ThoughtSlime to say something along the lines of, about a year and a half ago, I baselessly accused another left-wing content creator, Xanderhal, of having a sex cult. I'd misunderstood a very complicated situation in which, and the evidence is out there, he and his friends were actually the victim of abusive behavior, and I fell for the lies of said abuser. I want to apologize and clarify Xanderhal did not, in fact, abuse his fans or have a sex cult. That is what I want to hear from ThoughtSlime. If ThoughtSlime takes their own advice, and that I will literally take down every video talking ThoughtSlime if they put that statement out. And hell, I'll even play Minecraft with them. That's all I want to hear.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen because
it's not.
So to give a little bit of my experience where ThoughtSlime is concerned. I made a video wherein there was a point ThoughtSlime made about platforming that I agreed with ostensibly. So I used a clip from one of their videos in my video because I think it was a video that I made called are we legitimizing Matt Powell, who was a guy who eventually would become like one of the NIFB neophytes and started becoming like Kent Hovind's right-hand man later on down the road. And I got to the point where I was like, he doesn't say anything new in debates. He doesn't do anything besides say the same tired points. And then every now and again, he'll mention stoning the gays. And they're just like, is there any benefit to platforming him? And there was a point that ThoughtSlime made on platforming that I wanted to show up, because I'm of the opinion that when it comes to platforming, there's a certain point where we've already done the song and dance with a particular YouTuber. We've already done like all the debates. They're not saying anything new. We are past the point of debunking them. We are at the point of just legitimizing their views. That can happen sometimes, not all the time. Sometimes we do need to bring somebody into the debate arena and just trash them in front of an audience. But I used that point, and then I said that Matt Powell was a liar, because he is. And ThoughtSlime, that is certainly some yelling, ThoughtSlime seemed to interpret that as me saying ThoughtSlime was a liar. And then when I tried to clarify it, even in DMs, I never received any response from them, and that was over 2 years ago. And that's been my experience with ThoughtSlime, where they misinterpret something you say or do, and then never follow up ever after that point, because I guess having a conversation is hard. So
like it's so easy to say, oh, I misunderstood, my bad. Like literally that's all ThoughtSlime has to do, more or less, to say I misunderstood something, my bad. And it's like, it's over and done with. Like, why double and triple and quadruple down? I'm talking to Suris right now. A pillow messaged me and said that Seanhead might be down to come on later, so that's pretty cool. So hopefully we can get her on to talk about the drama, because I'm sure she'll have some pretty funny shit to say about it. God, this drama, I assume you were like somewhat aware of it when it happened?
Somewhat aware of it. Dude, we literally had a conversation about it when it happened. You showed me your folder before you ever did your video going over like what happened in that Discord could not be considered a sex cult. Like, yeah. you had a folder of evidence, and you were talking with me about like when you were saying you were about to go into taking care of that particular video because you felt you had to. Like, I've been aware of it because you told me about it like the days it happened. I understand you're high, but maybe you forgot about that.
Oh, I remember. I was joking with you, but yeah, you were there when I decided to make that video. When I was like, this is it. I have to make this video. I just have to. I think you were present when I made that decision. I think we were playing like Classic WoW or something.
We were either playing Classic WoW, or it would have to have been Classic WoW, because we only played like 2 games of League before you bitched out.
Yeah, it was definitely Classic WoW we were playing when I made that decision. I'm talking to Suris, everybody. Here, actually, really quickly, if someone wants to post Suris's YouTube channel link in YouTube chat, we got like 900 people in there. You guys got to go subscribe to Suris.
Or you could always just go over to my website. That's a thing you could do too.
Suris has a website, just like I do. So, do you have like any questions insofar as the drama is concerned? Because I know that you're making a video about it, and if you have any any details of the story you want to know, I can just let you know.
I think this will effectively end up being the video, this conversation, because there's nothing new that will happen between now and something else that would not be part of this conversation. Which is why I wanted to bring those tweets up beforehand, just get them out there so people had context beforehand. Also, putting them up earlier so that it's easier for Cherry whenever they go through and edit. So I guess the first question would be, and I kind of alluded to the Discord. There was a Discord that happened. So what is the actual context for this? Because I know that ThoughtSlime said that, there was a victim of Xanderhal that came forward and messaged ThoughtSlime. And then apparently afterwards, like, tried to point out repeatedly that no, it wasn't a sex cult, but that was like way earlier on in that, and ThoughtSlime just did not stop saying it was a sex cult back then.
Yeah, basically what ThoughtSlime did was they came out and said, so the accusation from the supposed victim of the drama was never that it was a sex cult. Not, at least initially, it wasn't. In the beginning, the accusation was that me and her were in a relationship. Like, it was like me, her, Lonnie, and everyone else were in a polyamorous relationship. Disprovable screenshots, but still. And that I'd promised her a place to live and food, and she had this conception in her mind that I was going to be her sugar daddy. In fact, if you look through the spooky drama screenshots folder I sent you, which you should definitely show on screen, or show on stream, you can see there's tweets of her there saying that now she needs a new sugar daddy. She needs someone to buy her a house, give her a place to live, and get her food now. She just wanted to get like money out of me, just all sorts of really shitty stuff like that. And just generally kind of, accused me of those things. And then ThoughtSlime took that, the knowledge of there being like this joke harem Discord server, and then interpreted that to be a sex cult where I sexually abuse my fans and leverage my 20,000 subscribers I had at the time against these women in order to gain sexual favors.
Yeah, that's... So I'll just throw a couple of things out here, a couple of takes from mine. The first take is about power dynamics. The first one would be, from what I understand, ThoughtSlime's position is that it is never okay to date a fan ever. I believe that's the position they've put up on Twitter before. My response to that, and granted, this doesn't have anything to do with your situation, because that's not what happened in your situation. But my response to that is largely, if you are a YouTuber or a person who ostensibly is in a position of power, you have a responsibility to properly move somebody from the fan category into the friend category so that they're not idolizing you if you do end up starting dating. But to argue that that's impossible is to infantilize that fan, is to point out that like that person apparently has the mind of a child and will never be able to have free will of their own when it comes to a potential relationship with you, which just feels wrong.
Yeah, I think that this idea I've started to see sort of circulating around the online left, that a creator can never under any circumstances have a responsible relationship with someone who is once a fan of their content, is pretty ridiculous. You just have to become friends first. The problem is having a parasocial relationship with somebody where there's like an imbalance in like who's putting what into the relationship. Like if you want to become, like if you want to be in a relationship, you just be in a relationship. Like make that relationship stop being parasocial and just make it a social relationship. Become friends, get to know each other, have that sort of fan creator perception melt away, and then you can probably responsibly be in a relationship.
Yeah.
And like, hey Fawn, how you doing?
To try to argue that that's impossible is to also argue that, like, let's say that you are in a relationship with a person and they become disabled. Now the power dynamics will always be in the favor of the abled person if they are the only one able to hold down a job and get any money, because now the other person in the relationship will be financially dependent on the person who is physically able to carry on doing normal work. If that's the case, is that relationship now something that needs to be off the table despite the fact that they've had one beforehand just because the power dynamics are shifted? That, again, that feels infantilizing and feels wrong, because there's no point where you can qualify that in any meaningful way besides they have less power. Okay, cool. You will never have a perfectly balanced relationship. You just won't. If I'm making $1 more per month than you, it is more balanced in my favor, just through those financial means. But that's not enough.
Yeah, I've unironically seen drama on Twitter over relationships between people who have higher like amounts of Twitter followers than the other. Like one person having like 15k Twitter followers and the other person having like 300. Like people unironically arguing that that's a problematic power imbalance.
And that is a brain dead take to me.
It really is. There's no way you could possibly argue in its favor. I genuinely don't know. Like I wish all I wish is for either ThoughtSlime to say it for me, or for me to be able to have the platform to show as many people as possible who may have been, unfortunately, victims of the misinformation that ThoughtSlime spread about me, to see the evidence for themselves. It doesn't even matter if they see my video and hear my side of the story. All I want them to see at the very least is just this screenshot folder. If they see the screenshot folder and they're able to see all the evidence, I think they'll be able to put the story together themselves. I think if they see the evidence for themselves, they'll put the story together, and I just want more people to have access to that. But ThoughtSlime has been mass blocking as many people who are on my side of this thing as possible, because they've been dropping links to screenshots, they've been dropping evidence in the replies to ThoughtSlime's tweets, and ThoughtSlime doesn't want their fans who believe their lies to have any access to the evidence.
Yeah, and that just confuses me, because like what you should want in a situation like this, you should want to be able to say, here is all the evidence. And this is the conclusion that I have come to, and I believe this is the right conclusion. That should be what you can do. I know that there's some people that will be like super centrist brained and go, no, you should say, here's the evidence, make up your own decision. Like, no, bullshit, shut the fuck up. That's not... Anybody who says that is the same type of person that will unironically become an anti-vaxxer because they don't know how to read a study. Let's not promote that. Let's promote looking at information, synthesizing it, and communicating it honestly. We could do that. It's not a hard thing to do. But apparently, with the ThoughtSlime situation, it seems that they presented a take, did not present evidence for said take. Evidence was presented on your part for the take, and then instead of apologizing for the take, ThoughtSlime's response instead was to go, no. I oversold it, but at no point did they say they were wrong. At no point did they say that they're sorry for any negative outlash that has happened to that. And for somebody who is so concerned about power dynamics based on sub numbers, they have a lot of power in this particular scenario based on sub numbers that they have the ability to leverage. And instead of doing the right thing for somebody who, again, like I said earlier, y'all are technically on the same side in terms of like where we stand politically, the things that we all try to advocate for. All of us are pro workers' rights. All of us are pro trans people. All of us are trying to deal with people who hate minority groups. That's what we're trying to do. And yet somehow, apparently, this shit gets in the way. And I don't know if it's ego. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it happens, and it's stupid.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think that... I think this is just a simple case of, like, bias. Like, people are really, really willing to just completely look past blatant lies about somebody, as long as it's somebody that they don't like. And I think that everybody's the victim of this bias to an extent, right? Like, I think all of us, at the end of the day, are maybe a little bit kind of maybe okay with lying about somebody that they don't like, because internally they've already justified to themselves why it's okay to dislike this person. At that point, it's like, okay, well, hey, all means justified, right? But I think that's something that, like, at the very least, as content creators, we need to try to avoid, because we've got a responsibility. We have to be able to, like, show our work, you know?
People will believe the stuff we say just because we said it. And that's not a good thing, mind you. That's not a good thing. If you are watching this and, me or Zan, we say something, please go, fact check us. Please do that. It's the responsible thing to do. But
I'm wrong all the time.
We are in a position where we need to be better about the work that we are putting forward, because at the end of the day, there are people that are using us as shortcuts. They are using us for shortcuts for their politics, for their history, for their news takes, for their takes on philosophy, and they will parrot things that we say. Now, I don't know if ThoughtSlime has considered this. I mean, they've literally done a video talking about the more times you repeat a lie, the more convincing it is. So I would assume they're acutely aware of...
Seems like that's what they're doing, huh?
It would seem they're acutely aware of the ability of a content creator to influence the ideas of their audience. And yet, somehow we are in this situation where they are not applying that knowledge in a fair way. And it doesn't make much sense to me. And it's like when somebody like comes to me with a take on Vosh, they're just like, how do you feel about Vosh? I'm like, we're on the same side and I don't care. Half the time I just have to respond that way. Just like, we're on the same side and I don't care. Shut up.
Yeah, I recommend staying out of all of that, out of all of that drama. I try to keep away from it for a while, but unfortunately, just being in this sphere, I'm like lumped in with, literally anybody else who does what I also do. So like, if Vosh does something, it's like my association with him makes that thing apply to me. Actually, I think Seanhead's actually waiting to hop in. I guess really quickly, do you have any final memes or anything you want to go over?
The only other thing that I would probably have to say is, this is 1.5 year old drama. This is a thing that happened ages ago. And you did a video about this ages ago. And yet, somehow we're living in the times of flat circle world. We're back here again.
I'm telling you, it's all history repeats itself. Okay, I'm telling you, it just has a tendency to repeat itself.
So I guess the real last thing is that there's a, what's the best way to put this? It feels like people are very terminally online with a lot of this drama. When somebody thinks that like having 1,000 more Twitter followers than you is a substantial enough power dynamic for panic. If somebody believes that, oh, well, because you have YouTube sub numbers, somebody who might not even give a shit about that is somehow always going to be infantilized in their mind into never being able to like truly consent to something in the relationship. I'm sorry. You need to understand that people who operate as content creators, we are normal ass people as well. Yes, there are content creators who can and will leverage their power over others, and that's a thing that needs to be called out. But merely existing as a content creator and getting into a relationship with anybody does not suddenly magically mean you're abusing that power. Spend that energy where it's deserved, not fucking randomly.
Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. Well, sirs, it's been nice talking to you. I'm actually like really excited for your video. Whenever when Sherry told me that you were making a video about the sex cult drama, I was actually kind of hyped because the only other coverage of it really that I'd seen was like negative coverage towards me. So it's it's gonna be kind of cool to see somebody who's like on my side of things talk about it.
Oh,
So,
I appreciate that. I was not expecting when Sherry sent me a message, was like, hey, do you want to hop into Zan's stream? I'm like, well, I wasn't planning on it, but sure.
I got like 1,000 viewers right now. I'm trying to keep the train rolling.
As best you can. Well, enjoy your upcoming conversations and enjoy the rest of your stream.
Hell yeah. Have a good one, Suris.
I will try my best to.
Hell yeah. Laters.
Later.
Okay. Suris is a cool person. All right, I think I'm going to bring in Sean Head. You guys ready? Here we go. Here she
Welcome
comes.
to capitalism, my dude.
There we go. Shu, I've abducted you from the general chat.
Me?
Yep, I can hear you. How you doing?
Hey, hi. What's up? I have to preface this with the fact that I am extremely high right now.
I'm a little bit stoned as well.
Okay, I took a little corner of an edible, right? Like a medical edible. And I'm like sitting down editing, right? And the chat's like, come on Xanderhal's stream. He's shit-talking ThoughtSlime. And I was like, oh, I'm going on.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
I'm actually hitting the, I'm not going to take another hit because my girlfriend will kill me. But, she doesn't like it when I smoke weed on stream, but I'm hitting these little cartridges of concentrate. That's usually how I like to get nice and stoned. But so it seems like you become aware of the ThoughtSlime sex cult drama.
I have. So the first time I heard about this, ThoughtSlime's had me blocked for like, I don't even know, 2 years now, like a really long time. But the first time I heard about this was actually from him. And he was like, just started tweeting, like subtweeting you. I was like, who the fuck is he talking about? Who did this? And then he said Xanderhal in the reply to someone, and I'm like, what? The fuck? He's got a sex cult? What's going on? And I had to like go through internet telephone to like find out the truth. But
yeah. It's kind of weird that you know ThoughtSlime accused me of being so cool, you know?
I know, like, okay, my lore is like terrible. It's like either just bizarre or like really boring. Your lore is like cool. It makes you sound cooler than you actually.
Yeah. Oh, Zan, I hate you so much. You get lots of pussy.
You got laid.
Yell at him for it, my fans. Yeah.
See, I was saying you should just run with it. Like, make merch like. Proud member of the Xanderhal cult or Cult Xanderhal or something, and just fucking like run with the meme because
just
like,
unironically start a sex cult. Like, frankly,
it would be ironic at first, and then it just like, so you guys are still faking, right? Yeah, this is.
It's all still a meme, right?
Meme, yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain that there's some amount of people out there that would unironically actually join that.
Of course there would be. It's the
I think I could defend it in a debate, though. If I actually started a real, like, harem type deal with people that I met through, like, the internet space, I think, at least on an individual basis, I could probably defend those actions. I was actually really curious because I think you probably have more insight to this than anybody else, but a lot of the narrative going around about this whole drama has been about, like, a basic idea. Is it ever okay for a large content creator to enter a relationship with somebody of any kind, but especially like a sexual or romantic relationship, with somebody who's aware of, or God forbid, a fan of their online content? And I know that I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
Depends. If they're just like kind of like a passive fan, like, oh, I like their content or whatever, and maybe you like met them through Twitter, like talking to each other often or whatever. But if it's like a fangirl or like a fanboy, I think that's a little bit like, I don't know, taking advantage of that. Like there's a big power imbalance, but I think it depends on like how you met them, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think more so, something that worries me is that it feels like lately, especially because I've been foretelling for a while now that I think we're going on a full cycle back towards like a sort of, not a repeat, like everything's going to be the same, but almost like a soft reboot of how politics was from 2014 to 2016. I feel like or 2017. I think we're gonna see something not too dissimilar to Gamergate coming up pretty soon, and I feel like the behavior I'm seeing from people like ThoughtSlime is contributing to making the left resemble something more like what it did back during those days when there wasn't really all that good representation of lefty ideas. There was just constant, easy react bait on the part of like lefties everywhere, and I feel like ThoughtSlime is contributing to that right now.
Well, the environment's set up the same. We have a Democratic president, and like Obama was president when I first started doing YouTube and everything, doing, you know, SJW pwn shit. So it's the same. We're under Democrat rule right now. Biden's kind of being goofy and fucking up, but you know, like you are saying like, oh, ThoughtSlime's contributing to this. I don't think so. I think that's such a tiny little portion of it. Have you seen TikTok?
Oh God, yeah. I think TikTok's where it's really going to be happening for the most part.
Yeah, like there are very, you know, I'm not gonna, like, these are kids, most of them, but they're very cringe, doing cringe shit. And on TikTok, you have the React bros, right? Just like there was, like, Bearing and me and, like, all those people who, like, react to those cringy TikToks. And it's basically, like, the same thing happening over there. So, I don't know about YouTube, though. I don't know if that will happen. Not sure.
I think it depends on how YouTube handles their moderation. Like, obviously, like, I don't know if that type of content would even be monetizable anymore to the same degree. Like, the amount of abstraction that you have to do with your titles and the words you use in your videos now, like, in any video, to not just get demonetized to hell is insane. Like, I don't think a video called, like, feminist gets mad about man spreading on train, shits herself, and dies live on camera in 4K. I don't know if those types of titles would pass anymore on the internet. Though I will say, I really wish YouTube was still like that, even to this day. I know it'd be better for the right, but it would also be good for me because I'd really love to be a lot edgier.
Do it over?
Something that's so sad to me is that I was just too young to get involved in politics back when all of that was happening.
Yeah. You were like 16 or whatever? How old were you? Like,
so I'm 22 now. Generally, like, you could, like, halfway through the year, my age is the same as that year. The latter half of any year, my age is the same as that year.
Okay, that's fucking math, and I'm really high. Can you just tell me how old you are?
I was 16 back then. Yeah.
All right, there you go. That's hilarious. I was like 23, 24 when that all started.
People meme about it, but I feel like you look younger now.
I wore a lot more makeup back then. Like, I would do it all around my eyes. and now I just kind of do it on the top of my eyes, and like that wasn't a good look. Nobody told me it wasn't a good look though, and now I'm just like, why did I do that? Nobody told me. Like
wait, like the 2016 era?
Yeah, like further back than that. I think I started.
Further
better during.
Okay, because whenever I imagine like shoe on head, all I think of is like the wings.
Yeah.
I feel like it's always kind of what you've had down.
Yeah, I'll never stop doing the wings, but yeah. What the fuck were you talking about?
We're both high. Oh God, we're both so high. Oh no, and we both have ADHD. This is a nightmare. No. Oh God. Actually, speaking of which, I actually tomorrow have to call. I made my first ever appointment with like a therapist or whatever a few days ago, and I actually have to call to set up my first appointment, and I got diagnosed with ADHD when I was a kid, so I'm hoping to get like re-diagnosed and have that reaffirmed as an adult, and maybe get prescribed some medication for it, because I have like a huge issue with getting just thrown off topic when I'm talking on stream. It's ridiculous. So proud of you, Zan. Yeah, I did it, Cherry. I actually did it all on my own. Yeah. Wait, are you there, Shu? I think we lost her. See, this is why you got to get a PC. Can you turn Shu's volume up a bit? She's really quiet and you're louder in comparison. Really? It looked a bit more like balanced in the audio department on my screen. But yeah, I turned her up to like 9%. 9 more percentages.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. What happened?
I don't know. I think my internet just like pooped out.
Oh crap. I feel like you live in like New York, right?
Yeah.
In the city or in like the
Long Island, literally like just suburbia.
Okay. I always thought that you lived like in New York City. I don't know why.
Everyone always assumes that when you tell them that you're from New York, they're like, "Oh, do you see celebrities a lot?" Like, no. I'm just in the middle of like fucking nowhere.
Yeah, to be fair. Oh wait, my internet kind of died too. Huh, that's weird. Yeah, I guess I get sort of the same thing. I live like in the equivalent, I guess, which is like an hour away from LA. And I do sometimes get people asking like, how many celebrities do you see? Mm-hmm. Only I do I haven't seen any celebrities, but you do actually see a lot of them out here because you should visit Palm Springs someday. It's a nice place. It's just this like oasis city in the middle of the desert in this valley, and it's like I would be willing to bet that 30 to 40%, if not more, of the population are like older gay men.
Uh-huh. That's awesome.
It's a lot of like dual income, no children, like the gay couples out there. It's just really nice houses and stuff all over the place. And I hope to God that one day I'll make enough money from doing YouTube to afford one of those houses. Yeah, but that's the grind right now. Every time I go outside, like right across the street, I see these nice ass condos that all these old gay men live in, and I'm like, oh, one day I'm gonna make that dual income, no kids money from YouTube. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, right now I live with my parents since the pandemic hit. I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna move back in with them because I lived alone, like upstate New York for like almost 2 years. And the pandemic hit and I was like, alright, you know, I want to be with my family. And I've been here now for like 2 years, just like in my room.
That's smart.
Yeah, it's fun. I love my family though, they're based. But like, where I live, Long Island, it's like, you can't drive like 2 houses without seeing like a thin blue line flag. Like, it's all like cop lovers and like old fucking Republicans here. And it's just like hilarious. Like, when you think of New York, you think of like a blue state, but no, Long Island's like red as fuck. Everyone loves there's Trump flags all the time. We had a fucking Trump parade over the summer. It's so funny, but I don't know where I want to move next. I have no idea.
I've really enjoyed California. Ready for some tendies? Hell yeah, Lonnie. Yeah, I mean, so living with I want to actually acknowledge that for a minute, because I think this is something that some people in the audience might actually get something out of. There's absolutely nothing wrong with living with your parents if you have the opportunity. Yeah. I really wish I had that option. Unfortunately, I don't have that backed up plan, but like, being able to just like ideally have a place to live where you don't have to worry about paying bills and everything, because
I
God,
help them
paying
pay for some things, but
oh yeah, I imagine, but still, like if you have the opportunity to not have to pay bills, take it. Because being able to save up money for a while is great, because a lot of the time if you're working like paycheck to paycheck, which is like what 40, 50, 60% of Americans, too damn many, you're just not ever able to save any money. You've got no savings. And so sometimes it's good to live with your parents for a while and like or live with somebody for a while, not have to pay for anything and save money.
This is just Italian culture too. We basically just fucking generation and generation live in the same house.
My mom actually just like not today, like the day after yesterday or maybe yesterday gave me some Polaroids of my grandma, or not my grandma, my great grandma and my grandma in Italy. Or no, it was my great grandma in Italy. Yeah. I've got Sicilian. I'm Sicilian.
Oh, nice.
So
yeah, I have
pretty
some
dope.
Sicilian. I'm like Northern Italian. I'm like Florence, but
Florence is a nice place.
I'm the only one in my family who hasn't been to Italy.
I've never left America. One day I will. I just have to get
left America? Damn.
No, you got to get a passport and have money to do that.
That's true.
Like that's like expensive and is a long process. I am working on getting a passport though. It's just it does take a while. But eventually, like the first place I'm probably going to visit is probably going to be Mexico, and then after that probably Canada, and then I don't know where from there.
Mexico's nice. I went for my 21st birthday, which is stupid because you have to be like 18 to drink there, so it doesn't even matter. Anyway, I took like 2 shots in the Mexico hotel, and I fucking like threw up, and I was like, I'm never drinking again.
Oh, wait. That reminds me, I know it's not related to the sex cult drama, but I did a live event where I met internet people from real life over the weekend in Texas. Probably got COVID. I'm just waiting to wake up one morning with my lungs feeling like they're full of whipped cream. But I met some people. I met Destiny and Infrared in real life. I introduced myself to Infrared, but just I remember sitting in the audience watching them debate and just thinking, "Holy fuck! I can't believe they're real."
Yeah. We're like, whoa, they're real people. It's like crazy.
Welcome to capitalism,
I'm still not
dude.
over that.
I every single time. Okay.
Has donated
Every
$40 asterisk.
Whoa,
I'm drinking a Monster
Welcome
Energy.
to capitalism, my dude.
People are donating, yeah. I'm drinking a Monster Energy right now because I need to wake myself up a little bit. I need to sober up a little.
Oh, I don't even have one. I have to buy one.
Coffee helps too.
Yeah.
Coffee, like for me, kills a high almost instantly. Like it gets rid of it instantly. Even if I'm like sickly high, and I get sick from smoking weed. Like I get nauseous.
How many times have you thrown up on stream?
How many times from weed or how many times from alcohol?
Oh my god. Both.
Like 3 times, twice maybe? 3 times? Yeah, 3 times. Not, though, to be fair, one of those times I ended stream and then ran to my bathroom and didn't make it in time.
Oh god.
I think one of those times is counted as that. Or that might actually be kind of a 4th. I don't know.
I'm
just
so scared to stream. I'm gonna start soon. I'm just like,
I promise you vomiting on stream isn't a common occurrence.
Oh, no,
I just push
I'm
it
not
too
scared of
much.
Vomiting. Just in general, because it's like live. Anything could happen.
I'm like, well, there is a lot of worry about that, surprisingly. As long as you're careful, not much will like happen. Something you always want to do though is if you're going to Google anything or like go into any pages, you always want to switch to your full camera screen because you never know what could pop up. Like you don't know if some website has like your address saved in like your
So that happened to me. I was doing a brainlet thing during the primaries, and there was this pop-up ad that literally had my full fucking address in it. And I was like, nobody noticed, and it's gone now. But holy fuck, that was like, all right, Jesus.
Amazon Amazon has a tendency to dox people's names. A lot of streamers
Yeah.
have had their
Yeah.
names doxed. That's how Vosh got his name doxed. Was he brought an Amazon page up?
Yeah.
He was like looking for someone sent him a link to like a camera or a microphone. He opened it. It was an Amazon link right at the top of the page. His fucking name. Yeah, God, like meeting content creators that you know over the internet in real life is always so bizarre to me because, and I'm not referring to height here. I'm referring to like just the amount of area people take up is always feels bigger when you meet them in real life because when you see people and they're so tiny on your screen. So when you meet them in real life, it's like, oh my God, you take up so much more space than I thought you would.
Yeah. No, that's hilarious. I feel the same way. If, like, you've talked to them for a long time, though, it's almost no different than when you're online. But if someone who you barely talk to, it's like...
I don't know. I feel like the more you talk to them, the weirder it is. The only online content creators that I've met in real life so far would have to be Denims, Dylan Burns, Ben Burgess, Destiny. I didn't get to introduce myself to Infrared, which is sad, but I mean, I saw him. Infrared, I met some other... I'm trying to remember everybody else. Like, obviously, Actual Justice Warrior, Hake, T-Jump. T-Jump's really nice. He's a chill dude. Like, I met all those people, and overall, across the board, I was like, God, everybody looks, like, different in real life. I think I look better looking in real life. I
like seeing myself in a mirror. I feel like I look normal. And then in, like, pictures and videos and shit, I swear to God, the camera, like, steals my soul. And I'm just
because it's 480p.
Yeah, no.
It's a $30 camera. What do you expect?
I just mean, like, selfies and stuff. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I gotta, like, take a million selfies until, like, I like one. I fucking hate the way I look on camera. Which is like, why the fuck would I take this as a job? Yeah, but... No, I mean...
I have never, at least not since I was like 18, have I been all that self-conscious about my looks. It's just not something that's concerned me all that much. Particularly like once I became a streamer or a YouTuber, it's like I take a selfie of myself. If I think I look okay, then I post it. And for the most part, nobody's really going to talk that much shit. Though then again, the expectations for guys are quite a bit lower. You know, it's a little bit easier, you know, like I can just like brush let me tell you what I did to get ready for stream today. I woke up, I smoked a little weed to get rid of the morning headaches. Then I watched YouTube for 2 hours, scheduled my stream, played some Halo Infinite, brushed my hair, put on a shirt, kept on the same pajamas I wore to sleep last night, and brushed my eyebrows aside a little bit and started stream. There we go.
Simple. I have a feeling when I start streaming, I'm just gonna be trying less and less. I'm just gonna be like in my pajamas and like no makeup, like, hey guys, fuck it.
Eventually, you'll have to get to that point. Though, to be fair, like every woman streamer that I know about, that like makes content on a daily basis, even, holy shit, they like wake up at 6 a.m. to put on, like, because they have to wake up so early to get ready to, like, because there's so many expectations for women online, like, in terms of looks, to get ready for their stream. Like, not that she really does all that much, like, she just kind of, like, throws on some makeup whenever she gets ready for stream, whenever we had her here. But, like, when I met Denims, it's like, her schedule is, she wakes up at, like, 6 a.m., and it's like, well, okay, I mean, I guess, when you wake up, I'll go to bed. And whenever we had her over here, I was like, when you wake up, I'll go to bed, and you can just use my computer to stream on while you're here. Just absolutely, I'm on that degenerate schedule compared to most people.
No, I'm like a vampire. It's really bad. There was this time where I was like going to bed at like 8 a.m. every day.
I'm jealous. You can though. You get to though, because like I get to a lot more than most people do, but for me, I have to stream at a certain time. Like, I can't just stream at any time. I got to stream when people are awake. So I, at the very least, have to operate on a somewhat normal schedule. But you have, like, I assume, like, what you do is you upload prepared content, and then you have, like, Patreon and ad revenue. Yeah, you could technically just, like, operate completely nocturnally, and you're fine.
Yeah. Well, it's not good. Like, for health reasons, it's like I wake up and it's dark. That's fucking, like, sad. That's, like, depressing. Yeah, but I have like terrible, what is it, winter depression? I have depression in general, but it's like worse in the winter. So that's just like fucking awful. I can't live in the vampire world. I gotta like force myself to operate on a normal human time.
That's why you gotta move to like California or something. All right.
Yeah.
Like when I walk outside out here, right now it's winter here. To give you an idea, there is like usually not a cloud in the sky, so it's nice and sunny, like 60 to 75 degrees, and we're surrounded by mountains that are all snow-capped, but we're in the desert.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I went to Arizona for TPUSA. Arizona was so nice. The weather was weird though, because it was like sort of cool. Like the wind was cool when there was wind. Barely any wind. But it was, like,
Yeah, weather in the desert's bizarre.
Yeah. It was nice though. I'd move like somewhere like that.
Don't go to Arizona.
Why?
Like frankly, Arizona is well,
Shitty.
what the fuck is there to do in Arizona? Like
I don't know. What
like,
I don't do anything anyway. I literally just like chill in my house.
That is true. But I mean, you get the same effect as Arizona if you live like somewhere like well, you wouldn't want to live in LA, but somewhere like around LA. So you have like you're in proximity of like people that you'd probably want to be in proximity of if you're around LA, because if you're online and you do internet stuff online, you want to be near LA. Like Flagstaff, for example, apparently is a place near that. I don't know enough about California.
Yeah.
I've only lived here for like 2 years, and I'm acting like I know it. Like my job, I've literally left the house probably like 40 times in the last 2 years I've been here. Okay,
Yeah.
like maybe, well, more than that, but still. Yeah, but it's wild. I mentioned this earlier when I was covering the what was I covering? I think it was just talking about like how I think that we're gonna see another sort of Flagstaff is in Arizona. All right, well, you know, there it is. That's me not knowing my geography. I mentioned this earlier whenever I was covering something on stream and you were in chat, but when I was like 16 years old, I was watching your content and sort of like getting into politics from that. And now I'm like doing content myself and sort of and now you and I are friends, which is pretty nuts. And
there are like a few streamers like you that are like,
Welcome to
I grew up
capitalism,
watching you and now I'm a streamer.
Asterisk Young Neil Asterisk
like,
has donated
that's
asterisk
horrifying.
$50.
oh,
I'm like responsible for you now. Like, oh no, I created this thing.
I don't know if it's creation, but definitely influence, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd say probably for the better. I've talked about this on stream a few times. I think that, and I wish I could bring this up in hindsight with like a lot of the arguments I've had with people about this, but back during that time, they're just like the content that you were making back then was about as left-leaning as any sane content online that talked about politics outside of like Kyle Kalinske and the Young Turks.
I was just gonna say, so there was no like culture war people on the left. There were people who were covering elections and stuff like Kyle and the Young Turks, of course. But yeah, like when I think back, ContraPoints joined a little later on. There was nobody. There was me, Chris, TJ. Well, in the beginning, it was just TJ, Internet Aristocrat, Sargon, me, and like V and Mundane Matt. That was like it. And then Gamergate hit. And it was like an influx of people. It was like insane. But there was no one on the left that I could think of. Like nobody.
Yeah.
It was like Christy Winters. And we
not the best representative on that side of things.
Kevin Logan. A few other people.
Not very good then either.
We're still... Well, I don't know about Kevin. I don't know if he's on like a cool arc now, but...
Last I heard, he'd said or done something that I approved of.
Okay, well, I'll leave him out of this, but most of them are still terrible to this day.
Yeah, it's wild. I remember, like, my first and last interaction with Christy Winters was so wild. I think she'd said something like, sorry, I just chugged an entire monster. she'd said something negative about Bernie Sanders during the primary, something about Bernie Sanders fans being sexist or something like that.
Me and her, the whole primary, we were at each other's throats.
No, I remember. It was great. I was like arguing with her, and I said like, "Hey, would you like to come on stream and we can talk about it?" And then she said, "So you can do your moral grandstanding like Vosh or Sargon of Akkad. No, thank you," and then blocked me.
What?
Like weird two people to compare. Is it because they have beards?
My favorite right? My favorite Christy Winters quote during the primaries was fucking saying I was bad because like I didn't want wars, but she like framed it in the sense like, oh, she doesn't want to help the brown people or spread democracy. Spread democracy. That's what we're calling it. No, that was good. She doesn't want to spread democracy in Iran or whatever.
Why do so many people pretend like you can be a progressive and like America and still acknowledge that, you know, our military is perhaps a little bit,
yeah,
you know, overfunded, you know, maybe a little bit, maybe it goes a little too hard.
Yeah.
Maybe we're kind of doing a little bit of some imperialism around.
No.
Yeah, but
did you see her and Jake's fight? When Jake was like, "Do you want me to suck your dick?" to Christy, and she was like, "That's misogynistic."
Wait, actual Jake?
Actual Jake said to Christy, "What do you want me to do? Like suck your dick?" And she was
Wait,
like,
what's the context?
Sexist.
I'm so confused.
I have no idea. They were having a fight, and he was like, "What do you want me to do to like make it better or whatever?" And he like just awkwardly said that, and it was funny. And Christy was like, "That's sexist." Like offering to suck your dick that you don't have is I don't know. It was very funny.
I mean, if I were to guess by Christy Winter's logic, I'd assume that making a comment that's like, well, I guess it's not vaguely, but making a sexual comment, even if it's a obvious joke that is very clearly not to be meant in a negative context, is, I guess, inappropriate to say towards a woman who makes content. Just I don't know.
I don't know. It was funny though, and he was like, "What?" And then Jake, I think, cornered her and was like, "Can't like women?" I don't know. This is not the exact quote. I don't want to say she's transphobic or whatever. She's not. But she said something like, "Oh, like implied women can't have dicks," and like Jake was like, "How do you know that?" And she's like, "Do I have to get you a biology book or something?" And everyone was like, "Oh, okay, Kirsty."
Wait, did she get like turfy or like how?
People
bad
were
was
assumed
it?
she was getting turfy, but
okay.
she was probably just like having a boomer moment or something.
Yeah, I mean, like,
funny.
I wouldn't be. She like fits the demographic to be a TERF, but like
She
I don't.
looks like one. I know that sounds terrible to say.
Yeah, you can tell though, like.
Down.
You know how, like, you can kind of tell what someone's personality is just kind of by looking at them sometimes? You know, like, oh, bob haircut, that's a Karen. You know, you just know a Karen when you see them.
End before your forehead, I know your political opinions. You don't have to tell me them, basically. No.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's just a certain degree where you can kind of tell. And I feel like Christy Winters would fit there, but here's the thing. TERFs can never shut the fuck up about being TERFs.
Yeah.
So there's no way that after this many years we wouldn't know about it by now if she was.
Yeah. Nah, she's not a TERF. She's just a fucking liberal feminist. Just good for her. She's been keeping up the fight for years.
Honestly, like, I imagine she probably went through some pretty rough shit back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
To be real,
Oh,
like to be a left-wing figure back then.
Yeah, you were a lightning rod. There was
God.
Yeah.
I feel I am nostalgic for it sometimes because there was a certain like I don't want to say like ignorance is bliss necessarily, but there was a certain sort of ignorant bliss to the feeling of like, okay, it's like us versus the SJWs, you know, we're trying to preserve, like, we like edgy humor, we like to be able to, like, goof off and have a fun time, and we want to make sure that, like, we don't see, like, our favorite media get twisted and morphed into something different just for the sake of, like, appeasing a certain audience, not for the sake, like, it felt so much more, both, it almost felt fun, because it felt so low stakes, but now as an adult, it's like, encroaching worry of fascism,
Yes, exactly.
class divide,
So-
the goddamn wealth inequality, coronavirus. Like,
So, like, the thing I say with my channel is, like, I don't really, like, regret my old content unless it was, like, terribly, terribly bad, but all the videos now that are up, the biggest crime about them is how serious and passionate I am about the dumbest shit. I watch it, I'm like, why the fuck did I care this much? But it's like the goofiest shit, but, like, at the time, we all really, really cared about it. It was, like, really important. Because, I don't know, was anything else even happening? Like, what was going on back then?
like I said before, I think that like a lot of people nowadays are forgetting what it was like back then. They don't remember like what the political scene back then looked like. And your content, you, Chris, and at least as far as what comes to mind, I think there were some other figures that made like content, and I don't want to say the skeptic community, we'll just say anti-SJW side of YouTube, to be as broad as possible, that were also pretty left-leaning and like pretty distinguished from like Sargon, for example.
Yeah.
I think there was Second Clancy, I was a pretty big fan of. He was pretty cool. Like there were a few other people, but for the most part, I think you and Chris Raygun were the largest. And I feel like you and Chris, mostly you nowadays, ironically considering it's from the left and, you know, it's particular amount of harassment being sent towards you and you're a woman, and Chris, you know, made basically the same content back then. And yet he doesn't seem to get that much shit anymore. So I'll point out the irony
out
there.
of politics, that's the thing.
That's true,
I'm
yeah.
like
He doesn't really get
diving head
involved.
first into it, and Chris just kind of like, sometimes he'll make a political thing, or like a joke or whatever, but most of it, he's just like kind of a video game guy now, which is good.
Yeah.
His content's good, but...
Thank God he escaped before, well, it was fun. He escaped before politics stopped being fun.
Yeah.
I remember like the self-deprecating humor and the I want to die humor from the like that age of content, talking about like I want to die at a feminist BuzzFeed video. 2022 comes around. Now you really want to die. Now it's not a joke anymore.
It's not a joke anymore, exactly. No, but it's just so funny, like, it was innocent, when, like, you watch these videos and it was, like, innocent, because it was, like, okay, first of all, why the fuck did they push, like, the man-spreading shit so much? Remember that? People who weren't around back then probably don't know this, but that was everywhere, and it's, like, what was that? Was that a psyop? Were we psyoped?
I feel like it could have been, but I genuinely believe that at that time, on the internet, the predominant, like, left-wing audience online was, like, the Tumblrites. Like, it was a very, like, Tumblr-esque, like, area of the internet, and I think at that time, they're just... like, that age of content online favored edgy humor. Like, that was the iDubbbz Filthy Frank era of the internet. So just being progressive in the first place, you're going to be more sensitive to that type of stuff. And the content creators who were on the left that came out, like, you know, I don't need to list them, but like Milo Stewart, Riley J. Dennis, for example, like when they came out and made content, there was a perception that they were arguing against the right for people to engage in like edgy humor or to have their freedom of speech, etc.
Yeah,
At least that was the perception.
Yeah. No, these people were like lightning rods, like Riley and Milo, Stewart. Because, like, at the time, it was like, we see these people all the time all over the internet. But it was, like, rare when we'd, like, make videos. And it was like, holy shit, you're the stereotype we're mad at. Like, fucking get 'em. And, I feel so... like, Milo and Riley and all that shit, that's the one thing. Like, I regret going after, like, these people. I never went after... Well, I kind of did. I never made, like, a whole video about it, though, but I would, like, talk about them. And, I remember the one thing I regret is just, like, going after them and being, like, you know, like, what even are you? Like, there's only 2 genders. Like, alright, bitch, chill out. Like, so I winded up, like, apologizing to Riley, Milo, and Zoe Quinn, like, personally, But like everything else, like that I've done, like that shit it just didn't age well because now it's like lame jokes. But that shit was annoying that we laughed at. If
Yeah,
you
I mean,
watched
like,
it, the shit was fucking annoying. I don't regret laughing at that.
Genuinely, like we, like you were here for it, but like on stream, we all went back and watched some of the like stuff that Chris Raygun and Shu made fun of back in the day, and like, I mean, it was bad. The stuff they were reacting to was bad. Like, it's worth
they didn't
calling
even
out.
try. It's like, what is
Yeah.
this? And there
The
was
fact
no,
that
like,
manspreading was ever a thing the left like pushed as a serious problem is
and
embarrassing
it
to
was
me.
like everywhere too. It wasn't just like, oh, you know, because like nowadays, if we see something cringe, it's just like, oh, it's over in a day. Because we see like 10 cringe things happen every day. We're like overstimulated now. But back in the day, it was like, yeah, this manspreading thing is now going on for 2 years. You like can't escape articles, videos. It's like, I don't know. I think it was just a CIA psyop to weaken the left to make room for Trump.
I'm actually curious because I've got a lot of people watching right now, so somebody's got to know for sure. The video, does anyone have a link to the video? It's like Russian, supposedly it's Russian feminists throwing watered down bleach onto men's crotches who are manspreading on the subway. I remember hearing that it was faked.
Yeah, it was fake.
Yeah, okay, because I know like a ton of people covered it, but I don't know if you covered it, but I know a bunch of people covered it, and like the litmus test that I ended up having in hindsight on who I thought was like acting in good faith were the people who like went back and corrected themselves or took their previous videos down on that. Like I remember that was like a
so I remember debunking it. And Armored Skeptic, my ex, made a whole video about how it was fake.
Oh yeah, that was how I learned it was fake.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, I watched this video, yeah.
Yeah, so we were on top of that. We knew it was fake, but a lot of people fell for it. It was very embarrassing. But
yeah, but it's like the fact
it wasn't
that
out of the norm though. Like that was something that would have happened.
That was something that was not that was so in the realm of possibility in our minds that we're like, seems legit to me at this point. Fucking hell. The manspreading thing was wild. You know what was like a really stupid talking point that I would hear a lot? That was like the left was just tossing around constantly. That was so goddamn bad. Was the I'm trying to remember what did they call it? It was a maybe you remember. It was it had to do with like the Bechdel test, I think, where like there was this argument being like the Bechdel test like on a surface level can be fine, but like there was this thing that was being pushed back then where like any movie that doesn't have that it's a sexist movie, and I was like, don't say it's a sexist movie, just maybe you could use that to point out that like, hey, you know, look at how often two male characters talk to each other about Yeah, I hate how the left, or I guess the left back then online, not so much anymore, sometimes though, I really dislike the strategy of that thing you like is bad and you're a bad person for liking it. I don't know why they've been, like, that's just been the go-to strategy, but that just, people don't like that. Even Anita Sarkeesian said it's okay to like a piece of media, recognize it's problematic, and criticize it. You know, I'm actually curious. What are your thoughts on? I know you apologize to Zoe Quinn, so I assume that your thoughts on them are probably positive. But what are your thoughts on Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn? Just I guess 5 years later, 6 years later now.
Zoe Quinn, I actually talk to sometimes. They're pretty chill, and like. We talk about Gamergate, actually, which is funny. Anita Sarkeesian, I still really don't like her, but I haven't seen anything from her in a few years. Like, I liked her partner, I don't know if they were dating or whatever, John McIntosh. He was funny back in the day, but like, like, to like make fun of her or whatever. But he actually has a channel now, I don't know if he's still uploading on it, and he would like critique media, and he did like a really good video on like, male rape jokes, like prison rape jokes and stuff.
I remember here. So the channel you're talking about is really good. I forget what it's called, but really good video like media review content. I remember him from Full Macintosh. I think this is like Chris Reagan that did the meme. Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh! You just went full Macintosh. Yeah, I remember that. That's what like immediately.
Had terrible takes. He was like the quintessential like male feminist ally back in the day. Yeah, he was pretty bad. He was like he talked about how like he went to see like Superman versus Batman or something in theaters. And he was like disturbed by the masculine energy or something. I forgot what it was. It was really dumb. But that was like his YouTube is okay though.
Nowadays, no guy on Twitter would ever dare to tweet something so soy.
No.
As like I watched this movie and the masculine energy was too much for me.
See, okay, we did our job. Come on, now people are scared to be called soy if they have terrible takes.
I think naturally
our job is done here.
I think like I'm worried like that so many people on the left, especially younger people on the left, like on TikTok particularly, they are, you know, how like if they're 13 to 14, like the age where you're likely to be pulled to any side of a very radical political thing. So TikTok right now is obviously churning out a shit ton of super radical young left-leaning people and a shit ton of super radical young right-wing people. Those motherfuckers were not alive for Gamergate, or they were alive for it, but they were not human beings basically around the time of Gamergate. They don't know like what happened back then, and I feel like it's going to lead to a very similar set of events occurring all over again, sort of in a cycle. And I was like actually curious overall what your thoughts were on that.
So like you think like a big event is going to happen, it's going to be like a Gamergate but on TikTok or something?
Not TikTok. I think
I know what you mean, just like the internet.
I think right now the most analogous thing to Gamergate going on right now is probably the Twitch like streamer stuff going on right now, particularly with like Pokimane and female streamers. I think the whole idea of like female streamers lying to their simps to get money, yada, like that has pushed. I feel like that's warped internet culture a lot. You're constantly hearing about that. I feel like something involving that could be the push. Like all it would take would be like the right scandal with Pokimane or like Valkyrie or something, and boom, you've got yourself a new Anita Sarkeesian. That's my theory.
I think that might happen. I mean, if it does, you better get on that and have some good takes that will be better than like our old takes, I guess. You know what I mean? Like cover
as far as takes go, like here's the thing that a lot of people don't remember, because even like people on the left now who don't remember what things were like back then criticize you and especially you for this. But like look back to like 2015, 2016, most people on the left didn't even agree that there were more than two genders, okay? Yeah. Like that was just a radically insane idea to have. If you believe there were more than two genders, you were a SJW full stop, because how could there be more than two genders? How? Like the idea of gender and sex being different things would never even come to mind. It's just so intuitively, it just makes so much sense to say that's something evidently ridiculous. That information, that knowledge that we now know as to, you know, why there could be like non-binary people and that's a valid thing, that just wasn't really evidently available to a lot of people back then. Now it is, like, but you know.
The funniest thing was, I would say it too, one of the funniest like, what the fuck is non-binary thing was always like, how are you a they? You're not multiple people. Like, you fucking idiot. Like, you use singular they all the time, and literally it was ContraPoints, actually. We hung out in real life, and she was non-binary at the time. And, like, I talked to her, and she kind of explained it in a way I got. But, yeah, there was... people were very confused about that.
Yeah,
that was, like, a new thing. It really was. And people were just like... Well, I believe in two genders, and I believe that there's trans men and trans women, but that there's no such thing as a third gender.
Yeah, that was the common talking point back then, and it reminds. That's what, and I'm saying it. History repeating itself. The xenogender discourse reminds me so much of that. I don't know.
Like, yeah, honestly, I don't know about the xenogenders. I don't know how some of those things can be implemented into real life. But if someone wants to be called it or Z or whatever, I'll call them it. But I think that one's a little different, honestly, because we already use they them in English. We already do it all the time. Someone dropped their wallet. You don't know whose wallet it is. You're still they. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
like,
calling a human it's, I think that's gonna take some time.
Yeah, I think like the super radical gender abolitionist sort of idea is probably sort of inevitable. I don't feel like human society, if we're going to ever reach luxury gay space communism, I feel like by the time we've gotten to that Star Trek future, there's just like the concept of gender as we know it, not sex, but gender as we know it, I feel like maybe eroded to a degree where we have a whole different conception of identity. Maybe it's more of a nickname type of thing, right? Something more individualistic.
Wouldn't all the different pronouns and stuff start making boxes for other genders, though? I feel like if you're a gender abolitionist, you'd almost be against this in a way, because it's like basically you're making more, quote, genders instead of like getting rid of them. So like some people I know some non-binary people who almost feel like they have to be a certain stereotype to come off as non-binary, like they have to, look androgynous or whatever. So I've always thought, like, are these things making people fit in more boxes instead of less? It's an interesting thought. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I've wondered about that a lot too, and I guess the understanding that as far as I've been explained, the idea behind it is more so to allow people the freedom to ascribe themselves more broad, sort of like, for example, like you could use that same logic on like non-binary people, like, oh, you say you're you're non-binary, or you're not, like, you don't fall into the gender spectrum, but now you're just basically a third gender. You go by they them, you use different pronouns, and you go by non-binary. Isn't that just basically a third gender now? So what do you try? Like, yeah, people, you could use that logic there too. Here's the thing about gender. It's stupid and makes no sense because it's something that we made up. It's something that we made up when we were monkeys exploring the savannah, and our only concept of human biological sex was looking at the baby that was just born in our tribe, seeing whether or not it had a penis or a vagina, and then just having the base concept of, okay, well, the humans born with penises tend to be stronger than the ones born with vaginas, so we'll designate work roles and whatnot based on that. That's more or less how it came about, and it's not very consistent, and it doesn't really make sense.
All right, let me ask you this question. This is interesting. I talked about the chat with it, the Twitter chat. All right, if a straight person, like let's say a straight man, a straight man dates a non-binary person who presents as femme. Does that make the straight man pan?
I joked about this for a while. So pansexual means that you are attracted to more gender identities than yourself. So like or than the one that you identify, than the opposite gender identity than yours, at least from my understanding. Generally, pansexuality tends to assume that you are also attracted to your own gender. But for the most part, I think if you're like a straight guy and you're attracted to women and like AFAB, femme, NBs, then I think you can just kind of go along the lines of straight, right? Because clearly, when you're not attracted to women because they go by the pronouns
do you think your
woman.
Non-binary person would like be offended if you went as straight and they were trying to be like non-binary and they were like, no.
I think that it would be
Sorry,
really
I'm really
worrying
high,
to
so
me.
this is like...
No, I love this. I'm high too.
High
This is perfect. This is the best conversation to have while I'm high.
Right.
I think that if you're if you want to be in a relationship with somebody and they are offended by your identity, your sexual like identity, and they say you thinking that you're straight because despite you being attracted to me and I'm non-binary, that bothers me. If they have such a problem with like how you identify sexually speaking, that seems like a red flag to me.
Yeah,
I feel like this
that's
is
just like a bad relationship. I was just trying to
I know, yeah.
Think about.
On a philosophical level, I'd say that most when we talk about human attraction, whether or not someone's straight or gay or pan or whatever, we just like how people conflate sex and gender in the discussion of like the trans issues, I think they do the same thing when it comes to sexuality. I think that for the most part, people are attracted to like sex more than they are gender, and like I think. Or even certain characteristics like femininity or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think that like AFAB NBs who present femininely probably are like, yeah, I mean, straight guys would obviously be attracted to me. I present femininely, and that's generally what they're attracted to. It's not like I'm not attracted to women because they go by she, her pronouns. Like, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I was just wondering. It's interesting. But technically, I'm pan. I hate this thing where it's like, all right, here's my hottest take. Bi and pan are the exact same shit. Just pick which flag you want, basically. Because, like, bi people... Like, I don't know a single bi person who's like, no, I wouldn't date an NB. Like, I don't know. I would date someone who is non-binary. Does that make me pan? Like, I don't know. It's, like, the same shit to me. But I choose the bi flag just because I think it's cute.
Yeah, but bisexuality sort of seems to presuppose that gender is a binary. Like there is only two options, you know, like
so do you
woman
think
or man.
eventually it's going to be like problematic to identify as bi?
Yeah, I don't think it should be. I don't think it should be, but yeah, I mean, of course it will be one day. Like if there's going to be a point where like I think that you're going to see like a pushback against like the trans community online one day having to do with like you're going to see like you know how like TERFs that are lesbians will say things like we don't want trans women in our spaces trying to intrude on our identity or whatever. I feel like you're going to see the same thing but with bisexual people versus like trans people saying that like or non-binary people insisting that bisexuality implies the existence of a binary.
Interesting. I've seen some people talk about that. Very little, like old Tumblr screenshots basically, but I haven't really seen anyone pushing to that. Knock on wood, inshallah, it doesn't happen. I will really dislike that battle.
I feel like things I really hope that we do see that wave that I was talking about, because I want to see how it goes differently this time around when there actually are left-wing people on the internet making content that are at least somewhat, you know, able to defend their positions, you know, because the talking point was always that the left was too afraid to debate. And frankly, that was true. Like outside of like maybe Sam Cedar and whatnot. And like maybe I know Michael Brooks, I think, debated. Like I know that obviously Ben Burgess debates, and they've been around for a while. But like besides like them, and they don't do the culture war shit. The narrative was always the left is too afraid to debate.
And then
until
fucking Bosch and you and all these people happened. And then you see all the skeptics from years ago who would be like, oh, the left's too afraid to debate. Now, like, we're not going to debate BreadTube because we're not going to give them the attention. It's like, all right, so all that was bullshit. Good to know. Yeah.
You'll notice, by the way, if you look at the trends for just about every single left-wing, like BreadTube, whatever left-tube channel, around the time when Sargon and Styx, Hex, and Hammer and all that basically ceded the victory to like Vosh on all that and said, we're not debating BreadTube after they got blown out. Around that time is when all of the left tube channels and just BreadTube generally seemed to peak. And I think that was probably where like I think the left was on top in terms of the online culture war type deal. And I think now we're starting to see the pendulums shift, and I think it's going to go back. I think we're going to see another you know, runaround of that again. I think we're probably going to see
this time I'm fucking ready though. And not an idiot.
Next I think how old is Nina Turner? Can she run yet? Do you think she's gonna run in 20 like 20
I
well
hope
it'd have to be 2028.
I hope someone who's not fucking Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris runs. Or people it's gonna be one of them. It's gonna be fucking one of them. John Ossoff's pretty cool. He's like young and like he's a fucking
Ossoff seems cool, yeah.
He's just like kind of a regular like Dem, but like I don't know. I'd rather him than Pete Buttigieg. Like,
yeah. Have I told you about my? I feel like you and I could really just have a great laugh about my mom. She is just the textbook definition of a liberal. Okay, just the textbook definition of a liberal wine mom. It's insane.
My mom's just like a boomer Democrat. so was my dad, sort of. My mom, like, voted for Hillary because she's like, you know, we should have a woman for president. Like, there would be less war. Like, okay, mom. And then my dad is the kind that, like, voted for Bernie in the primaries and then voted for Trump. That's just
Yeah.
yeah. But this time he voted for Biden. They both voted for Biden. But
I'm not surprised by that. I feel like your dad was just like, God, no one who's establishment.
yeah,
They're just,
like
yeah.
he was like me though, like,
Yeah.
but like,
That was like the idea back then. There was just so much after 8 years of Obama and just the Democratic establishment just
mad.
absolutely throating Obama's cock no matter what he did, no matter no matter how much shit he did wrong. Like it pissed off a lot of like more progressive lefties, Sean Head and Chris Reagan included. I know I'm speaking for them right now.
Yeah.
And that led to like this very, very anti-Hillary Clinton sort of vibe, even among a lot of left-wing people, especially among Bernie's voter base, of which, you know, Shu and Chris fall into.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I hate her. She's a fucking demon. She smells like sulfur.
She is probably a demon. She smells like sulfur.
Yeah. No, I was in DC actually, like 2 days ago. I stayed in the Trump Hotel with my friends.
You did?
Yeah, it's technically not owned by him anymore, but it's still the Trump Hotel.
Yeah, they just have the name on there.
And yeah, like literally right across the street was the Capitol. And every night I like woke up with like a coffee, just looking at it like, soon it shall fall. Like
No. Wait. Not on my stream. Not on my stream.
I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that. No, I was just like, fuck, these people suck in there. But it was fun. It was a lot of fun. The Trump Hotel's so fucking like bougie and gaudy for like no reason. And it was like the hotel from The Shining. Nobody was there. The halls were like quiet and empty. Everything had fucking gold on it.
Didn't you like tweet loving the view of the brothel across the street?
Yeah, it's a fucking brothel full of corporate whores. That's what I called it. No offense to the brothel women. They do a great job. They should not be compared to politicians. I am so sorry.
True. Honestly, sex work is a more respectable profession than YouTube and streaming for sure.
Oh yeah.
I'm saying it.
Yeah.
All right, that's my hot take.
Are you kidding me? Yeah.
And I'm pretty 99.9% of sex workers work harder than I do at this fucking job, okay?
Yeah.
Ask Shu if she likes the Book of Boba Fett. Have you seen the Star Wars show?
No, I have not.
I've seen the first episode.
Is it good?
It's all right. I mean, it doesn't really like hold my attention. It's like you want it to be a lot like The Mandalorian. That's what I think a lot of people hope for.
The Mandalorian, yeah.
Because The Mandalorian's great. It's like The Mandalorian, but about 5 times as boring.
Mm-hmm. That's not
so, yeah, it's not good. Like The Mandalorian's pretty slow paced, but it's like the perfect amount of slow pace to like action. Book of Boba Fett turns it down a bit too much for me.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. So the sex cult. How's it going?
Yeah, we're actually working on building the mansion now.
Yes.
Yeah, and the hot tub and the Olympic-sized swimming pool is currently under construction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually going pretty well.
No, I just saw LonerBox in chat, and I gotta say to LonerBox, I blocked him like months ago because I just like assumed that he was someone else. I thought he was like some right-wing person from years ago because someone had a very similar username. I was like, oh fuck this guy, he's back, and I blocked him. So I'm sorry, LonerBox, I unblocked him. And I was like, Vosh was like watching one of his videos one day. I'm like, oh wait, this is a different guy. Oh shit. So
a case of mistaken identity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is really, really nice to have like a chill stream and just have people on chat. I've really enjoyed this. I'm glad. Thank you for coming on. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Because some people wanted me to bring Fawn in. ThoughtSlime, yeah. Is there any any memes?
Just really quick. So like, all right, I haven't liked ThoughtSlime for a very long time, and I'm very glad that everyone's dunking on them now because I was holding it in. I was like, oh, everybody likes this person. He acts all wholesome. I'm not gonna dump him. That fucking channel's like watching Blue's Clues for leftists. You guys like? I just like like every fucking video is like, hello, my goofy goobers, gubble of a dub dub. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck are you saying? And every other joke is like, awkward. It's like, oh, I hate this shit. Anyway, sorry, I just need to say that.
Yeah, ThoughtSlime's sense of humor really does encompass everything I hate about the left, and like the sense of and lefty humor.
It's like when someone's like, you can be PC and funny, check this out. It's like the most unfunniest shit you've ever seen. But like, yeah, that's ThoughtSlime, so that's all I had to say about that.
Shu being ableist? How?
How the fuck am I?
Although,
Why?
to be fair, criticizing ThoughtSlime is ableist.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, is that just... Yeah, no, that's funny.
Well, I really appreciate you coming on today. It's been pretty pog. If you, in the future, if you want to come on and talk about, like, because I'm sure that we could probably set up, like, a specific topic that we could discuss.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever want to come on for, like, a more official, like, I guess, it doesn't have to be an interview, but discussion in the future on a specific topic, like, even what people have been, like, begging me in my comments to do is, like, a video where you and I go on, like, a nostalgia trip over, like, old stuff from, like, the classic, like, Gamergate days.
I would love to do that. I can find videos. I can find good ones.
Yeah, people have been begging me for that. That could be a really good stream.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's been really fun having you on. I think hold on. Yeah, I think somebody wanted me to bring on Fawn next, Fawn Child in the chat. But yeah, I really appreciate you coming on. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of your high.
Yes, I have to go work now. So yeah.
Alrighty.
All right,
Well,
bye
have a good one,
guys.
Shu.
Bye Zen, bye chat.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. That was a fun combo. Oh, they sent her in. Hello, Fawn.
Hello. Sorry, I had to mute all the stream and all the things.
Yeah, it happens. It's all good.
My ADHD brain. I've got like a Twitter chat open, Discord, your stream, reading chats on YouTube and on your website. So, hello.
Hi, I'm also quite distracted by many chats and things on my screen, and my ADHD, which I'm not going to get into because I talked about it earlier, is definitely not enjoying it. But yeah, how's your day going? Or is it nighttime? I don't know what time it is on the other side of the planet.
It's currently 3 p.m. for me.
It is 6 p.m. for me.
Hey, except it's Friday for me, so time travel. I'm still in the future.
Oh yeah, it's Thursday for me. I was about to say, wait, that doesn't sound right. Am I in?
That doesn't sound right.
Am I in the ocean, like a few 100 miles away, like to the east? Well, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, people are like, oh, I'm like ahead of time in you. I'm like, no, bestie, I'm literally in the future right now. I'm living on Friday.
Does that work with like TV and game releases? Like, does it being a day ahead for you ever mean that like, oh yeah, it's the 17th here, so Spider-Man No Way Home comes out a day earlier here than in America? It does?
So not all. It didn't used to. It didn't used to. So like when I was little, I remember America would get everything like a few weeks before us. But like now, I think they try and do like rolling releases of stuff. So when that happens, we actually do get like I think I saw Spider-Man on like not the midnight release, but like the same day, and that was like it was only just coming out in America. So it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I know that like there's a bunch of countries that just maybe they don't uphold the embargoes like to the exact day maybe. But like you start seeing leaks of movies like that on YouTube and popping up on the internet like a day before it comes out. And it's theater leaks. It's like people recording in packed theaters. So I always just kind of figured, and I'm glad to have that confirmed, whether or not like other countries get to watch the movie before we do.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know anything about that because I've never done a bad thing in my life ever. So I would never, ever watch something illegally.
Oh, never. I obtain all my games and movies and media that I want to watch for free extra legally.
Yeah, totally. No, genuinely, I don't know how to illegally download stuff. I was one of those shitty teenagers that was just like, I don't know how to do things for myself. So like all the nerdy guys around me would do it for me. It's pretty yikes of me, to be honest.
Yeah, people in chat wanted me to ask, did you come here today to discuss the ThoughtSlime sex cult drama?
Yeah, well, I was just very interested because I didn't actually know anything about it until I saw the stream title. Because I've actually watched ThoughtSlime for quite a while, and have been like, I really did enjoy their videos. Like, I was like, oh, I think that a lot of these takes are, I mean, obviously Shu mentioned that they're very like simplified, but also I was like, these takes are pretty based. Hey, like, you know, seems like a chill leftist with like the head on straight, you know, good takes in general. And then to just see this something just completely devolve into claiming you have a sex cult because you, like, I don't know, maybe knew some people from chat before you became friends with them. Like, I'm a little bit confused, honestly.
Yeah, I can do like a Cliff Notes summary of the situation.
Yeah, that'd be great.
If you, in fact, the way that I, like, the story is pretty easy to put together if you look at the evidence, like, itself, even, without, like, even having to hear my side of the story. So I'll DM you the document that I put together with nearly, like, 100, I think. Oh, wait, I don't have you friended on Discord. Here you go. Yeah, here's the, here's a link to a photos album I did on Google of the evidence and screenshots of everything that happened in this drama.
Oh God, I love manifestos.
It's not a manifesto, it's just a collage of screenshots.
Yeah, but I just love the receipts, like, dang.
Yeah, I like everybody else involved in the drama helped me out in collecting screenshots. Thankfully, like, there was just so much eyewitness testimony to confirm that, like, nothing that I was alleged of was true, as well as, like, the evidence. So thankfully, I was able to sort of get the heat off of me at the time when the drama happened back in 2020. But it did still really tarnish my reputation pretty hard because ThoughtSlime's a much larger figure than me. And you know, I was like 20k subs back then, and it really did like slow down my channel growth for a while, and it sucks to be slandered essentially.
So this has been going on for a while, like, clearly.
Yeah, ThoughtSlime initially levied the allegation against me in, I would guess, like, May of 2020. And by the end of May 2020, ThoughtSlime went from Xanderhal has a sex cult to no, it's not dishonest hyperbole to say that Xanderhal has a sex cult to, okay, the victim, we'll say in quotes, reached out and said that my characterization of it being a sex cult was inaccurate, but I still stand by saying Xan is an abuser or is sexually abuses fans, sorry.
Oh my God.
And then has now flipped and rolled it back to today, apparently, to it was just poor wording, and now my fans are harassing them over semantics. So yeah, that's basically been ThoughtSlime's.
I hate semantics.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think it's semantics between, like, Xanderhal has a sex cult and Xanderhal doesn't have a sex cult. I don't think that's semantics, but
I think the sex cult's more like a meme, right? Like, it's the more serious allegations would be like, do you abuse your fans and use your power to seduce fans, which is just like, a little bit.
Yeah, that's the core, I guess, of the issue that a lot of people have with me, I guess, but it's sort of built on some false assumptions. So yes, the people who were involved were all women, and yes, I guess we were to a degree, not all of us, because obviously there was someone who was there was lesbian, wasn't attracted to me, and she was trans, which goes against something that Spooky, the girl who made the accusations, and we'll get to that in a minute, claimed. Like, she ended up claiming, I forgot to mention this before, chat, she ended up claiming that no trans women were allowed in the harem, we'll put in quotes.
Oh.
But one of the members of the group was a trans woman who is a lesbian, and there's a very unfortunate couple of screenshots in that document of her explicitly flirting with this person in question and referencing the fact that she is trans. So that was just an outright lie that I forgot to mention before. But yeah, that was a good one. But basically, sorry, could you repeat what you said before? I've got ADHD.
No, it's okay. I'm just scrolling, scrolling through all the receipts, I guess. Dang, it's tasty. Holy crap! They're
pretty spicy. Yeah.
These people do not. I'm just confused. Like, so why did does ThoughtSlime have any like connection to this person, or
No.
were they just like trying to shit on basically a smaller content creator?
So at that time, ThoughtSlime was in some fairly heated drama with Vosh, I believe, and my association with Vosh kind of meant that I was sort of in the crossfire as well, and so
he hates Vosh. I didn't know that.
So it seems like long standing hatred between them, and so eventually, I guess when ThoughtSlime saw the opportunity to like really hit my reputation a bit, they took it.
Yeah, I see that. Oh my god.
I did a whole video telling the story and everything like that. So like if you really want to do like a deeper like dive into it and get like a more refreshed and like I tell the story in flash screenshots on the screen that back up everything I say as I go. So it's just a better put together and more organized version of the story.
A manifesto.
We love manifestos here on Twitch.
Oh, you have to do it. I mean, even for like my stupid ban on Twitch, I had to go through and get so many screenshots and so many timestamps just to like show Twitch that the reason like that they banned me was a false report, you know?
Didn't they send you like a sorry package as well?
No, that was a joke. People took it really seriously though.
Oh.
So basically all Twitch partners got like sent this email like last year. It's like, oh, we want to send like a Christmas present to like all Twitch partners or whatever. So like if you give them a postal address, then they just send like everyone like the same package. And so like I got mine after my ban because it takes ages to send anything to New Zealand. And so I was like, man, it'll be really funny if I'm like, oh my gosh, they just sent me this to like, and like sent a note and said like, so sorry, because that's a thing that like Twitch would never ever do. And I thought that everyone would get it because I didn't post a photo of the note, but then I realized that people were taking it seriously, and I'm like, oh, I feel bad now. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for tricking people.
I actually fell for it, unironically, but that is actually pretty funny. That was a good prank.
Just a meme. I have nothing left to lose, you know?
Yeah. You got me, though. It got me. I will say, though, because you mentioned this earlier and I didn't get to it, and I just remembered it. You mentioned before, like, the core of the accusation that ThoughtSlime was making was that I was having some sort of sexual relationship with fans, and that I could be leveraging my popularity or, like, the parasocial relationship between me and that person for sexual favors. And, I think this comes from the fact that, like, I met them in my fan Discord. Like, but at that point, like, I assume you've probably started to see this as you've gotten larger. I assume do you cover politics fairly frequently?
No, I actually don't.
Oh.
I'm a fake. No, I don't. I generally find it quite stressful to invite that kind of conversation in my own chat. So I prefer just to have like more casual conversations, and like sometimes I'll dip into politics, but not too much because I just can't handle too many people yelling. But I like it's something that I'm very interested in. Obviously, like I'm very like politically minded and try and keep up with watching lots of political streamers and like to see what's going on, especially like as I've moved further and further to the left, because I used to be like anti-SJW, like all of that sort of stuff, and I kind of came through the pipeline and now I'm a radical leftist. But I think I've been on political panels because I think that it's really important to be able to show people that politics isn't like just for like straight white men.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, or even just like just Americans talking about politics. Like,
yeah. Oof. I mean, like, people ask me to talk about foreign politics. I'm just like, I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. Like, I think it's totally fair for people to talk about that. But I'm like, that's why I used to like going on political panels, because I could be like, well, actually in New Zealand we do things like this, because I think that people don't understand, like, like why, you don't necessarily pay attention to what's going on, especially in like the little countries all over the world. But yeah, that's kind of my thing. Sorry, I interrupted you as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the misconception, I guess the reason why I brought that up was because when you're a political content creator, your Discord server, if you have one, if it's a public like fan Discord, once you reach a certain size, stops being a fan Discord for you and starts to become just a generally like a left-wing political server. And you're just going to get a lot of people in there who don't even watch your content, but are just in there because they're aware that's a Discord full of like-minded people that they want to hang out with. So the people who are involved in this drama weren't fans of me, because I'm sorry, no offense to you guys in the chat, but when I talk to a fan of me, and I mean like a fan of me, generally it can be a little bit stressful, okay? It can be a little bit stressful because, they're really, really interested in you. They really, really want to like hear everything you have to say. They really want to talk to you. And, I understand that feeling. I've been there before, okay? Trust me, I've really been there before.
Yeah, I was
and I'll be there in the future.
Before, like in chat, and I'm like, yeah, I could never talk to her one-on-one and not like fangirl,
I will say, I'm pretty proud of myself for not fanboying about it, because I've been a fan of Sean Head since I was 16 years old, and now I'm 22.
Yeah, way to make her feel old.
I know, I felt so bad about that. I felt so bad. But, like, legitimately, though, I mean, it hasn't been that long. Like, 16 to 22 isn't that long of a time.
It is long, like, maturity-wise.
Yeah.
But otherwise, not so much. Yeah. Like, time-wise, it's not that long. But yeah, it's like those tendies look really good. What sauce is that?
Honey mustard.
Oh, we fancy. Okay.
Breaded chicken tenders with honey mustard goes hard. Okay, it is the best combination you can possibly get. I promise you.
I love. Is it Lonnie's hand that just like goes through the door to like hand you stuff? That's great. Yeah,
Lonnie just kind of like tosses the food into the room, like it's like a prison cell. But no, for real though. So basically, the people in question who were involved with this like accusation of me having a sex cult were all people that around that time I was taking a break from streaming, and I was just hanging out in my Discord and talking to people all day, and I ended up getting to know some people that just didn't watch my content, or really, they hadn't even really seen any of my content. They just hung out in the server because they'd heard that it was like a left-wing community, and I ended up befriending them. And then from there, after our friendship, they discovered my content, or not discovered, but then they watched my content. They weren't fans of me. We were just a friend group who made a Discord server where we hung out. We talked in voice chat. Sometimes we horny posted, and like sometimes they posted nudes and stuff like that. But for most part, it was just like hanging out in VC talking. We were all like consenting adults, and none of them were fans of me, at least as far as any of us could tell. So yeah.
I still think that they're like, I don't know, like I've made friends that I'm like, these are like IRL friends now that I have met from them like watching my content, and then like moving to being like, okay, like you're like a regular, so I like trust you enough to like play games with you. And then it's like, cool, so we play games together, like we'll hang out and stuff, like in voice chat. And then it's like, I've literally met them in real life like multiple times now, and I'm like, they're really good friends of mine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, especially coming from like smaller content creators. You know, it's like both of us do not have like millions and millions of fans that we need to be like wary of a huge power imbalance. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I think it's very different. Like even though those people weren't your fans, even if they were, like even if they did watch your content, I think that it's pretty easy to then go, okay, but this person isn't like obsessed with me, so like we can have like a real friendship that's like normal. Like I feel like you get pretty used to being able to figure out who's just like obsessed with you as like a content creator, and who's like, oh, you're a cool person, we like the same games, or we like the same content, like let's have a chat,
Yeah, that's really more or less how it went, right? Lonnie just said it in chat. Lonnie is my girlfriend. She was there for all of this. Says, yeah, they become friends and moved to another server to hang out that one of them made. He didn't show up in his 5K member Discord like, hey, ladies, who in here is a fan of me and wants the D? Yeah, no, that's definitely not how it occurred.
Well, yeah, because I feel like there would be screenshots of that if that was the thing. Like,
Yeah, there would be. There'd certainly be some screenshots of that out there, I can assure you.
If it was like, oh, he's calling on people for his harem, like,
true.
Yikes.
Like, I will say this, though. On a case-by-case basis, I think it's fine for a large figure to not use their fame to get a relationship or to get, like, sex or anything like that. But if you're a large figure and a lot of people know of you, then it's more likely for somebody who thinks you're good looking or interesting, like they want to be in a relationship with you, or they think that, they want to, I guess, fuck you. They're more likely to discover you and then perhaps even reach out to contact you. So it may be that, like, not everybody who's aware of your content that reaches out to, like, talk to you in a romantic way is necessarily a parasocial relationship having fan. For all you know, they just like saw one video and were like, oh damn, good looking, I'm just gonna message them on Instagram. That's what Lonnie did. That's how I met my girlfriend. She saw one of my videos, thought I was cute, clicked on my Instagram, messaged me, and now I've been together for like 2.5 years. And I think in that case it wasn't an issue.
No, like I mean, I think like I have we're coming out with the confessions. I have in the past, like, dated from Twitch chat. And like I mean I don't even have that many viewers at right now, but I had like significantly less when I did that. I've also like dated another streamer, and it's like none of those didn't start off as like parasocial. Like I feel like once you've been on the internet for a long enough time, you can tell very obviously when someone has like these parasocial tendencies and when they're like being genuine,
Yeah. A big sign is when you get into a voice call and they never talk to anybody else in the call, only ever direct like talk to you. That happens. I'll get into a VC with people that I like, that like it's a high likelihood someone in the VC could be a fan of my content, and they'll recognize me, and it's like very obvious the second they say, "Hey Xander," it's like this is a fan who's like, wants to talk to me, and I always like engage with them, but like, you never want to give the impression
arm's length, yeah.
Yeah, because I can't be friends with everybody. Like, as much as I wish I could have the time in my day and in my life to be friends with literally everybody in the chat, because, I mean, there's some awesome people in my chat, obviously. Like, I'm sure, like, shit tons of you are interesting people that if I were, like, best friends with you, we'd have a great old time together.
Yeah.
But, there's only so much time in the day and time in my life. I can't be friends with everybody. And so at that point, you don't want to give anybody sort of a false perception, when you talk to them for 2 minutes that like, oh yeah, we're buddies now, like.
Yeah, totally. Because then, those types of people are the ones that'll start to get very entitled with your time and like not responding. Like if you don't respond after you try and be real, like if you try and be too friendly with them in like a voice call and they don't respond to every single message they send you, it's like, oh boy, you did. It'll go sour really fast.
If we dig back to the oldest drama on my channel, there was a individual around the time when I first started doing political content, and I transitioned from making prepared political content to live streaming. Somebody in my audience who was a very, very much not a fan of Vosh and was not a fan of me being friends with Vosh and was very upset about me starting to doing streaming content because they thought it was like too much like Vosh. Decided to, their name was Pump Action Musket. They decided to put together the most lame fucking manifesto I've ever fucking seen, trying to accuse me of being they accused me of power tripping in my Discord server, of like being too quick to ban people, getting angry at people for disagreeing, just very much nothing that could really harm my reputation all that much. And this individual had like a severe parasocial relationship with me, it turned out, and was going through like a really tough time in their life, and then their way of venting was to make a weird manifesto about me.
Oh no. See, this is the times where I'm like, this is why I do, non-political just chatting, because I think that someone's not going to go into that much effort for me. They're just going to call me a bitch and a slut and like leave,
Yeah, something that I'm actually really curious about, because I've been hearing a lot about it, the hate raid situation. How bad have you been getting hit by those?
I think that when the hate raid stuff first came up, like last year, I definitely got it. Like I've been streaming for almost 4 years now, and I have experienced like many hate raids, just general dumb stuff. Also, like this one person or like a group of people that were just consistently making accounts, like saying, they wanted to do really nasty, sexually harassing things to me, constantly. But like, honestly, I think I've got enough systems in check to keep my chat in check that it doesn't really affect me as much. But of course, you always get, I think, as someone who is femme presenting online, you always get just people being angry at the fact that they perceive women online, like whether, no matter how much clothing or how little their clothing they're wearing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think the Pokemon stuff, I wasn't really aware of it until, like, I wasn't exactly caught up with that, because I was like, I don't know, is this, when I first heard about it, like, I know Digion, like, I know his content, I don't know him personally, but, like, I've watched his YouTube videos before, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's just, like, a massive troll, But and so I was like, oh, maybe this is just like pity drama that's like a little bit silly that got blown out of proportion because it's with big content creators. And then I saw like Pokey's tweets explaining the situation more in depth, and like I'm pretty prone to believe her because I don't think she would lie about these things, but like and also I believe that there are receipts out there for like it's like next level harassment. Like I would absolutely say that is harassment. And I think that what Ninja did in the beginning wasn't that bad. Like he probably could have like swept it under the rug, but the way he responded was so terrible that it suddenly didn't even become Pokey and Digion drama. It was Pokey and Ninja drama. Like,
yeah, the pendulum swung so much with that for me, right? Because at the beginning, it's like, okay, Gideon is definitely in the wrong, Pokemon's in the right. Clearly, these are not criticisms towards Pokemon's character. These are criticisms essentially based on her being a woman. The like, she's not gonna fuck you, bro. Your fans are all simps. The implication there is that female streamers only have value because their audience wants to see some, like, things that are attractive, right?
Exactly.
That's the implication, that's the only reason they are where they are. And that's sexist, I believe. So I'm, first at the beginning of the drama, definitely siding with Pokey over Gideon, right? Then Ninja finds out that Gideon is getting banned for what he said about Pokey, but it doesn't seem like Ninja knows what he said. And like finds out, okay, well, my friend is gonna get banned on Twitch because he said something mean about another streamer. I'll help you out, man. I'll do what I can. Here, I'll text this I'll text. Oh, I just hit 64.2K. Thank you, Lonnie. Awesome.
Congratulations.
Yeah, hell yeah, thank you. So basically, then Ninja like calls up the person, or not calls up, but texts the person that he has like as a contact at Twitch to see if the ban can get, maybe even possibly get a little bit lightened, perhaps. Nothing actually came of it, but regardless, that was a bad look whenever it turned out, look at that clip, that's what he was defending. I don't think Ninja knew that, though. And then Pokimane went nuclear, I think. She did kind of maybe get a little presumptuous that Ninja was defending what, he said, but I still side with Pokimane. It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, Pokimane is in the right, even if there's a misunderstanding between Pokey and Ninja. She's still in the right. Gideon is being sexist and needs to probably be banned because he's encouraging his audience to
I think he
harass
got a
him.
perma.
I thought he only got a month, right?
Oh, I'm not sure. The last that I heard was that he originally got like 2 weeks, so like a shorter sentence.
Yeah.
And then I heard that after all the backlash, he's got a perma.
Oh, okay.
But
I believe that,
I could be wrong.
I was aware of the original 2-week ban. I didn't know that they'd expanded it to a perma ban. Well, that's good. He was encouraging his audience to harass another streamer. That's absolutely out of the question. Should be, one strike, you're out.
Yeah.
That's just not something that Twitch should ever, want on their platform. There's no reason, why anyone should ever be sending their audience to go, mass talk shit in someone else's chat. That's not, that's not good internet etiquette, for example, so to say.
Absolutely.
They changed it to a perma. Okay, yeah, confirmed. So basically what happened after that was Ninja got super offended at Pokimane's response, and especially Ninja's wife did as well. And after an interaction between Pokimane and Ninja's wife, I forget what her name is, Jessica? Yeah, between
Jessica?
I think her name's Jessica. Between that after that Mrs. Blevins, between that that interaction between Pokimane and Mrs. Blevins, I believe there was an understanding met, I guess, temporarily. And then something else kind of set it off, and then out of nowhere, it seems, Ninja and his wife were like, "We're gonna sue Pokimane for slander."
Yeah,
it's like, oh my god, this was all based, it feels like, on a misunderstanding that everybody, Ninja really, was too proud to correct himself on, and now they're taking it to court. The case is absolutely no water. Okay, that cannot hold water. There's no fucking way that Pokimane's quotes of saying, "You are supporting somebody who said this about me," And I think that's sexist. There's no way. Just even with Pokimane being a large public figure, she could just use the "I'm playing a character" defense and get away with it, even if it was seen as slander. But you don't even need to use that. I'm pretty sure it'll get thrown out of court before it even like actually gets to court. Like there's no way. Like it's such a bad case.
Yeah, like a judge is gonna look at that and be like, "What the fuck is Twitch?" Like.
Yeah, especially if it has to do anything with like online stuff. The courts give so few fucks. I remember that it was really bad for. There was a time if you watch some of Destiny's older content, there was a time where like streamers on Twitch seriously had to worry about getting DDoSed. Like that was a regular occurrence. You're streaming, oh, I'm getting DDoSed today. Guess I can't stream or do anything on the internet all fucking day. And Destiny, I guess, was a particular victim of DDoSing back in the day and ended up basically having to get the federal government involved multiple times to try to like get that taken care of and get this fucking kid that was just paying like a subscription service to some website to packet bomb Destiny's internet connection. He had to like find this kid, find out his docs and everything, then contact him, finds out it's this like shitty 18, 19-year-old. And, tries to get the law involved. The law doesn't even give a shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, like, ridiculous, because it's like that, this is a whole ass income. Like, this is someone's livelihood. But it's literally like that when your internet fucks out and you have to call, like, your ISP and be like, no, you don't understand. I cannot work. Like, you need to fix this ASAP. Like, of course, a court isn't even going to care when it's actually, like, super duper dangerous.
Yeah, the comparison that Destiny made back in the day was that it's like somebody comes up and slashes your tires every day before work, right?
Yeah.
And you can't get to work, right? That is the best comparison to make. And, obviously that's a very extreme example, but, like, shit like that happens, and I don't think that our laws and our court system and everything is really caught up to the way that this whole internet content creation sphere works,
Because they're all boomers. They don't like.
They're all fucking old.
They
Yeah,
genuinely have not caught up to what, like, the real life dangers of the internet. When your parents warn you about, oh, watch out for those people on the internet. It's like, yeah, but you're watching the wrong things, okay? Like, there's worse things that people can do than send you shitty messages.
The real big worry that I have is like I've been doing this content lately, Omegle Nazi debates, where I go on Omegle, I click around until I find Nazis, and I keep running into these kids, and sometimes I'll joke with them for a second, but normally I'll just skip them because there's just nothing interesting to talk about with a fucking kid on Omegle. But sometimes I just stop and I'm like, do your parents know that you're on this app?
Oh,
and they'll be like, no, and I'll be like, Can you please get off of this app? And they're like, no, I'm okay. I'll be safe. And I'm like, you're using a VPN, right? And they'll be like, yeah. And I'll be like, are you really? And they're like, yeah. And I'll be like, okay.
Tell me what a VPN is right now. Like, explain.
Yeah, what is a VPN? Yeah.
What is a VPN? I was on Omegle when I was way too young as well. Like, I didn't go on it myself. Like, I was too scared to go on it by myself. But I remember going up to my friends' houses for, like, sleepovers and stuff when we were, like, 12. And they'd be like, let's go on Omegle. And one of my friends would always be like, let's pretend we're older. And I'm like, this is really yikes. Like, looking back on it now, and I'm like, most of those people we talk to should be in prison.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah, probably. Most likely, yeah. Yeah, Omegle, like, I never really, like, got any weirdos pursuing me on the internet, Like, that was never an issue that I've ever encountered. Like, I've never had some weirdo, like, stalker type dude. The closest I've ever had to something like that, where it was, like, an issue, or I had some, like, really weird creepo, was, this is truly the oldest drama on my channel, but I wasn't necessarily involved in it. Back before I did political content in 2018, I made gaming content, mostly Minecraft stuff. And so I had a bit of a younger audience back then because I made, content that was appropriate for a younger audience. And so a lot of the people in my Discord server, mind you, I was like 17 or 18 at the time, so it wasn't that weird. We're like somewhere in their teens, right?
Yeah.
And I come to find out that 2 members of my Discord server, one of them was 17 and one of them was 13, were e-dating.
No.
But had also broken up, and he was obsessively pursuing her.
Oh no.
And to the extent to where he was she'd blocked him, and he was sending letters in the mail to her relatives.
Oh. Yikes.
I did a video on it, talking about it. I've since deleted it, but it was really, really fucking insane. I think I might have privated it, but it was really, really insane. And then more recently, and this is why I privated it, more recently I got a message from that girl in question. You know, it's been years, so older now. Apparently, I'm upset to hear that they were still in contact, but apparently he killed himself. And that's why she wanted me to take down the video, and apparently it was recent.
Oh my god.
That I don't know what happened in the 3.5 years of where I did my video and my part of the story ended, and he killed himself. I don't know what happened in that large chunk of the story I missed, but it must have been crazy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That is so... Well, I'm like, you can't even call that, like, drama. Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm nervous, not because of the... I always do that. Do you ever have that? You hear something absolutely terrible and you can't help yourself but like laugh because you're like, I don't have another emotion.
I laugh because it's funny. I'm just kidding.
I feel like I can't say that, but like, no. Oh my god. I mean, I hope she's okay. Jesus.
I wouldn't get my hopes up. Nah, I mean, Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, God, I've got a headache. Oh, Jesus. You ever just get hit with a migraine out of nowhere?
Yes, I have chronic migraines, dude. Sorry, I'm yelling, and you've got a headache.
No, it's all good. Whew. It just kind of came and went. Jesus. All right, what were we talking about again?
Well, I was going to change the subject, because I just wanted to ask a quick question. What is, like, the definition of, like, a chud streamer?
Have you ever heard the term chud? Oh.
Yeah, I've heard the term chud, but like, I don't understand it really. I think when people are, especially when people are like talking about you. Do you know what I mean?
So, yeah, basically it's just about it, like the amount of credence you should put in someone calling me a chud streamer should be about as much credence as you put into like when a conservative says that like the American Democratic Party is socialist or communist.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it's so far off that like it should be a demonstration of how in bad faith the person we're talking about is acting. Yeah, I mean basically they're saying that I'm like a pseudo conservative is what I think they're probably arguing.
Oh, so just complete unfounded, like no basis lies.
Yeah, that seems to be because chud means right winger. It means conservative.
Okay, just because I obviously watch like Chud Logic and stuff, so I've heard the term thrown around.
Yeah, Chud Logic's name's ironic. It's.
I feel like everything about him is ironic. So
he's a very sarcastic, dry humor kind of guy. You know, he's British, but yeah. So even his name is sort of a dry, sarcastic humor type thing. Yeah, no, I think that comment from ThoughtSlime's pretty ridiculous. ThoughtSlime blocked me right before spreading those allegations about me. Didn't even give me the opportunity to defend myself. And I've said this once and I'll say it again. All I want is for me to be able to present the evidence that I've provided everybody else to as many people who've heard what ThoughtSlime had to say about me as possible. So they can look at the evidence themselves and make their own decision, because I'm very, very confident that 99.9% of rationally thinking people, after reading through that document, will come out of it thinking, okay, Xan was probably in the right.
Absolutely. It sounds like, okay, this is disappointing to me because obviously we know that the left eats itself And I think this is one of those things. Like, I didn't expect ThoughtSlime to be a very gatekeepy leftoid, but I feel like this is gatekeeping. This is like, you're not, if he's calling you a chud, it's basically like, to me, saying you're not left enough to be a leftist. Like, anything like less left than me is basically like alt-right. Do you know what I mean? Basically Nazi.
Yeah.
Like, all of those sorts of terms that get thrown out, which means that the left can't get anywhere some days. It's incredibly upsetting to me.
It's really hard to even break it up among left and right at this point, you know? We're starting to see the left allow ethno-nationalism, but into its, like, social spaces, as long as it's sort of revolving around POC, right? And the really problematic thing I've seen is black separatists and neo-Nazis allying together. Are you familiar with Black Hammer?
No.
Black Hammer is a group run by Ghazi Kodzo. Are you familiar with that person?
That name sounds familiar. I have a feeling I've seen like very intense black separatists or black supremacists, like, you know, content out there. So I feel like I know what you're talking about.
They call Ghazi Kodzo Black Hitler.
Oh, great.
That's Ghazi's nickname and has been for over half a decade, well over half a decade even. And the basic idea that Black Hammer and Ghazi Kodzo, its leader, advocate for is that that Jewish people are also white colonizers. That they believe in the Jewish question. So they're Nazis. They believe in the Jewish question. They're anti-Semitic. But they believe that Jewish people are actually white people, and it's not the Jews that are the problem. It's that they're white, and they're using their agenda to try to push homosexuality in media to corrupt black people. They believe they're really homophobic as well, and very transphobic as well.
Good.
And of course, they hate Anne Frank as well. They call Anne Frank a colonizer. Recently they announced...
She did, like, get over it.
Yeah, and then recently they announced that they are partnering up with the Proud Boys because they both have a shared belief in, ethno-states and segregation. So yeah, that whole, like, ethno-nationalist, but it's okay because it's coming from POC thing happening on the left right now is very worrying to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And also, it makes me personally nervous, because, like, I'm biracial, so I always feel at odds because I feel like people on the left and the right, like all over, like to put people in little boxes. So it's like, you know, people on the right will see me as nothing but like brown, but like people on the left will often see me as like just white, or they think that it's like, yeah, it gets really awkward, like personally really awkward for me when people are talking about like not wanting to like I guess breed outside of your like your like race or whatever.
Yeah,
like, you know, like diluting the gene pool or something. I'm like, oh, it gives me the ick. I think it gives a lot of people the ick. But like personally, I'm like, well, what the fuck are you gonna do with all of us then? Like,
I've seen this very interesting crossroads in, like, it's very few people fall into this area. Actually, I'd say probably a lot of people actually do fall into this category. But basically, there's a category of people who are part of a marginalized group, right? Let's say there's someone's from like Mexico, right? They're a Mexican American immigrant, and they face a lot of they get a lot of racism thrown their direction, right? But they're pretty white, presenting, at least visually. Yeah. But like it's known that they're Mexican, and they get that racism thrown their way and whatnot, and they deal with that shit from conservatives and right wingers that are racist. But damn porn bots in my goddamn chat again. Gotta ban them. Anyway, what was I saying?
Sorry, I was also looking at the porn bots.
There they go.
I guess like an anti-race mixing.
Oh, yeah. I've started to see more and more of Zan ban my sex cult recruitment bots. What the fuck? Thanks, Poonhead.
What the fuck?
I forgot you deployed those. We're gonna have people flowing into the sex cult in mass. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, so basically they announced they're allying with the Proud Boys, and I'm noticing that, like, we're seeing more and more of this. As long as it's done in a certain way and there's a certain aesthetic to what you do, then we're okay with it. And it worries me because it's reminding me of how the left was back during the Gamergate days. I talked about it with Shu and everything, and I've said it on stream and in videos quite a bit lately, but I feel like the internet, especially on TikTok, is starting to shift back more to like what it was back in 2014, 2017 in the Gamergate anti-SJW era. I feel like we're phasing back into that again, like a cycle.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that. Yeah, it's like we're getting to the point where we're old enough to remember the first time this shit came around, and now we see a lot of it happening again. It's like all the anti-SJW stuff, or like cringe compilations. Look at this person with colorful hair. How cringe is it to have colorful hair and piercings?
Did you see that feminist cringe compilation with Big Red and that one feminist from BuzzFeed in the thumbnail? And it was feminist owned and Logic compilation with 600,000 views in 2022.
That is so embarrassing.
We're going back.
And I'm like, that, and the thing is that I know that shit will work, because it's like, if these people haven't been around for long enough to see it before, and that means they're probably young. And I know that I was sucked into that when I was younger, like before I was politically minded, before I was like looking at actual facts and logic and reason. I definitely got sucked into that and was like, yeah, how lame is it to like be nice to people? That's so stupid.
Yeah, I feel like you said, we're old enough that we remember, what happened during the Gamergate sort of anti-SJW skeptic community days online. Gamergate, we'll just call it Gamergate, right?
Yeah.
We remember Gamergate, and we remember how that all turned out. How like this, in the beginning seemed like a pretty innocent thing, ended up just devolving into the most horrendous thing ever. Like Charlottesville, Christchurch. All of that sort of, we saw that like the end game of that whole sort of political upheaval was a shit ton of right-wing terror attacks that happened in 2019. And that sort of spurred the rise of LeftTube. I feel like following Christchurch is when we really started to see LeftTube start to pick up. And I think it peaked. Around the election.
Yeah. No, I mean, I remember Christchurch, like, obviously, like, it was very heavy because that sort of shit just doesn't happen in New Zealand.
No, yeah.
So I just remember, like, being at work and, like, everyone just stopped and was just, like, around the TV. And it was, like, and like, luckily by then I'd gotten out of that dangerous pipeline towards more, like, alt-right thinking. But yeah, it was a good, like, it was a huge wake up call, I think, for people on the left to be like, we need to do more,
Yeah.
To stop people, to try and stop people getting so far gone that they commit terrible acts of terror.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's something that we all need to be like focusing on to like try and present our ideas in the most competent way possible, so that we're representing our side of the political spectrum well. Because what fueled the right's rise to begin with, and what facilitated the radicalization of many of these right-wing terrorists, was the fact that the left was so ready to provide the right with ammo against it. We just every single left-wing, like if the biggest left-wing videos on YouTube around that time were BuzzFeed videos complaining about manspreading on the subway. Like that was like the best of left-wing content you could get.
Yeah, and I just remember, like, you know, you brought up Anita Sarkeesian before, and like all of her shit, like the anti-gamer, like, oh, look how bad video games are for women. Like, that's not helping anyone. Like, you know, I think that Anita Sarkeesian has good takes, but like that was absolutely ammo that the right, you know, extra ammo that the right didn't even fucking need to get all of these people that already didn't like women in gaming spaces to feel even worse about it.
Yeah. Did you know that the entire premise that Gamergate was sort of, or not Gamergate, but the entire premise that the hatred for Anita Sarkeesian was started off of was like a complete lie?
Oh, I mean, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, the claim was that Anita Sarkeesian scammed her fans because she asked for a certain amount of money in order to make her series video game tropes versus, it was like tropes versus women in video games, I believe was the name of the series. Now, Anita Sarkeesian was actually like a pretty damn popular feminist figure, like in her own space. Like, you know, she wasn't like groundbreakingly popular, but she had her audience, you know, she had her little slice of the pie that is the internet, you know?
Yeah.
And what she did was she presented the idea of this series to her audience and then said, I want like 30 grand or something. Or it was a much lower amount of money. And then the people that were fans of her donated well in excess of what she asked for. And then she said, okay, well, you guys donated so much money. I'm going to take a little while longer to make the series so that your money is actually like worth it, you know, because you gave me so much more money. Why not use this to make the series better?
Yeah.
She asked for 6,000, but got 126,000.
Oh
yeah.
my
Thank you,
God.
Jade Monkey. Yeah. So So she only asked for 6K, but got 126K and decided to make the series worth 126K. And a lot of the Gamergaters, you know, saw the delay, saw that she had, you know, interpreted as her running off with 126K, accused her of that. And that was more or less the main thing that Gamergate sort of, or people that participated in Gamergate, I guess, and supported the movement, based their dislike of Anita Sarkeesian on.
Yeah,
and it ended up being a total lie.
They don't like to fact check things.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, a lot of this information didn't come out until more recently, you know, like hindsight type deal. But yeah, it's sad that like it's one of those situations where it's like, God, it feels like we were all under a mass psychosis in 2016.
It really does. It really, really does.
Yeah, God help us.
But yeah, I know that you have other people waiting, so I'm happy to wrap up here. Just say thank you very much for having me on. I feel like I much prefer these kind of just casual chat discussions to like full on panel debate things, you know what I mean? Like it's nice just to have like a one-on-one chat and like bounce things back and forth in a much more chill way. I really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, the panels are pretty stressful and you can't really get to know anybody or talk to them very much during those. So yeah, I enjoy the one-on-ones as well. If you want to come on again, feel free to hit me up and ask me to come on stream if you want to talk about anything, and I'll bring you on in. Yeah, it's been nice talking to you. Thank you for
you too.
Yeah, thank you for coming on today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Have a great rest of your stream.
Yeah, have a good day.
Bye.
Right, nice night. Yeah, bye. Is it a day or a night? I don't know. Oh, LonerBox. Wait. First, I gotta read Donos. LonerBox, you'll have to hold on a moment. I have to read Donos, and then I have to take a bathroom break, okay? So let me read Donos first. Young Niall. Young Niall? Young Nail, maybe. Thank you for the $50. Holy shit. Says, watch plenty of your content on YouTube. Thought it high time I contributed. Keep up the good work, Zan. Thank you, young Nile. That's really, really kind of you. You are fucking based. Thank you. Karenth, thank you for the $40. Says, happy to hear you getting therapy / medicated for ADHD. Shit changed my life. Yeah, thank you so much for the $40. I really appreciate it, and I'm so goddamn excited to get on that medication and, you know, see it actually, like, work out. Thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Really appreciate it. Fuck, did I add the $40 for the thing? I think I did. Yeah, I did. I think. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Poonhead, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Says, say hi to Shu. I did say hi to Shu. Needless Coronet, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Says, between re-education calling Vosh a Nazi and ThoughtSlime doubling down hard on the sex cult drama, the dumbfuck part of the left actually is sending their best. True. Thank you for the $5 in the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that, Needless Coronet. Medea, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Says, Chud Nation Rising. True. Thank you for the $5. True. Crafty Lula, thank you for the 4 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. That's a clean $20. Thank you. All right. $298. God damn. Here, let me go ahead and update the dono goal, and then we'll talk to the LonerBox really quick. There we go. Set the goal to 400 now that we reached 298. Why not? Hey, if you're watching right now and you want to support the stream, I really do appreciate it if anybody donates, subscribes, or gifts a sub in my website, or just donates or provides me, with a dono in any way that you can. Only do it, of course, if you can afford to and you don't need the money for anything else. I don't want any of you guys, like, cutting into money that you need to donate to me, okay? Don't donate to streamers if you can't afford to, all right? That's your spare income that you toss over to the streamer, okay? But yeah, if you've got that and you want to help out, consider doing that. I just like to throw a little reminder in there every once in a while, just to rouse people to do it, you know what I'm saying? Also, there's a lot of white names in chat today, and we need to fix that, okay? There's a whole lot of white names in chat, and it's just a problem. Look at that, right there. Aaron Green TV, thanks for the tier 1 sub. You didn't say anything, but I understand what it means. I understand the emotion of the tier 1 sub. Thank you. All right. Really quickly, I gotta use the bathroom really, really bad, so I'm gonna go take a quick restroom break, and then I'll be talking to LonerBox. So, yeah, let's go.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Good work.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
What the dog doing? Bad Bunny banned me from her chat because I asked her why so many lefty streamers like Vosh and Xanderhal disliked her. Akeem, that's hilarious. Bad Bunny is, racist and homophobic. Look at Donos. Did I get any? Did I get any Donos? Alert box. Recent events. Bad Bunny is very racist. And friends with ThoughtSlime. True, true. Holy fuck, it didn't appear. Oh my god, what the hell? Jesus. Yeah, holy fuck, it didn't appear in my feed. Crafter Lula, Jesus Christ. Thank you for the 40 tier 1 gifted subs. That's gotta be 100, right? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So that's 10 is 50. So that's $200. That's $200, right? $200. Good lord. Thank you, Crafter Lula. Jesus. Oh my god. Way to show off to everybody else. God. Aaron Green TV as well. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. You are fucking based. Well, I guess that puts us at a... God damn, Crafter Lula. Jesus. Thank you. Oh my god. I really, really appreciate it. That is just extraordinarily kind. Facebook post in a left tube group mentioning you, Xanderhal? Negatively, I assume? Hey, comrades, because I can't deal with all the debate bro space, which I think can be useful, and I follow some debate-focused streamers like Shark300 to open people that are more on the centrist/liberal side of arguments that can help them be more left-leaning. Yesterday, I unfollowed Xanderhal, someone I felt kind of followed up because I saw his stuff from what was like to be on the right-wing pipeline, but then I heard his video about how we may see a resurgence of the alt-right/anti-SJW creators, which made me think, until the point where he says something like, I can't wait for it to be honest, I hope that we get to have a resurgence of these channels so that I can grow as a creator dunking on them. Oh my fucking god, what a dishonest way to interpret what I said. Jesus fucking Christ. What a Let me show this to you guys. What a fucking honest, like, way to like interpret what I said. What I said was, you know what? It's happening anyway, so you know what? I bring it on, all right? Bring it on, because I didn't get to experience like the feeling of pushing back against this propaganda back in like the days when I was 16 years old and I was like on the right. So maybe this is kind of going to be like a new game plus. This is not me hoping that it happens, okay? Like, I know it's going to happen. This is just me like, all right, let's go. All right, it's going to happen. Might as well make the best of it. And you can call me a snowflake but for me, that either that is a grift or an accelerationist. Do you want to know why this person said... Do you want to know why this person's okay with Shark300? Do you have examples of more debate-focused leftists that are not shitty? From my experience, Shark300 is cool and thoughtful. I've seen his discussion with FD Signifier and noticed that although he is young, they had a good discussion where they both found common ground. Sorry if this is not according to the rules, but it's a good... Yeah. Listen, Shark is great, but I think you guys can probably tell what this person may be motivated by, perhaps, insofar as their opinion of me and any Mayo streamers may go. Oh, God. Crafter Lula, thank you for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Wait, Crafter Lula gifted... Flare Games 7, a tier 2 sub. Oh, yeah. Crafter Lula, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub. Really appreciate that. It says, fuck you. Wait, fuck me? What? Why? Well, thank you for the $10. I don't know why you said fuck you, but I'm sorry. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. That got gifted. I appreciate that. The Lone Grifter, thank you for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs, says, hey Zan, had a crappy day at work that turned around midway through when I received a job offer with a 51K salary. I've literally never made that much. Wait, you've never made that much and you're donating to me? I hope you're in a situation where, you know, you're not really hurting for money or anything, because 51K, you know, I mean, that's not nothing, but let's just say I make significantly more than 51K a year,
Welcome to
and
capitalism,
I'm living essentially paycheck to paycheck. Granted, cost of living very high, but, still. 51K is a good starting salary. I think salary is special, right? Isn't salary like something that builds up over time? So like that's just like how it could start. You could down the road be making a lot more, so it's like a good start. Not significantly more. You made like 56K last year, lol. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't really make significantly more, but close to it, yeah. I make 0K a year. The culture was right-wing under Clinton, too, I remember. Definitely. I mean, the culture was even more right-wing under Bush, I'd argue, because of, 9/11. And we got very patriotic and conservative after 9/11. Whew. Oh, boy. Yeah, we'll get to LonerBox in a minute. Hold on. Donos are coming in. I gotta read them first. Femboy Reznov, thanks to Tier 2 subs. Has been a little while since I caught your stream. Time for a little of this. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. You are fucking base. Thank you for the $10. All right, that puts us at 538. Hey, we keep on getting to 538 on the dono goal. This is like the second time we've gotten 538 on here. That's funny. I guess we'll set the goal to 600 now. I mean, no reason to stop it, you know? No reason to stop it. Hey, if you're watching right now, we still have like 600 viewers at the moment, which is just absolutely fucking pog. I think I'll wrap up stream after my talk with LonerBox, but first, if you're watching right now and you don't have, the ability to donate to support the stream, but you still want to help me out, you can actually support me for completely free simply by hitting the like button next to the stream. If you do that, it helps out the channel a lot, and I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for, watching. Let's talk to LonerBox now. Come on, I've been streaming for a while, guys. Let's do our final discussion. It looks like Zan's Twitter turned on ThoughtSlime for lying about me. LMAO's stream is still going strong. Good for him. What is this referring to? Who said that? Meme country?
Welcome to capitalism.
I don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is. Holy shit. Oh god, come on. Oh lord. Holy fuck. Two Drum Shark, thank you for the tier 3 subs. Is no more white name. True. Thank you for the $25. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Wait, no, isn't that? Yeah, $20. Isn't a tier 3 sub $20? It's $20, right? Two Drum Shark? I'm almost certain it's $20. Yep. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Thank you. Fucking based. And then Flare Game 7 with the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. Holy shit. That is... Dude. Thank you, Scarlet Death. That is 50
Scarlet Death asterisk has donated
bucks right there.
$5 asterisk.
Thank you so much, Fire Game 7, for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. That is 50 bucks right there. Fucking awesome. Holy shit. We just smashed another goal. Jesus. And Scarlet Death, thank you for the $5. You didn't say anything, but I really appreciate it. God damn, you guys are being very, very kind and very generous today. I cannot complain. However, now... I'm going to set the goal I'm actually going to set the goal to 800 now, just to really push you guys. Just to really push you guys and see if you can make it. I'm going to give you guys an insane stretch goal of 800. If you guys hit that today, I will just absolutely piss myself. Can we please play a couple of rounds of Gartic Phone before we end stream? I want to play. I'm sorry, Lonnie. I'm so tired. Let's talk to LonerBox really quick. Hey, LonerBox.
Hello? I just had to turn your stream off, sorry.
All good. Sorry I kept you waiting for so long. We had some, I had to pee and stuff, and I had to read donos.
That's fine, that's fine. I probably don't have that long because it's quite late here, but yeah, still, I'm sure we can get something in.
Yeah, absolutely. How's your day going?
Yeah, it's alright. I did like a fucking 2 trans debates today. back to back with chatters, so that was fun.
Did you win?
Yeah, obviously.
Hell yeah.
Like one of them has been sending me sources like all day afterwards, so I think that probably is a good sign.
That's a little copium.
That's a very cope post. Yeah, we're happy with this.
Yeah, that's some pretty good copium. Yeah, I think that I've had a pretty good day today. I woke up and just for no reason whatsoever, I just saw like a shit ton of like much larger figures than me, and just people on Twitter, just unprompted on my part, just dunking on ThoughtSlime for a very, very long ago sort of transgression they did upon me that really never really saw justice. And it was just a really wild thing to wake up to, and I'm in a pretty good mood about it. So I decided to do a stream, and that's why I'm live talking about it today.
This is a leftist on leftist violence victory stream right now.
Yeah, like this is actually my extremely cathartic sort of vindication stream, low key.
But I'd probably do the same. I try so hard to avoid leftist fighting, but like it just comes to you, doesn't it?
Can't really avoid it.
Yeah.
You really can't avoid it. There's no escaping it.
Yeah,
There's no getting away.
I was doing a pretty good job, and then I've had Bad Bunny and I've had Bad Empanada have a go at me. So the bad ones have had a go, but
well, they're both insane.
Yeah, like oh god, there was both over. I think I made a tweet about how Kyle Rittenhouse was probably going to walk, and but they
really hate it when you correctly predict what's going to happen. They really
exactly, yeah. I was just like, and they kept on posting the tweet to me, and I was like, "What? Look, I'm correct take here? Like, fuck you." Yeah, that was fine. I'm happy with those. But
I got in trouble for saying with Bad Empanada specifically for saying that if the U.S. pulls out of Afghanistan, that the Taliban will take Kabul and will take over Afghanistan, and that the conditions they would subject women to in particular would be quite upsetting. They would lose their ability to work and lose their ability to go to school. I literally made a video just explaining that's what would happen. Then, of course, it did happen. I was completely right. And to this day, Bad Empanada stands by his video where he claims he debunks my prediction there. Though if you look at the most recent comments on Bad Empanada's video, they all say, "Are you sure you want to keep this one up? Ooh, hold that L." Just stuff like that.
well, the problem is, Xanderhal, I've been watching you.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to Capitalism,
is that
dude.
You're white.
True. I am white.
You hate people from... Where the fuck is Bad Empanada? South America. You hate South Americans.
He's from Argentina, I think.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've been keeping this information to myself for a long time, but I think it's about time that the game's over. I'm sorry. But I'm not.
You're about to pay for being white. Yeah, seriously though, like Bad Empanada is just downright insane. There's really nothing else I can say about him. He really, like, I wish I would go into detail about it, but it's too long of a story, and I haven't documented it as well as I did the sex cult drama, which I was actually curious to hear your thoughts on. How familiar are you with this? Do you have any questions about it?
Okay, no, fuck it. I'm gonna say it. My first thought was, what? People are annoyed that people are like sharing nudes with each other on Discord. I thought that was really normal. But no, fuck that. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's all that happened.
Yeah, it was really just a friend group just sharing nudes and hanging out in Discord server, and then one of the people in said friend group ended up having some pretty bad, like, mental health problems that led to a bit of an outburst involving threats of suicide and a mental breakdown and a delusional perception of events that didn't actually occur.
Yeah.
That's really the best way that I can describe what occurred.
Have you since changed your opinions on... I'm not trying to trap you here because I actually don't know the answer. Mm-hmm. On getting intimate with fans or community members?
Have I changed my opinion? My original opinion, at least I feel like it would be, because this is at least my opinion now, and I feel like, you know, I'm about as reasonable as I was back then, is that it should be judged on a case-by-case basis, really. I don't think that... Suris came on earlier, and I think worded it a lot better than I ever could, so I'll just paraphrase Suris. Basically, the idea that under all circumstances a large figure is being irresponsible if they engage in a sexual or romantic relationship with a fan, when you apply that under a broad umbrella, you're sort of infantilizing the fan in that situation, right? You are sort of humans are more complicated than that, okay? They aren't children that, you know, can't break through that parasocial relationship and actually just, you know, exist on that same level, you know, in a healthy way for there to be a sexual or romantic relationship between them. I think on a case-by-case basis is when it should be judged, right? Like if we see a YouTuber gets exposed for being with someone who is clearly a very big fan, they were leveraging their popularity and you know, did some really bad stuff, we can criticize that for being bad and explain why it's bad. But, you know, like, I didn't want to use this example because she was here and I felt like it could be awkward, but like Seanhead, I believe, met her like another YouTuber, like before she made content, I think met Armored Skeptic online, and she was a fan of his, I think, or I might have it the other way around, I don't know. And like that's a notorious example I think of, because nobody really got upset about that. Like, you know, their relationship was pretty public all over the internet, right? And nobody really like had an issue with it, because in that case it was very evident that there wasn't a problem with it, like in that particular case. And I think that's how we should look at that. Like, is this particular relationship a problem? We should condemn it. But I don't think we should paint too broad of a brush with it, because, like, let's be real. It's absolutely fucking insane to expect somebody to not use in some way the fact that they are, you know, that they are famous or well-known when it comes to the dating scene. And I don't mean to use it as like leverage, but to use it as a way of meeting people. If you're like a large public figure, you have a much higher chance of good-looking people you'll find good-looking or interesting, that will find you good-looking and interesting, discovering who you are and finding you through your content and contacting you. Just because they happen to be like a viewer of your content doesn't mean that this potential partner that you're really into and they're really into you should completely be off the table as an option to date, you know?
So what you're saying is, from all that, you hate women.
True.
And you're white.
True.
I don't know what else to say. Listen, no, I mean that's like completely where I am. I think I think the problem is that people get very like buzzwordy with like when they talk about power relations. But like if you're going to talk about power relations, you probably be able to explain what a couple of those are. So if someone's like a lot younger than you can say there's problems with like, well, maybe they might still be in school, or there might be like financial things, and you can point to like a million power things there. But yeah, with like a fan and like a content creator who's like, you know, the best in politics, you're going to be a niche micro content creator. Yeah, I don't get it. But,
yeah, I mean, if my channel works out the way I want it to, then chances are I'm going to have more money than 99% of potential partners I could date in the future if I ever am in the dating scene again, you know? Like, that would mean I'd have a power imbalance with anybody, really. But, like, there's a certain point where it's like, okay, let's think of someone who's ridiculously, insanely famous, Leonardo DiCaprio. At a certain point, it would be... by this logic, it would be inappropriate for him to date basically anyone who isn't also a celebrity.
Yeah, then you could even also say, I'm not going to use Leonardo DiCaprio because he's a horrible example, but like if you're like a celebrity and someone is a fan and they're dating you, you're probably so like damaged by fans who have like pretended they liked you just for your wealth or your status that might put power in their favor as well. Fuck knows. Yeah, I think adults can make these decisions for themselves.
Yeah, it's weird that like this whole broad brush has been painted, because I'm gonna be completely honest with you, like I have had plenty of hot women hit me up in my DMs, like clearly flirting with me, but they're like, you know, they discovered me through my content, they're like, hey, I really like your videos, and then they're really good looking, but they clearly, you know, they're flirting with me, and it's like, I would absolutely love to flirt back, but I can't because I don't want to get fucking canceled. Though, frankly, if everybody on the internet was normal-brained, then that shouldn't be an issue. Like, to talk to one of these people, become friends, and then possibly even have that be something else in the future, you know?
Yeah, because sometimes you're like, yeah, you're hot, but also I hate women, so yeah, it's difficult. And then there's the power relations of having like, you've got like that fucking that blonde fireball on your head and like the square jaw and shit. Like that's a huge power. Yeah, fuck.
I do have a pretty damn
people don't
good
stand a
jawline.
chance, dude. Like,
I've cut women with my jawline. Okay.
I've been quite enjoying your debates recently.
Really?
Yeah, so the first couple I saw, I think it must have been like over a year ago. I was just like, but then like, yeah, I feel like I think with like your debating, especially like the live ones and the panels, I think like that's probably like the most like, like growth in a skill that I've seen like on like YouTube like the whole year. Like honestly, like, there's been a big jump. I don't know if you've been like consciously working on it, but it definitely looks like you have.
I'm going to make a bit of it's not a confession, but I'm not aware. I don't know if you're aware of this, but when I started doing this whole political live streaming thing and debate, I was 19 years old, I believe, or maybe freshly. Yeah, I was 19 years old, and I had absolutely no experience whatsoever with politics, commentary, or debate. None of those things, or even philosophy or anything like that. Like I basically came into it about as inexperienced as you could possibly hope to be. And anybody who subscribed to me very early on has had the opportunity to watch me go from having absolutely no skill at these things to becoming, I would hope that people agree I'm at least competent at political commentary and debate now. But yeah, I mean, getting good at something's going to require practice, and you're going to fail a lot when you get practice. And unfortunately, some of those failures got a lot more attention than I'd like, and that sort of set a certain, opinion of my debate skill around the lefty sphere for a while now, which is unfortunate because I'm constantly trying to get better at debate. And I think if you compare my skills from at the beginning of 2021 even to now, you'd see a massive difference. But especially go back to my debates from a couple years ago and compare it to now, and it's night and day.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know. I think I've only been watching for the last year and a bit. So yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, you should definitely keep doing whatever you're doing because it seems to be working.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. It's actually really nice to hear that from you.
Yeah, it's a shame about the being white, but
True. Yeah.
Fuck. I also find that a lot of these debates that we get into now are I like it that hippy dippy and stuff means you can get a hold of conservatives and all that, and Twitch is you can get some from Twitch chats, but I do wonder okay, I'm gonna ask you another really weird question. What are your thoughts on re-platforming the right just to make YouTube debates more interesting?
I think it kind of depends on the context, right? So the issue is that, that's my answer to many things, but I think the issue that we have is that we don't want people who are acting in bad faith and spreading misinformation on these platforms to have that platform and to have no pushback, because that causes people to be, to become ensnared by their propaganda and to be fed a false worldview, right? And we don't want that, I think. I think generally we should all agree that we want our society under a democracy where people vote for our leaders to at least exist in the same reality as us, right? I think the problem is when there is no one to push back, and there is no way to let people know that these people are definitively wrong. Maybe if YouTube did something there was just a shit ton of red flags on a page and it was this channel is a misinformation channel. This channel has been marked as a channel that posts propaganda and misinformation and should not be taken seriously. And you can keep uploading content on the channel, on YouTube. You can keep monetizing it to a degree. I mean, depends on whether or not monetizers want to be monetizing that. But there should just be a big fucking it should be like how Twitter is now doing the NFT hexagon-shaped profile pictures.
Yeah.
Something so stand out as that that just makes it so everybody knows, like, okay, this is a channel that is not worth trusting, and YouTube has marked it as such. Maybe if certain channels like Stefan Molyneux and like I don't know, insert right-wing channels have gotten banned from YouTube in the recent past. Maybe if they came back, but with that like marking, so they had like much less reach. And maybe like suppress the shit out of them too. Like don't let them get on the homepage. Don't let them pop up in people's recommended too much. And basically just have them there as like laughing stocks for us to make content about all day, like to keep hitting like a punching bag. That would be really nice. That's an ideal future.
Yeah, that's absolutely like where I am. I think like if Fuentes came back to YouTube, and he's like an extreme example because he might end up being a criminal, who knows? But like if he comes back on YouTube, it should be like, when you try to get like a really good stock photo, and they know you're trying to fucking right click that stock, and so they'll just smash it with like the like logos or things like that. I think if you have like Fuentes, right, and you're gonna watch like a Fuentes video, it should just have like over the entire video like
misinformation,
like a 50. No, even better. We need like a fit, like because people they like that. You need like 50% opacity loop of him eating his bogies. Like, and then at the bottom, like, oh yeah, by the way, the election wasn't stolen. Biden got 7 million more votes, and also like Black Africans actually did know what wheels were. You fucking idiot! Like word for word that.
Did you try to claim Black Africans didn't know what wheels were?
That's been a chud point since. Wait, are you like you're like an ex-radical, like de-radicalized person, aren't you?
Yeah, I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, me too. Maybe it's older, but yeah, it's like a very 4chan thing. Like sub-Saharan Africans didn't have any wheels before the white people came.
Yeah, it's really fucking stupid. They literally invented like water storage and cooling.
Yeah,
like they literally like one of the first examples in human history was they would make pots. They would fill it up with clean water and then like wrap it up in like leaves, and then they'd bury it underground, and then during like the dry season, the water would still be there, clean and unevaporated and cool, even like chilly, because you'd bury it like a foot down in the sand. It's kind of chilly down there without any sun, and they invented cooling down and preserving your water for the dry season like that. That was something I've known for a long time, so that would never have passed by me.
Yeah, that was the Kingdom of Benin cooling. But yeah, it's I think it was because. It's like something that it's like a Chinese whisper, basically, because there was a time when West Africans stopped using transport, like wheeled transport. They switched over to camel saddles because the terrain is like, it's either soft on one side or it's desert on the other. And in both cases, you're going to need to use a camel with a saddle on it instead of a wheel, because you can't really drag a wheel through the desert. Yeah. And it's ironic because West Africans did that, and so did, but like, if you're going to say that, then the Eastern Roman Empire did the same thing. They stopped using wheeled transport as well. So yeah, it's just one of those things that gets lost in translation and picked up by fuck faces like Fuentes. Yeah,
I always find that conservatives, like when they say something to you and it's like you don't know, you just don't have enough information to confirm or deny what they're saying. But when you go and you look more into what they're referencing, they're always wrong. It's always wrong. Even sometimes it's even like they'll reference a study and then the study they reference actually disagrees with them. Like just shit like that happens constantly. And I feel like what really impresses me is when a debater knows so much about the topic, they're able to catch that shit and say, oh, I already know about that study, and here's why it's wrong. And that's just something that requires being, informed. And that's what I've been working on, just trying to keep up with whatever current right-wing conspiracies are going on, just know the responses to the common talking points at the moment. And it's hard to keep up with, it's actually tough.
Yeah, because for every one you can debunk, they'll do like 3. Yeah, it's difficult. I'm the opposite. I've been getting more impressed by these debaters who will like hear something they've never heard anything about and then just go with it and try to work around it anyway, or just ask questions about like details about it. But yeah, that's very difficult.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah. Fuck. What was I gonna say?
Well, I was gonna ask if you had any other memes.
I don't know. I'm trying very hard not to go down like a leftist infighting rabbit hole. Like I tweeted at Bad Empanada for 2 days, and then I was like, this is a lot of fun, and he's quite easy target. Like I could debate him, but I also like, he's going to be attacking me for the rest of his life now, regardless of what I do. And I just thought, like, I don't know, when you're arguing with leftists, even if it gets really personal, like it's gotten personal with me like a couple of times, do you ever kind of feel like, okay, this is really tempting, there is content here, it's personal, all that, but then I guess the other thing is how much like institutional power like do these people represent? You know, these people who make these arguments, like how damaging are these arguments to the wider society and all that? Do you ever kind of get stuck in that conundrum?
No, not really. I like, because most of the time when I throw rocks at, metaphorically, when I throw rocks at another creator, it's usually because they instigated something, right? Like the ThoughtSlime thing was unprovoked, you know, like the most I'd said about ThoughtSlime was, yeah, ThoughtSlime is like wrong about Vosh and I don't like their profile picture. That was more or less all I'd said about ThoughtSlime prior to the allegations of the sex cult thing. Like when I go against somebody, generally it's because they did something that I think warrants that response. As far as like just going after the woke scolds, so to say, or the tankies or whatever, I think there's a certain point where you got to like weigh whether or not, like, is it really worth giving attention to this? Is this really as big of a deal as you know, it feels like it is to me? Sometimes you deal with that, but at the same time, I feel like we can indulge in that sort of desire to cover something. It's not exactly as big of a deal as you're making it out to be, but, you know, is something that's personal to you. I feel like you can do that responsibly in a way where you can not only sort of let out that personal sort of vendetta you have against this person, but also explain to your audience how this type of thinking and this type of behavior is harmful, and, you know, you don't want to fall into it because it can lead you to bad places and bad political positions.
Yeah, that seems fair. All right. Oh, God. I'm too tired to say anything funny, so I'm going to leave you to it. I hope you have a good stream.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, it's all right. Someone said there was a chud in your queue, so that might be interesting. But, yeah, listen, take care. You know, between you and me, man to man, stop hating women. It's fine.
I'll try not to be white as well.
Time. Okay, yeah, all right. Good.
I voted for Biden 6 times, okay?
And sand down that chin. It's not fair, all right? Fuck you.
Wait, is it really, like, that good?
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's decent, yeah. What are you talking about?
Thank you.
Fish for compliments. Okay, I'm going to
Thank
bed,
you.
all right? Night.
All right. Have a good night. I really appreciate you coming on.
All right, take care, sir. Bye-bye.
Have a good night. That was fun. Can I chat with you about why salaries are garbage? I don't want to talk about salaries. I'm sorry. Crafty Lula. Do you say nice hair? I don't know. Is that Poe? Should I bring Poe in? I think that's Poe. Almost 90% sure that's Poe. Do I bring in Poe? Poe on head? I've never heard Poe on head talk. No Gardic phone. No Gardic phone. Oh, there's Poe. Hey, what's up?
Oh, hi, I'm not Poe.
Welcome to capitalism.
Oh, you're not? Who are you?
No, I'm Jer. Nordic Jer. Hi. I've been chatting for Jerry actually to set up a meeting between you and my team from my channel, the Nordic Model.
Oh yeah, you messaged me. Oh yeah, I got your message on Twitter. I have a tendency when I get messages to like see I got a message, read the first few words, and then forget about like clicking on it and reading the rest, and then leaving someone on unread. So I'm sorry if that's what happened. I think I responded to you, but maybe I didn't.
Yeah, actually, that's really funny because like at first, like I saw you talking about how you were nervous sometimes when you receive like messages, and then I'm thinking, okay, well maybe it'll be easier on him if the message is passed through someone that he's familiar with. So then I hit up Cherry, since Cherry and I are like know each other already, and then Cherry was just like, oh yeah, well actually I am the person to contact.
Yeah, generally, yeah, Cherry's the one you want to go to when it comes to anything like that, because Cherry's just like, all right, this is what you're doing on this day, and I'm like, all right. But they'll ask me like, are you okay with doing this? And I'll say, okay, sure. Yeah, what did you want to talk about actually?
Well, you know, I mean, it was just to talk about like the drama and all of that, but also I've been meaning to discuss the whole like new rekindling of Gamergate kind of stuff, and how the left can actually be marketing itself a lot better to essentially create a sense of omnipresence to essentially like simulate the astroturfy methods of the right.
How do you, well, yeah, okay. Well, present to me the first, your first meme.
Okay. First of all, you know, like when you do a debate with somebody, a lot of people don't watch it visually, right? They listen to it in the background while they do other stuff. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
You know what that sounds like? A podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why aren't you on podcast platforms?
We're working on that. We're trying to get up on Spotify. I think Cherry's working on that. One thing that we're considering, and I think it's already public, I've already said this, but me and Demon Mama are thinking about doing a podcast. And I think I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it because, it's going to be my podcast, and technically, partly. But I think Denim's is supposed to be our first guest.
Cool.
So that should be pretty cool. Yeah, we're going to be doing a pod, and obviously we'll probably upload it to a podcast platform. But yeah, we don't know
you
exactly
probably want to set yourself up on like Anchor FM.
Yeah, that seems to be
and
like a more
and from there you can
platform.
like connect to a bunch of different podcasts. And it's really interesting because like for us, like we're a really small channel, but more for our podcast episodes, they perform not as good specifically because it's long form content.
Yeah.
So like, but on podcast platforms, they perform a lot better because those are the platforms that people go to for long form content in the first place, and we end up like doubling our views, doubling our engagement, just from that on those specific episodes. And then on YouTube, what we can do is we can focus on shorter content because there's this mistake that a lot of YouTubers do that, because the algorithm favors watch time, you need to make longer content so that you have the good watch time. The reality is, just because YouTube's algorithm likes something doesn't mean you should do it. Okay? Because the reality is, audiences on YouTube haven't changed. Okay? YouTube started with short form content. This is what people liked. This is what the audience came for. This is what the audience is still here for. Okay, the YouTube audience has not moved. This is why Vine got big. This is why TikTok is big. It's because people like the short form content. So focus on having good, snappy, entertaining, and like informative, if you want it, like good, short, snappy content, and work on the clickbait too. Clickbait words, okay? Just do it.
Yeah, we've been going hard on the clickbait a little bit more lately. But yeah, it's an art. It's an art, and the thumbnail art as well has to be clickbaity too, and that in itself is its own art.
And and so like we've been making shorter content for a little while now, and it performs massively. Seriously, we had one episode of the podcast, right, on universal basic income with Steven Nunes. Okay, in like 4 days, it got roughly 200 views. Then we released a short that, like, Sid, one of our producers, made on a whim. Okay, it got roughly like twice as that in 1 day. Just like quick, snappy content. And the beauty of it is that it's like 2 minutes long. So it gets a lot of YouTube views. You can put it in YouTube Short in whole, which is why like it's filmed vertically. And you can also put it on TikTok. One thing that you need to keep in mind is your content needs to be distributable on more than one platform. So when you make videos for Facebook, for like YouTube, put it on Facebook. You put it on all the other platforms where you can. Even even the more obscure ones. A view is a view. An audience is an audience. You want to be able to grab everybody.
Yeah.
And
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
This is like one of the things where, the serfs are pretty much like the only like lefty streamers that I know that do any Facebook stuff. Like,
yeah, Facebook
needs to be fucking invaded by the left. It's time to colonize fucking Facebook. Let's be imperialist about it.
I agree. I think that's where it's going to be. I think we need to... TikTok and Facebook, I think, are the two big places in the short section of YouTube. I think are the two places that I really want to start sort of invading, manifesting my destiny into, so to say, in the American spirit.
Right.
Just to sort of bring out the audience. What I really want to do, though, what I've been doing more so, and what I'm really looking forward to in 2022, is I've decided I want to start being a trendsetter, and I think I've already started that a little bit, particularly with the Omegle debate stuff. I started doing like lefty, like Omegle debate stuff, and I've been hearing about other people wanting to do that and other people trying it because they saw me doing it, and I know that Vosh's editors are pushing him to do it. And I think Shuan had said that she's considering doing it and that she'll give me credit if she does, which is cool for the idea.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, yeah, that's pretty good. There's also, like, the idea of being in other streamers' chats that are not related to politics at all. Getting known by people that are not in your circle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what where I'm getting,
Dude.
Oh, sorry, I'll let you go.
I got, like, I think, like, getting you to mention Wooly verses. Guess what? Then someone in your community, wink wink, can clip it and send that and go like, oh yeah, look at the people talking about you. And then Wooly just checks it out and he's like, oh cool. Boom. Now he's noticed you. Maybe he like notices it on stream. That makes it so that his audiences notices you. They see your logo. They see your name. They might check you out. Like,
yeah, actually,
things like that are that simple, and it's like it's massive. Also, like when the Castle Super Beats podcast just happened, and they were like, Pat made a passing comment that I clipped and I send you also in Twitter DMs. That's pretty funny. It's like Pat was describing how when you're on TikTok, but then you let go of your phone for a while, and then so it watches the same really shitty TikTok on a loop, so that then the TikTok algorithm is fucked and you get shit for recommendation, like for your feed on TikTok. He said he compared it to when you watch one gaming news video, but then the guy starts talking about SJWs ruining video game, so you click off. But then you get Ben Shapiro, Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson in your recommendations for like a week, and then the next week it's anti-vax shit, and you're like, no, I just wanted to know what's going on with Dark Souls.
I'm glad that Pat is based. That's dope.
Yeah, and it's like, those clips are just like, oh, you see that while you consume their content? Clip it, share it, and that would talk about your other streamers, like really about other streamers outside of like your realm really favorably.
Yeah, I want to say, by the way, if you're watching right now and you're a fan of my content and you want to help me out, be proactive. The whole point of having a large audience is it's not the whole point, but one of the biggest things that should be on your side when you have a large audience, and I would argue I've got a fairly large audience. I can rally some people together for a cause, okay? We raised like over 5K for a charity when I did a charity stream a couple months ago. If I'm talking about a figure that I like if I talk about, say, how much I like the PKA podcast, clip me talking about that, and then at them on Twitter with the clip and say, hey, YouTuber with this many subs and gets this much views, Xanderhal really likes your podcast and says he'd like to go on. Do stuff like that. Help me out, Like, if I say I like a figure, go on Twitter and say, hey, fellow YouTuber, help, it's a whole part of, one of the biggest advantages of having an audience, Be proactive, guys.
Yeah. Exactly. And so essentially, you want to cross-pollinate as much as fucking possible to the point where, people that are, the people that you would not necessarily be associated with, now because you've been associated with briefly, guess what? Now people that watch their content, you get in there recommended because there's an association that the algorithm recognizes.
Yeah.
And that ends up being super useful. This is a lot of the things that, created the outright pipeline is because these anti-SJW gaming videos would go on the conservative Ben Shapiro and that kind of stuff content. They would comment, and so that creates a link between those two channels that affects the recommendations.
Yep. Yeah. Well, really, what it is I think it has more to do with the similarities across the content, right? What did Shuan Head and neo-Nazi YouTubers back during the Gamergate era have in common? You know, they may have had like completely different political views, but they
were
both had the
complaining about
agreement.
BuzzFeed.
They were complaining about SJWs, right? And don't get me wrong, all right, some of those BuzzFeed videos, most of them, in fact, were just god-fucking awful. We went over some of that old content recently, and it really was worth calling out, like, low-key. The issue is when you have those things in common, the YouTube algorithm then kind of just ties a link between your channels, and now your audience is going to start getting funneled to, or I should say, Head's audience, for example, would then start being funneled to more right-wing figures against her will. This is how algorithms work, and that's just one example.
Yeah, right. And like, God, I remember my Gamergate days, my early Chud days. Man, I've been around since the very beginning of Gamergate. Okay, I remember exactly how I ended up into it. Is I was watching those videos where like comic panels would be put into succession, and that was my way of like torrenting comics. And then because of that, at some point, because Monday Matt made a video about like the kind of comics that I was reading, I got him in my recommendations, and this is how it all started. Like literally, I just wanted to read comic books, and look at me now.
Yep, it really, for me, it was, I guess the thing that really would have started it for me, at least opened me up to, like, the existence of the SJWs, probably would have been just general cultural stuff. If I were to go as far as YouTube, I could probably trace it back to Rags. Around the time when I was really getting into PC gaming and like, I got kind of elitist about being a PC gamer, and I still am because PC gaming is better.
I taught my
like,
girlfriend how to build her own PC.
Hell yeah. But back then I was really into the elitist stuff, so I kind of, I wouldn't say it was elitist, but, you know, I was very into, like, dunking on, like, you know, the console peasants that said, you can't get a good PC for any less than $1 million. You can, PC,
I mean, right now that's true.
Console, well, yeah, but that's an outstanding circumstance. Okay, we're in a pandemic and fucking crypto miners are screwing everything up. But back then it certainly wasn't true. Back then there was like those videos called I think they were called like the potato masher PC builds, where it was like build a PC that's better than the current like best console for less than that console, and those were like really popular build tutorials on YouTube.
The console killers, right?
Yeah, like console killer PCs.
Yeah, like I remember I was just watching like. It was like things console peasants say kind of video, and I had like the random like thought like, can my PC run games?
Yep, that was Bulletberry. Yeah, Bulletberry went nuts. He went crazy.
Yeah,
the YouTuber who made those videos.
Yeah, I was getting some vibes right from the start, and like I end up like thinking like, I wonder if my PC can run games, and then I look it up on YouTube, obviously, because that's where everyone should do their research. And I end up on like just some random channel review like that was reviewing my specific model, and he just says like, yeah, it's a pretty decent gaming PC. All you need to do is just slap in a graphics card, probably a budget graphics card like the GTX 1060. And I was like, okay, cool. I bought myself a 1060, and then I started PC gaming.
Well,
but then because I was watching those review videos, then that like led me up to like Linus Tech Tips, and I got into the PC building like pipeline.
We all get there. We all fucking get there.
Yeah.
Now I just watch Linus Tech Tips videos. I feel like I miss the old content that he used to make. It's a little bit more different now, but I still enjoy it. And I feel like he's one of those channels that I hope just kind of sticks around forever, because I feel like he's the gold standard of like tech content on YouTube. There's really just nothing better. Like Linus is the top, and I hope he doesn't retire anytime soon. I know he was considering it, but I feel like he's got great charisma and is just so fucking. He just seems cool. I like him.
Yeah, he's got good camera presence. I think it's like, I mean, he has a lot of experience with it, so
yeah,
obviously that you developed
15 years or whatever. Yeah,
but you know, it's obviously like I'm an East Coast Canadian, but I'll support my West Coast Canadians too. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, like the Linus Tech Tips, I always watch that. I haven't really necessarily noticed that big of a change in his content. Maybe it's like more like home style tech of like like weird router stuff that he wants to set up in his home to have like the really weirdly hugely performant Wi-Fi, and all I'm thinking is like, why do you need that? And it's like it's interesting, but it's also a little like too extra.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fully into the whole PC building thing. Like I just make it, it's a big part of my personality, frankly. I'm just really into computers. But I mean, I don't it's just what I want to do is just build the best computer I can have, use it to stream and do what I want to, and game and do what I want to do, and more or less just sort of leave it alone until it's ready to be upgraded or it needs to be cleaned or maintenance or anything like that.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get a 3080, but like I can't. I really can't afford to get one. But still, my rig is pretty good. Like I've got like a Ryzen 7 3700X with 32 gigs of RAM and a GTX 2070. An RTX 2070. Sorry.
I'm rocking the RTX 2080 Ti right now, and a Ryzen 9 3900X and a about 32 gigs of DDR4 3200 megahertz RAM, and it's like the RGB lit stuff. It's really, really good. We're about to hit 5 hours in the stream, so I think we should probably start to wrap things up. But do you have any additional memes to talk about?
I have one. I just wanted to bring it up, actually, bringing it back to the subject of like the left being really omnipresent. Okay, so you know how Abby Shapiro was freaking astroturfs to ads
absolutely,
all up the freaking ass. Okay, big streamers, if they want to like promote the left in general, should probably have astroturf funds if they want. And so when they find a streamer that they want to promote, you don't necessarily have to attach your brand to it or anything. You just buy ads for them. You get them ads to distribute them all over the fucking place. Because would honestly, like, social media ads are pretty fucking cheap.
Yeah, I heard they are. Like, I got like an actual ad for a white supremacist hate group on one of my videos.
It's actually really funny because I'm watching YouTube, and then while I'm watching YouTube, I see an ad for an ad blocker. So I don't even understand like why YouTube would accept to host those kinds of ads.
Dude, in ad blocker programs, buying ads for ad blockers for their ad blocker has to be the best investment ever, because you're never wasting your money. The only people who will ever see your advertisement are those who haven't already consumed your product.
Exactly, but I mean, I use Opera GX, so it blocks ads by default.
Automatically, yeah. I have Opera GX, but I've been sort of lagging a little bit on transferring everything from Google Chrome to Opera GX.
Oh, I just use my Google account and then it transfers most of the stuff.
Yeah, you gotta figure all that out.
Yeah, I what's really funny though is with the latest update, now it's got a crypto wallet extension, and I just and I'm just okay. Hide that. I don't want to touch that. Ban crypto. Make it illegal.
I actually don't mind that. No, I like crypto. Well, I don't like crypto. I think if you can get your bag with crypto, I respect it. Okay, if you can luck the fuck out and use the speculative market to your advantage to gain some amount of money, and you're able to get out of poverty and have a nice life for yourself, then fucking good for you.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's the whole thing is having gambling with a profit mode, having a whole industry that makes people gamble with a profit motive, and it's to me it's just casinos. It's the same thing. It's
not exactly. The issue is, so there is a lot of really, really shady shit that happens with cryptocurrencies. So the big worry, or the big concern that's happening in crypto right now, insofar as people getting scammed, is the shit coins and the pump and dump schemes. Basically, what's been happening is you'll get a community on Reddit, for example, Crypto Moonshots is a good example of a community that does this. They'll do is they'll find a...
No, Lanny's backing me up. I'm going to be on her side.
Oh, sorry, what? Literally the stock market, it's worse because we tell people it isn't gambling. Yeah, it's basically the stock market, at least insofar as buying and selling the stock part of it. Obviously, there's no equivalent to like calls or like or anything like that, or puts or anything like that when it comes to crypto. But it's the very like simple part of buying and selling stocks is very, very, very similar when it comes to the speculative market of crypto. But what I want to say is like the big issue right now is these communities. What they'll do is they'll find like a brand new, really low market cap like shitcoin, and they'll announce on the on like the subreddit that, hey, we're going to announce the shitcoin that you all need to pump, but that you're going to pump and then it's going to cause it to rise, then all the normies are going to pump it, and then we're all going to sell and we're all going to make a ton of money. And that's what they'll say on Reddit. But they'll say, but if you pay $5 a month, you can get into the exclusive Discord server where we tell you a day sooner about what coin we're going to pump before we announce it here, so you have the opportunity to buy in while it's cheaper. And you pay and you think you're in on like the really, really good gains, but what you don't know is the actual like runners of the community behind the scenes, the very top, are in their own private Discord, and there's like 5 or 6 of them, and they all bought into this coin a week ago when it was worth a fraction of 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 a penny, and they're all going to see a gain of like 2,000%. And you're going to see a gain of like 20% or 50% at most, even though you're paying $5 a month just to be in that community. And granted, you could gain from that, but you're still being fucked over. And that's the real issue with pump and dump schemes in crypto right now.
Right, but even the more like established cryptos are like victims to such high fluctuation that you simply do not want in a currency.
Yeah, well, crypto will never be like a real currency. It will never surpass the US dollar, for example. It's just impossible. It's just not. It really isn't.
But that's the thing. It's just like a shadow like stock market for things that like have somewhat of a value. Like you can maybe buy stuff on it on certain like sites, and like you can convert it to money. You can convert it into actual real money that you then spend.
Crypto
usually,
is
like,
worth
there's companies
what it's
that do
worth.
it, but they take a cut.
Crypto is worth what it's worth because people believe it's worth that, right? And as long as everybody agrees that it's worth that, then it continues to be worth that, and you know that you're making a sound investment when you buy it to a degree. It's not a real sound investment, but you know that it won't be worth nothing, at least. Like crypto, at least you know that for the foreseeable future, crypto, your Bitcoin will never be worth 0 cents, right?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy also because like one of my collaborators on the Nordic Model, he has a friend that works for an investment bank, and he essentially, like, his friend who works for the investment bank says like the whole bank is operated based on the basis that stocks will not bring in any revenue in the next 12 years because the market is too speculative and completely out of control.
Yeah, you really can't tell. Like right now, let me see how my stock portfolio is working. I've been putting small chunks of what I make from each stream into a index fund, and it is not doing well. Let me show it to you guys. So I've invested 240, I invested. What was my buy-in? How much did I buy in for? Does it say? It doesn't say. My market value is $240.46. Says I've made negative $5. I actually have lost money in this index fund in particular. That's actually new. But when I invested in it, it was looking pretty promising. I invested in it like 3 months ago or something. So yeah, I guess it tanked. Well, I should probably sell and get into a different.
Yeah, I've been pretty better off. I just invested like $1,500 in a mutual fund, and now it's worth almost $5,000.
Yeah, god damn. I'm gonna sell all my my Spider S&P index fund shares and buy Dogecoin instead, because that Shiba Inu is really getting towards the end of its life, and I want to make sure I own a good amount of Dogecoin when that dog dies and Reddit pumps the value.
So you're just waiting for the so you're buying before the pump.
I legitimately am just waiting for this dog to die because I know Reddit's gonna fucking pump that coin so much when that dog passes away.
Just because it's such a meme, right?
Well, like, it's gonna be like, in honor of the Shiba Inu, we gotta pump it, and like, you know, good, cool. I mean, like, it's a funny, cute little, like, wholesome Reddit meme, but also, what's the harm in me, predicting this is going to happen and having a lot of Dogecoin in preparation for this jump in value?
Yeah. Well, good luck to you. I just think that, like, the whole fucking market is so the whole fucking, like, crypto market is so dysfunctional and, like, actually corrosive to certain sectors of the economy that you need to massively regulate it, if not outright ban it.
Yeah. Ooh, good. Dogecoin is very low right now. It's at $15. Perfect.
All right. Well,
I can't buy any yet because. Oh well. Yeah. Willis, you got any other final memes?
No. I think that's we've run out of final memes. We've had a few. So I'll leave you for the night. You look a little tired now.
Yeah, I've been live for 5 hours.
Oof.
Alrighty. Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. And we'll try and schedule that policy talk soon.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Well, that was a fun combo. Well, yeah, everybody. I really appreciate all of you coming out today. You've all been fucking poggers as goddamn hell. I'm gonna go ahead and read the final donos, and then I guess we'll be saying goodbye. Gardic phone literally oppressing me. Yes, I'm oppressing you, Lonnie. I'm oppressing you. We talking? No, I'm tired. I'm gonna take a little break after stream, and then maybe I'll hop into VC and stuff. Does Labor support trans rights? I don't know anything about the Labor Party, other than like they're marginally progressive and kind of good over in the UK. Mixterious, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. You are based. Craft Your Lula, thank you for the tier 1 good sub to Trigonal Prism. Thank you very much. Thank you for the $5. Love that so much. Poenhead, thanks for the tier 1 good sub to Ryan the Magician. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. It goes a long way. And Cervantes 3, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Blablado, says, I'm new here, but I really liked your video on the resurgence of anti-SJWs, and I really don't like ThoughtSlime. Sounds like you've got a lot going for you there to be a Xanderholic. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. I wasn't asking you? Okay, that's good, because I have no clue. Well, as much as I hate to end stream with, how many? 433 viewers, I feel like I should always leave them wanting more. So, holy shit. Can I just say, thank you all so much for coming out in such massive numbers today to support the stream. You guys donated a shit ton. You guys literally hit like 1,150 viewers at one point. Really fucking pog. I do want to say thank you so much to Vosh. Well, actually it wasn't Vosh. I think it was one of Vosh's mods for shouting me out in Vosh's Discord. Really appreciate that. I'm sure that sent quite a few people my way. But even just my audience to begin with was really coming in to begin with. And I really do appreciate that. It's very kind of you. I made 10K with Shiba and jumped as soon as I saw it was at its peak. Nice, Annabelle Parker. I'm proud of you. Congrats on getting that bag. Oh, and Vermin. Yes, thank you. Oh, yeah, and of course, thank you to... I'm going to raid you a pillow. Yeah. Start your stream and get ready for the raid. It was Vermin? Oh, it was Vermin. Yeah, thank you, Vermin, for that. I really appreciate it. And frankly, thank you for everybody who came on stream, especially Shuonhead. I really appreciate you coming out. I know that you are a busy individual, so if you're still listening, then I appreciate you coming on stream. It was a fun combo. But yeah, you guys have been fucking awesome. Anyway, I am going to go ahead and wrap up stream. You're welcome. You're my favorite streamer, man. Thank you, Akeem. CC. All right. A pillow. Let's go ahead. Just go ahead and drop the link to your stream in the chat. We'll stick around for just one more minute, okay? Oh, chat, did you see? Wait, chat, did you see it? It was on my Twitter timeline. Where is it? There it is. From the official Honey Pop Twitter account. We'll soon be posting a micro tease of our newest project, mostly because we want to expand our art team by casting a wide net. If you round down, this project is 0% complete. So eat healthy. I want you still around by the time it's done. So it's far off, but it sounds like potentially another Honey Pop game is in the works. Look at ThoughtSlime Social Blade. Please indulge yourself. Oh. Am I gonna get hard? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Can we compare that to me? Hold on. Social Blade. Xanderhal. Can we compare that to me? Oh, yeah. So this is my Social Blade. Somewhere between 100 and 200 gained subs per day for like the last, recent while. About 20, we'll say 25,000 views per day average, it looks like, roughly. And if we look at ThoughtSlime, lost 1,000 subs a few days ago, and is getting basically the same viewership as me on most days, except for when they drop a video, in which case they get a bunch of subs purged and only get like 87k views. So I feel, unironically, like, I feel like I'm, like, daily average plus 67 subs. Like, yeah. ThoughtSlime's definitely slowing down. We might catch up with ThoughtSlime. We're both averaging 30k views a day. Yeah, ThoughtSlime, despite having 265k subs, we're averaging around the same, like, view count. Like, how much is ThoughtSlime getting in viewers? Views in the last 30 days. So ThoughtSlime's getting total more views, but is averaging less views, like, on a daily basis. Granted, I upload daily, but still. What's Honey Pop? Don't worry about it. By the way, chat, when I hit 69,000 subs, which should be pretty soon at this rate, I will be replaying the Honey Pop games on stream in celebration of hitting 69k. He lost 2k subs in the last 30 days. I think it's because of Vosh and you. I doubt it. I feel like it's the channel's been on a downtrend recently anyway for them, and I think that if this causes anything, we'll see in the next day or two a minus 1k subs, and that'll be our sign that this had an effect, So, yeah. Anyway, guys, I really appreciate you all coming out tonight. You've been fucking amazing. Thank you for the financial support, the emotional support, the stream viewer support, the talking in chat, the views, the comments, the likes. It's been fucking poggers. Thank you all so much for coming in today. I love you all so much, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good one. Doo-doo fart.